morning, nice to have your company. It's Thursday. I can't believe we got to Thursday. I seriously can't believe it. I thought we were going to have Wednesday all week, and then it changed, and it went to Thursday, and it's January the 12th. And hopefully, if you're self-employed, you've got a big tax bill heading your way. And if you're not self-employed, but you've got electricity or gas, the bills are coming in, and aren't they a lot of money? Mine was an estimated reading. And so this morning, I logged onto my account. I managed to achieve things like that, and sent them the actual reading on the meter, which actually looks a bit better than their reading. So it might go down a bit, but I'm not fussing about it too much, which is good news. The Duke gives another US interview, and again he's backtracked again. It's now our fault that we've misinterpreted the killing of the 25 Taliban, putting his wife at danger. Of course, he mentioned it in the book. He talks about the killing of the 25 Taliban, which he said is not something he's proud about. That's what happened. He said when he killed them, he didn't really think about them as being people at all. They were just sort of something to annihilate. But as I say, he's not one for sort of admitting that he ever gets things wrong, which he does really all the time, which is a bit embarrassing. So you're at a funeral and you're sitting there and it's all very quiet. It's a cremation, and all of a sudden, people start getting up and dancing, and it turns into a flash mob, and so all the other people there are looking at what's going on, is this candid camera? And it turns out the lady who died, she wanted this at her funeral. She said, I want people to get up and start doing because I've seen flash mobs before. They're brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. I like them. I am the passenger, da, 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 and all that sort of stuff. And then there's Do Re Mi, which was done, I think, overseas. There's been loads of them, some really, really good flash mobs. And I love the ones. There's a big one in Russia, and it's a wedding party. If you're blue and you don't know where to go to. And they film all these people doing this dancing, and then street cleaners come in with brooms, and it's just brilliant. Flash mob Russia will find it. Young Noreen says, hope you're well. I am, actually. I'm remarkably chipper. Remarkably. And I'm generally not particularly good at this time of year, because it's the aftermath of Christmas, and it's the aftermath of, trying to sort of sort everything out in bits and pieces, and we had to sort of do the VAT and file the VAT and pay that off and pay the accountant and then pay the bits and pieces. It's just non-stop paying, but, earn the money, got to pay it, haven't you? But Noreen says, which is very interesting, actually, because I mentioned it as well, that Jeff Beck had passed away the other day, passed away on Tuesday, 78. Apparently he'd been ill for a little while whilst on tour. And in fact, Johnny Depp was pictured going into the gigs because he used to go and jam on stage with him. And it's good. But Noreen, who is the doyenne of 60s weekends, and so she's on Friday going to Minehead for a 60s weekend with Dave Berry, Brian Poole, Steve Ellis, the Swingin' Blue Jeans, the Fortunes, Dozy, Beaky, Mick and Titch, and more. And she says, can you believe Dave D, because it was Dave D, Dozy, Beaky, Mick and Titch, left us 14 years ago. Well, as Noreen knows, he came in to be interviewed by me, and we were chatting away about, bits and pieces. And he said, I said, we look forward to seeing you this time next year. Shows no sign of slowing down. He said, I don't think so. He said, I've got the big C. And so I went, oh, right. And all of a sudden the interview took a completely different turn, because I don't think he'd, publicly talked about it to anybody. And so I felt quite in a privileged position that he was telling me, in the same way that there's quite a number of other people who are sort of terminally ill at the moment. But I said, no, you'll be fine. Because you have to say that. You can't say, oh, well, I won't see you again. You have to say, well, I'll look forward to seeing you next year. I said, you'll be here, don't worry. And he wasn't, which was a shame. But that was 14 years ago. We were in a different building. And I was a big fan of Dave D, Dozy, Beacon, Mick and Titch, Zabadak, and all these other big hits that they had. And I thought they were great, absolutely great. But this 60s weekend sounds an absolute winner. Absolute winner. She does get to the best gigs. It has to be true. And Lara, I have no idea. And somebody said, Pat says, instead of putting a label saying half price on Hapless Harry's book, why not half wit? Very cruel, of course. Very cruel, of course. I couldn't subscribe to that. But what amazes me is how he's backtracking. Now, it's our fault that he killed 25 Taliban and wrote about it in the book. It's our fault. Well, of course it would be, because Harry doesn't own anything himself. In fact, one of the pieces he was complaining about in the book is how small the little place was at Kensington Palace. It only had 2 bedrooms, and he wanted more because his brother had more. And his brother's apartment was better furnished, because mainly Harry was out propping up walls in bars and things like that. What can you do about it? You can't do anything about it. But he's paying the price. In fact, the paper today calls him one-sided Harry. At one point in America, they brought out trumpeters. And Harry went, no, you don't need things like that. He revels in the publicity, revels in it, which is a bit of a shame, actually. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. Looking for football boots for my nephew for his birthday. He's been mad about football, says Katie. I can't find any online except ones with a rainbow. He wants rainbow-coloured boots. Oh. You need to go to JD Sports and stuff like that, and all these other places. They've got loads of those sort of things. That's what they would have. So that's where I would send you. Go to a sports shop. Literally, if you go to JD Sports, Sports Direct, anything like that, they've got racks and racks of football boots. For sort of little people, tall people, old people, all sorts of people. You can go and get these things, and they'll be very popular. That's where I would send you. And as you know, I'm never wrong. I did mention the other day that little Romeo Beckham, another one of the talented family. I say they are like the Von Trapps, aren't they? Just without the singing, thank God, because Mother definitely doesn't sing. And Romeo made his English debut, but because old Dave was in the crowd, and Dave loves the publicity. In fact, if this had been a homophobic football club, he'd have taken the money immediately, because that's what he does. He doesn't care. But in fact, poor old Dave had to sort of climb out of a fence to get away from the fans. What'd you go there for in the first place then, pal? Don't make a big drama out of a crisis, for goodness sake. So David did an unusual departure. I'll be glad to see the back of him. But the bad news is, I'm afraid for the Beckhams, and if it's true, I should imagine Posh is wringing her hands, because at the back of Harry's book, at the back of it, there's all the people who've helped him and been so nice to him, like basically people who've bowed down and scraped for him. And he mentions loads of people. Doesn't mention the Beckhams at all. They don't get a mention. And this is odd, because there's a list of loads of people, but there's about 15 people who are conspicuous by their absence, say the papers. And one of them is the Beckhams. And the reason is, so the story goes, that Meghan thought that Victoria leaked stories to the press. It's another Rebecca Vardy case. There's all this leaking stories. I was watching The Housewives of New York City, or one of those things like that, and they were all screaming and shouting at each other, accusing each other of leaking stories to the press, and the foul-mouthed language, honestly, absolutely disgusting. A bit like sort of Gemma Collins, Little Miss Patronising. I was watching her in The Only Way Is Essex, where she was sort of having an argument with little Bobby Cole Norris, and he was saying, I'm going to rip that cheap wig off your head, and she went, darling, it ain't a wig. I thought, no, it's extensions. We all know what it is. Oh, Fern Cotton, Fern Britton, Fern somebody is pregnant from The Only Way Is Essex, and she's this is the second one. She said she's so looking forward to getting married, but obviously having a baby kind of puts a bit of a kibosh on it, so you can't do that. You have to wait till you've had the baby, and then maybe she'll get married, and then she'll sell the pictures. Very exciting. Steve, I should imagine, says John, Andrew is more than happy with all the Harry shenanigans, takes the heat off him. Oh, it does. Old Harry, and his shenanigans. It's going to run for not too much longer. And I think Andrew will be sitting there breathing a sigh of relief, going, thank God. He will think they've moved away from him. And that wife of his will be going, yeah, because I don't know what she does for a living. I couldn't quite work it out. The two girls don't get a mention. And I thought they were Harry's Bezzy mates. I thought Prince Andrew's girls were Bezzy mates. They don't get a mention which is very odd. But mind you, Harry can't remember everything, can he? Or anything, in fact. So Pete Hitchens says, there's no end of columnists who want to chip in on Harry. They say, am I the only one who fears the effect drug abuse may have had on Harry? Well, you can see the way he's turned out. He was puffing away, even when they weren't spliffs. He was sort of smoking cigarettes and getting drunk and being basically an embarrassment to the royal family, because he was never going to get anything. Do you know who turns 90 today? You won't believe this. Michael Aspel. Michael Aspel? What? Michael Aspel is... Who's Michael Aspel? You say that's what I'm working with. That is what I'm working with. This man... You've never heard of Michael Aspel? Dear God, it's really embarrassing, isn't it? His stellar BBC presenting career... turned Leslie Thomas's novel The Virgin Soldiers into a publishing sensation. Michael Aspel is a legend. When people talk about legends in radio and television. Michael Aspel used to do This Is Your Life. Used to do, everything. Michael Aspel was Mr. Sophistication, but he's 90 today. So many happy returns of the day to Michael Aspel. He used to have a programme on Capital Radio, and the jingle went, Michael Aspel makes your morning, Michael Aspel makes your day. You know, a bit like this one, you get, Steve Allen makes your morning, Steve Allen makes your day. Yeah, you not heard that? It's a very popular jingle. I think we should make it, absolutely. I used to have the theme tune, The Bitch Is Back, but we decided to drop that one after a while. Because it used to be, wake up, it's a beautiful morning, and then it went into, The Bitch Is Back, and all this kind of stuff. And in fact, when I went on tour one year, we called it The Bitch Is Back Tour, and we had mugs made with The Bitch Is Back. It was in 2007. Shows how long ago it was. And we were doing sellout shows then. But, yeah, I don't know how anybody could ever call me bitchy. Honest, yes, I could understand, but bitchy, definitely not. Goodness sake, honestly. And Shane says, was it true that Harry said he was circumcised? Yes, yes. And then he told us William was as well, which, of course, is absolutely par for the course. All of the royal family are. All of them, they were all done a long, long time. Why you'd want to tell people? I've got no idea. It's a very peculiar thing to say to somebody. He says, big deal, we Australians were done as my country is hot. Oh, what's that got to do with it? I don't quite understand that bit at all. But, no, I don't suppose we need to go into that. Steve, regarding the war, why wasn't the book called When Harry Met Tally? He said he'd love a world where there were no Taliban, proving the naivety seems to go on into his adulthood. But as somebody said the other day, and we've kind of picked up on it, in fact, a few people said, he's a man-child. He's a child, a 12-year-old, like the film Big, trapped in a man's body, and does not take criticism at all well, doesn't take anything very well at all, actually, and just does what he wants to do. And to you, if you don't like it, because he's going to do it anyway. The BBC are under fire for giving the ISIS bride, this is the ghastly Shamima Begum, a podcast platform. No, thank you very much indeed. No, thank you very much indeed. But apparently they say it'll be a robust... Well, they say it's a robust public interest investigation. No, it won't be. It'll be a complete waste of money. But there again, the BBC are notorious for wasting money. Have you noticed? Some of their newsreaders have left because they didn't get jobs, so they've taken redundancy. There's all sorts of people. I think 3 well-known newsreaders have left the BBC because they all have to undergo an audition again to apply for your own job, and they've lost a few people. And I think another one who's in the firing line is the lovely Ben Brown, you know, who's been a war correspondent. He's been all sorts of things, and they're sort of doing away with him. And they've all been offered redundancy. Ben Brown hasn't yet, but he could be another one in the frame, I'm afraid. Steve, I think Harry forgot to mention he was in a 2-bed while we paid $2.4 million to refurbish a room or bed place that they wanted. Yeah, they did pay the money back on that one. They did pay it back, which was good. Took them a bit of a while, didn't it? And now they've got 135 million. I don't know what I'd do first with it. Thank you. Listening to you at 11 a.m. in Thailand around the pool and sweating in the heat, says this one. Currently in, is it Nanyang, for a week before returning home to Prestatyn, saying Neil and That's a bit of a down trend, isn't it? Prestatyn after being in Thailand. And big fan and thank you for what you do. Thank you. What people say is, thank you so much for what you do. And I go, what is it that I do? Oh, I know. I sit in a little room, which is probably about 12 foot by 6 or 8 foot, something like that, full of equipment with screens. I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 screens in here, a mixing desk. I've got no idea what it does. No idea. I've got one screen which has got all my texts and things like that, and I've got another screen which tells me what I'm doing on the programme, which is very exciting. It tells you the break to go to and the time, and I've missed the time already, so I have to be honest with you and tell you it's 4:17.
This is LBC. Leading Britain's conversation. LBC with Steve Allen.
Mornings, nice to have your company. I hope you're well. You good? Good. I do hope so. More on our fantastic luxury holiday to the Maldives a little bit later on this morning, which is quite nice. And don't forget as well, you can contact this programme via your Alexa. All you have to do is, if you're listening via the smart speaker, you can send a message to me just by saying, Alexa, send a comment to LBC. and it will immediately pick up on it, and it will then do predictive text, and it's very clever. I mean, it really is very clever. And the other day and the day before, we were getting hundreds of these things flooding in, which is great. So I'm very grateful. Thank you very much indeed. But we still have the same thing in operation, which is anything offensive or deemed libelous or actionable. I'm afraid we delete you. And we don't just delete you for an hour or something. We delete you forever. OK, so you might have to go and buy another telephone, and then we delete that as well. Steve, did you see the huge storm which did a lot of damage where Harry lives? Yes, I think something like 9,000 people have been told to evacuate, and they are one of the families. Now, whether he's there at the moment, I've got no idea. Probably too busy pretending to be a celebrity, which I find a little bit embarrassing, actually. I don't mind them being members of the royal family, but they're not celebrities. Perhaps to some people, we've had a few peculiars. You know, when you get something, oh, you're talking about Harry again, aren't you? And you know damn well they won't have bought the book or anything else like that. And they are generally people that the police have got on their records. They have to. They have to have that. Another one, Mo says, morning. You are top G. I think that's top guy. And Shane says, I love the Fortunes. Can you say to Noreen, I love their songs? Was it true the main singer died of the Fortunes? I can't remember who the lead singer of the Fortunes was, but they did... I see, you got your troubles, I got mine. They had quite a lot of hits. Eddie Mooney was best known as a member. I don't think he was a lead singer, Eddie Mooney. It doesn't ring a bell with me. Oh, he was lead singer of the Fortunes, but they had loads of hit. Here comes that rainy day feeling again. You've got your troubles, here it comes again. Ooh, that feeling, here it comes again. I'm quite musical at this time of the morning, actually. You don't get this on other radio stations. There's a reason. It sounds rubbish. You know, Steve Allen does not sing. Yeah, tell me something I don't know, but still get paid for it, whether I sing or not. And I like to sing occasionally. It sort of cheers me up a little bit. You know, I can be a little bit cheery. Oh, we've got something for Jack this morning. Look, we found those. This is the baked fruit, the urban fruit. This is strawberries, though. Now, Freddie will tell you that they don't look like strawberries, but they are baked strawberries. And when you put them in your mouth, you let them go a little bit soft, and then you just sort of... they're high in fibre. So you could trade a cup of tea for it. And we've also got you, there's no end to the excitement today, free-range egg and watercress. I know. Yeah, I know. That's even more appreciated than the strawberries, isn't it? I can tell. But I was quite surprised. I came in this morning and all my Satsumas from yesterday had gone. They don't always go. Sometimes there's a few left, but they're actually... It's January, you're right, everybody's on the health kick, except Jack. And, no, he'll get there, he'll be fine, he'll be fine. But no, eat more fruit. Eat more fruit, that's what I say to people. Eat more fruit. You have to. It's the only way you're going to get through as well. Hollywood star Tom Hanks joined Harry for a sketch in which the Duke sent himself out. And he thinks he's a personality, as opposed to he's just a minor member of the royal family, and he's never going to be king, and he's burnt all his bridges. But he's got the money, which, if that's what it comes down to, fantastic. You know, if that's all it's about, good for you. You've got the money, and much good may it do you. Much good may it do you. Do you know a law for spiking drinks is unnecessary, says a minister, despite the government committing to look at legislation last year? Home Office Minister Sarah Dines says a specific offence would not be created because there were already several offences which cover spiking. You know, at the end of last year, 5,000 cases of spiking. 5,000. This is what they say. If you're going out to a pub in London, in Manchester, everywhere you go to, and you go to the loo, take your drink with you. Take your drink with you. Because people can drop stuff in drinks, and there's been all sorts of disasters over the years, and we wouldn't want to think that anybody is going to be suffering at the hands of somebody who could perpetrate such a crime. Virginia Blackburn's column today says one of the few members of the royal family who still seems willing to speak to Prince Harry is Princess Eugenie. She's also displayed ironclad loyalty to her father, Prince Andrew. Will it last? She might be feeling somewhat torn, discussing in his book the fact that dear old Meghan asked if they would lose their security. Harry's ghostwriter says, not in the wake of my Uncle Andrew. Despite being embroiled in a shameful scandal, no one had even suggested removing his security. People have had plenty of reasons to complain about us. Sex crimes weren't one of them. And Virginia says, does this man's stupidity really have no bounds? No. No, absolutely not. Absolutely not. I mean, he is absolutely rank stupid. You know, never a difficult job to do, never had to make anything, never competed in the Royal Tournament, never did anything. Anything. You know, can only tell you the truth, can't we? Michael Flatley has had an emergency operation for an aggressive form of cancer, which was diagnosed over Christmas. Only goes to prove, it doesn't matter who you are, you can be the richest man in the world, you know, and be really successful. He made Irish dancing popular. In fact, it all started, and I remember watching it on the Eurovision Song Contest when it came from Ireland, and the two hosts went, Michael Flatley and the woman, whose name I can't remember, Jean, I think, and he went, Riverdance. And this thing started, and I would say thank you, Pommett. We'll supply a little carrier bag for you next time, shall we? That'll be handy. Honestly, it's like grabbing the food before it's even settled. But anyway, so they sort of, Michael Flatley, Riverdance, and it started off, and Jean was doing her bit and all the rest of it, and then it sort of, this thing built. The like of which I have never seen for a long, long time. It just got better and better and better. Then Michael Flatley came on, and he had the heels, and it was just fantastic, and then they danced together. And then the orchestra, they had a live orchestra there to play this, and they play this bit, and then these dancers come on stage, all doing Irish dancing, and it starts off slow and slow and slow, and then picks up and picks up and picks up. And then another load of dancers come on, and they do this thing, and it had you in tears because it was just so fantastic. And then they finished, and this audience that were there in Ireland went wild. Everybody was standing up and cheering, you know, how to get back into a competition after they'd done that. And Michael Flatley then went on to take this around the world with all the different shows. They had Riverdance, they had Feet of Flames, they had all sorts of different things, and they had huge lineups of people doing Irish dancing, and all of a sudden Irish dancing became like the thing. I mean, I've tried it. I can't do it. I have to be honest. Well, it's very clever to do, you know, and to find, because lots of boys and girls in Ireland go from an early age to do Irish dancing, and you see it at weddings and stuff like that. But it's something, I just don't think my legs work in that way. I don't think they do. But to watch Michael Flatley dancing on stage, there was no doubt about it. He was an absolute star, and I interviewed Bill Whelan, who did the show and the music and everything else, and Michael Flatley, and this thing just got bigger and bigger. When it went to America, they went berserk for it. And he's done it on television, he's done it everywhere. Just really, you know, one of those great things. So to hear that he was not very well is a bit of a shock, actually. So he's undergone surgery. He's now understood to be recuperating with the support of his dancer wife, Neem, and his son Michael Jr., who's 15. So we wish him the very best and hope that he gets better soon. He's only 64. Whereas, in fact, appearing in Leicester Square the other night at the Hippodrome, the London Hippodrome up here, was the fabulous and incomparable Shirley Bassey. Nearly 50 years since she stole the show there. And it was just an amazing place to work. It was Talk of the Town until 1983. She's the only singer to record 3 007 theme songs. She is now celebrating her 86th birthday. And she came in here to be interviewed. And I was like, you know, meeting a hero, aren't you? You're meeting Dame Shirley Bassey. And I thought she was fantastic. And strange enough, I was watching her on YouTube earlier on, where she does, you know, one of the, Hey Jude, don't let me down. Take a sad song and make it better. And she does it at the London Palladium. And she does it, and I think it's on one of the Royal Variety performances. And she brings the house down. She's got such a big voice. Big voice. And I saw her doing it a few days after she'd done this. I saw her at the Dominion, Tottenham Court Road, where there was a big show which featured all sorts of major Hollywood stars, including Ginger Rogers. And I was there with a friend of mine, and you could meet all the people afterwards. And so I've got a lovely picture of me at home with Shirley Bassey. And she lives in Monaco. And surprisingly, she came in and she asked if my boss was around, Ashley. And so I said, oh, do you know Ashley? She said, yes. She said, their flat's on top of mine in Monaco. So the tables have got a flat over there. And I remember thinking, how cool is that? How cool is that? But she's 86. She was over here for her birthday. I think also there were all sorts of people, because other people who had played the Hippodrome when it was the Talk of the Town Judy Garland. Judy Garland came over to play it. She didn't even own her own name. The name Judy Garland was owned by the studio. So they had to sort of word it differently. Sammy Davis Jr. played there. Everybody, Dusty Springfield played it. Everybody played it. It was the place to go to. And, of course, the likes of Julie Andrews played as well. When I talked to Julie, and I knew the fact anyway, when it was a theatre, they would have a bit at the end of the show where they would go, we've got any little girls who want to sing a song? And she was a plant in the audience, and she'd put her hand up and they'd go, little girl over there. So she'd come up, and of course, because she was pitch perfect and could sing, she was fantastic. So they used her at a Royal Variety performance when she was the one who stood on stage with the whole company and sang, God save our gracious Queen, long live. And we all went, and I remember talking to her when she came down from her estate in Malibu. And I just remember sitting there staring at her going, it's only bloody Julie Andrews, isn't it? You know, it doesn't get any better. 4:30 is the time. Let's get the news headlines for you this morning with Charlotte Morgan.
At Honda, we've been engineering cars for over 75 years, actually. We know that excellence takes time. So you can rely on the Honda engineering in the all-new eNY1 with a range of up to 250 miles on a single charge and up to 5 years warranty, servicing and roadside assistance. Our first electric SUV, the eNY1. Oh, a hole-in-one.
Yes!
Honda, the power of dreams. Range based on test conditions and may vary.
This is LBC with Steve Allen.
Morning. So with Shirley Bassey, the talk of the town, at 86 and looking fantastic. Cliff Richard is 82, something like that. And Barry Manilow turns 80 this year, and he's just said that he wants to go back on tour again. You see, it's what I said before when we were talking about Elton John, and he's doing this worldwide tour, and then he's doing this, and he's got these other bits and pieces. They don't know anything else, these people. They only know how to tour. And Barry has urged his husband and manager, Gary, to book him and his band some more shows. So they start a 57-day date tour this week. That's not including the Vegas shows, but he said he prefers doing the other one. And he's got a musical, Harmony, which is going to open on Broadway this year. And he's got an album of new songs with beautiful melodies. He's 80. He must have made a fortune. He must have made enough money to sit down and retire. But I think he's like a lot of people. When you get to that certain age, you think to yourself, why would you want to stop working? The idea is you want to keep working because that keeps you young. Although Barry did make me laugh when he said, there's a lot of people my age who don't look as good as I do. I thought, no, because you've had surgery and you're unrecognisable. You know, I mean, I would never go that route. I did think about it some years ago. Not sort of major surgery, but I thought little bits. And then I thought, no, just in case it makes you look slightly odd. Because I know that if you're a man and you have a facelift, they tuck behind your ear. So what you have to start doing is shaving behind your ear for a facelift, because that's where the skin goes. They're pulling it taut and then goes behind the ear and then they're stitching it. Because Dale had it done. He went for a nose job to Switzerland, had a full facelift. Came back looking like he'd been run over by a steamroller. Seriously, I looked at the photograph. Well, I looked at him and I went, what? When does this go down? He said, well, it takes a while. It takes a while because you're ripping your skin apart, and he had to start shaving behind his ears, which is slightly disturbing. It was a bit like a Carry-On film or something like that, you know. Frying tonight, as they say. Steve, when the talk of the town became the Hippodrome, I went and saw Sylvester there. He rose out of the floor. Well, because they had gay night on a Monday night, and they brought over all these people, and Sylvester was one of them. And in fact, I actually compared... what did I compare? Oh, I compared Mr. Gay UK with Rusty Lee at the Hippodrome donkeys years ago. So they had all these guys who'd won heats in gay clubs up and down the country, and then they brought them all together, and we did this huge show. Now, in the middle of the Hippodrome, on the floor, the stage rises out, and the middle bit drops down. So you can drop the middle bit of the stage down, electronically, of course. People stand on it, and then the middle bit comes up, and then you're in the spotlight. And so me and Rusty Lee were doing it. I mean, it was great fun, but the people who were taking part, a few of them came up and said, it's not going to be publicised, is it? Because my family don't know I'm gay. I said, they're going to find out pretty quickly, aren't they, really? But it was very interesting. But unfortunately, what they'd done is, for the first bit of the show, to demonstrate all the boys who were taking part. They'd dress them all up, don't ask me why, in Lincoln green, so they look like Robin Hoods. So they've got tights on, and the middle of the stage goes down, and we go, ladies and gentlemen, these are your contestants tonight for Mr. Gay UK, whatever year it was. And the thing comes up, and unfortunately, these tights, they only had their pants on underneath. You could see everything. You could absolutely... And I remember sort of standing there, and the audience started laughing. And I remember turning around thinking, oh, my God. So we had to take the lift back down again, because you could see, right, it almost became like an X-ray. You could see everything. It was very embarrassing, but funny, but very funny. But no, just a beautiful place to work, because it's so big. And I was lucky enough, when it was the Hippodrome, to go up above the false ceiling and see all the things that were up there. All the original seating was up above the false ceiling, and the boxes and all the things that made it the Hippodrome Theatre. And so when my good friend Stephen decided to take it on with the family and turn it into a casino, it was all full of scaffolding, and we went over there because I'm a big fan of the Hippodrome, and it was just amazing because they restored all the boxes. The seating, you can still see in there. It forms the restaurant now. They didn't get rid of it, and it held a lot of people. But to see those original boxes, and so the lighting person would sit there with a follow spot. But they used to have at midnight, every night of the week, the light show. And the light show was just like, it was as good as watching Riverdance, because it would start this music. You can see it on, I think, YouTube, Hippodrome Light Show. It's worth watching. These huge tubes descended out of the ceiling, and then they all opened up like flowers, and lights started spinning round, and it was just unbelievable. And they had lasers and all the rest of it on there. It was quite something, and the music was specially written, I think, just for... Have you found it? Just for the Hippodrome Light Show, yeah. And these things, when they came down from the ceiling, and then the DJs were ready. The DJs were like 30 feet apart. I had to get somebody else to put the music on, but there you go. These light things would come down from the ceiling, these tubes. Nobody had ever seen anything like it. It was so innovative. It was really, and I used to love it. And of course, most of the waiters, not all of them, but most of the waiters who'd walk around among the crowd were cross-dressers. And Peter did it because he wanted it to be like a sort of a Berlin nightclub or something like that. A friend of mine used to walk around, in a gladiator's outfit with a huge snake around his neck, and people could touch it and everything else, because snakes are tone deaf, don't hear a thing. So it made no difference to them whether they were in a nightclub or not. But it was quite... You used to get some of these drag queens in there, 6 foot, with their heels on. They were nearly 7, and their wigs and everything else, and people would go, who's that? Who's that? It was all new in London. It was very innovative, very, very innovative. Steve, I had a dream. I've heard that before, actually, that Meghan got a new acting role in La La Land, and Harry came back here and Charles blanked him. William didn't speak to him, so he moved in with Uncle Andrew. You're having weird dreams. That's a really weird... See, I like weird dreams. I have weird dreams most of the time. In fact, I woke up this morning and my entire bedding was all on the floor. I must move about a lot in bed. Everything, the duvet, no, not the mattress, the duvet, and I've got a rug, kind of like one of these, whatever they call them, like, I don't know what it is. Anyway, it looks furry. It looks like it came off an animal, but it's not. It's all fake. And it was all on the floor. I wonder why I was getting a bit nippy. And it was all there, so I had to sort of get out of bed, reshake it out and put it all in there again, which was fine. I didn't have any problem with that. But I do get these weird dreams. I get dreams that feature people that I know. And I think that's even more worrying than not having dreams at all. Because when you bump into them, you think, I wonder if you realise that I've had a dream about you. And you try and sort of block it out from your mind. It's an awful lot easier, actually. And somebody says, Harry's book has already sold over 1.4 million English copies and on a second run. Is it? Wow, you must be delighted. This is the publisher writing to me, have to try and overhype something. And Sarah says, I just learned something from you, Steve. I study music history and had no idea Barry Manilow was gay. I know, and I don't want to break it to you, but H from Steps is not looking too promising, I have to tell you. Yes, Barry Manilow has been gay. He married his manager years ago. Gary. And he says he loves being gay. I mean, come on. I write the songs that make the... Oh, Mandy, when you at the Copa. Come on. Goodness sake, honestly, it was blatant, wasn't it, really? I always love it when people sort of come out as gay and then somebody goes, I had no idea. No idea at all. Big surprise for everybody. So there you have learnt something. Steve, I thought you were about to say Barry Manilow wanted to go to Copacabana for his 80th. I should imagine Shawnee's been there and bought the T-shirt. I would think so. Tom says, I've been away on business in India and on the plane waiting to taxi home. It's been great having you at a more reasonable hour. Yeah, depending on where you are in the world, because you can listen to this on Alexa and on your telephone, it's not difficult. Global Player, we've got everything and all of the podcasts and everything else. I mean, do download. I always encourage people to download as much as you can, mainly because it's beneficial for me. I'm only doing it for selfish reasons, so that, you know, I can say, you know, I'm number 4 in the Apple top 100 or whatever it is. You know, different people do it. You know, people far better known than I am, and probably far better qualified. And Steve, I thought Shirley Bassey lives in Monaco. I thought she was living in Cardiff. No, she's from Tiger Bay, but she's lived in Monaco for donkey's years. Really has, actually. And somebody apologising for not being able to listen to all of the broadcasts this week. You see, do not accept apologies. There's no excuse. You can download. In fact, if you pick it up on the Global Player, you can forward it, stop it, but jump forward. You can rewind. You can do anything you like. Favourite bits you can hear time and time again. And I recommend it, actually. And, Steve, I heard a gentleman's club in Soho has been closed down. Yes, for 3 months they've closed this club down after allegations of people complaining that their drinks were spiked. Because I was explaining to Freddie, my producer, that I worked in Vienna, and in Vienna they have an undercurrent of sex clubs. You wouldn't think so. It's Vienna. It's got, you know, the Prater, the big fun fair there. It's got, you know, the Riesenrad, which is the big wheel. They've got the opera house and all the rest of it. But at night time, the ring around the city, the Gürtel, becomes red light district. I mean, seriously, red light district, the like of which you've never seen. It looks like a scene out of Shaft. Girls with big afro wigs and thigh-length silver boots standing outside a house, which during the daytime looks like a normal house in Vienna. All red lights. It's called the red light district, and it was amazing. But this friend of mine went over there, and he happened to go to a bar. Now, whether or not he knew what sort of bar it was, and this was in the Kärtnerstrasse, very posh, you know, daytime not open, nighttime open, red light, girls, blah, 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 blah. And if girls come and sit with you, they used to have them in London. You have to buy them a drink. But most of the places in London that were offering this service, they didn't have drinks license. So the girls were drinking basically like sort of coloured water. But it would cost you £400 for a bottle. And you'd sit down and you'd have so-called drinks with these girls. And if you didn't pay, they had bouncers who would take you to the cash point and you would pay. And this particular place in Vienna, he went in there and he woke up, he was on a park bench, and it turned out somebody had spiked his drinks, but as he was going under, they got him to sign his name on all these different visa slips and then put them through. So it looked like he'd spent between $3,000 and $4,000. I think it was in dollars at the time, even though they did the Austrian shillings. And I remember thinking, blimey, that's quite dangerous. And this particular club has been accused of it. It's a girly club. I think it's a strip club. But we don't seem to have as many as we used to. They used to be all over the place where you could go there and you would pay somebody to dance in front of you. I remember thinking, why don't you just go and sit with that person who's having a dance and just watch their dancer? But you used to pay a lot of money. Have you ever been to anywhere like that, Jack? No. Oh, yeah? Paid for sort of dancing? I think they call it lap dancing, don't they? Oh, you know it's called lap dancing. Yeah. I've never been, but there used to be one in Tottenham Court Road. And I think it was called Spearmint Rhino. But one in Leicester Square? Next to the Hippodrome? Really? Really? I thought that was a sandwich bar. I'm obviously not looking in the right place. Next to the Hippodrome? Really? There is a woman, actually. Strange. While we're on the subject of this, if you go past the Hippodrome, there's a little alley which leads into Chinatown, and there's little shops selling beautiful Chinese lanterns and stuff like that. And there's a woman outside there every day, and she's hooking. Because she's talking to people as they go, and I'm thinking, this is a bit bizarre. And I've seen her on quite a few occasions, but I don't know where this club is that you appear to know. And two big unicorns. Are you sure you're not thinking it's the Hippodrome? You're not getting confused by it? Really? Oh right. Oh well, we live and learn. I tell you what, every day an adventure on this programme. The Adventures of Jack and his credit card. You know. You imagine, can't you? But in some countries, if you go to Copenhagen, where it was legal before anywhere else, it's quite dreary and boring now. It looks a bit dated. And also, you don't need to have sex shops selling magazines because people have got the internet. I think we'll take a break, actually. I'm becoming all hot. 14 minutes to 5.
Steve Allen on LBC. Text 84850.
Like a ticking time bomb in the studio. I tell you, we've got people texting in saying this goes on in my neck of the woods and everything else. Grief. If your producer, says Sula, is called Freddie and you're a dreamer, good name for a popular group, methinks. Probably Freddie and the Dreamers. Steve, I get weird dreams too. What I do is I keep a pen and paper by the bedside so I can scribble something down, because your dreams last seconds. You think they go on forever and ever and ever, but they don't. They last seconds. And if you wake up and you go, oh, it's really vivid, and then you go to write it and you've forgotten it already. It doesn't last so long, especially I do as well, actually. Soon to leave for the 0502 Thameslink from Purley, 0412 Brighton. The Norm, as you know, I was watching on YouTube the old Celebrity Big Brother episode where Kim Woodburn was on. It was very satisfying watching her totally silence Nicola McLean. The language from Nicola McLean. God, dear. Miss Pottymouth. Dear me. Kim was dreadfully treated, says Mark, and ganged up on. Yes. I've never been a fan of Nicola McLean. Thank you very much indeed. There are certain people who sort of pop up on television programmes and you think, why don't people play this stuff back? And you look at the language and you think, oh, no, absolutely not. Absolutely not. Steve. Loving the programme, says Shane. You have me as a friend. Thank you very much indeed. We're all friends this morning. I've got 2 Satsumas in here. I've got enough tea to last me an entire lifetime. And we've got the newspapers. And there's the toxic time bomb of waste. I'm always amazed at how much waste is threatening beaches and rivers. But I have been in the past, and it was many, many years ago when I was little, when you're on the beach and you have something to eat, like an ice cream, you take the wrapper off and you dig a hole in the sand and you bury it. That's what we did. You put the stick in there and everything. Sometimes you make the stick into a little flag, but that's it. But when you look, they say only the 3 Ps should be flushed down the toilet. And I don't propose going into the 3 Ps. Thank you very much indeed. But they do say most of the blockage is from wet wipes and stuff like that. And I think there can't be many people who haven't used wet wipes. Mark Hammond, head of customer field services at Yorkshire Water, says every day our teams deal with blockages caused by wet wipes, unflushable and foreign objects in the sewer. Because when you think about it, if you're in a very tall tower block and you go to toilet, that's going to go the whole length of the building. The whole length of the building, and then sort of pop out the other end. Grief, honestly. I don't know. Also battling Elisa McAvoy, who regularly featured in The Express as part of their End the Disability Bills crisis crusade, has died at the age of 9. She lived with cerebral palsy, which left her reliant on a wheelchair, and was registered deaf and blind. Her father, Dan, said that his little fighter had died peacefully at a hospice in Winchester before moving in just before Christmas. So sad when children die. So sad when anybody dies. I know, because I've been in that situation. It's so sad. She was a little fighter all the way to the end, and then it sort of claims people's lives, and you have to live with it. And it's unbelievably difficult, I should imagine. Do you know that Romeo Beckham made his debut this week playing for Brentford Football? No, he was playing for the B team. The B team. He was like way down the list. Ice Cream Ian says Jack is right. I passed it on the way to Greg's. Jack went once, he would pointed out to his fan, and he just went. It was his 18th birthday, and he spent £20. How much did you spend on a drink? Did you you have to buy a drink, don't you? £10 for a beer? Don't you go there again? Don't you? That's just £10 for a beer. But he said, this was quite a while ago, as you can imagine, and he said you do get pestered. I went to a place years ago. I had a guest on my programme. I've told this story before, but it always intrigues me because I was so fascinated. And he was something to do with the music business in the 60s. Big deal. I won't tell you his name. But anyway, he said, why don't you come round to my place? He said, I've got a club. And I went, oh, OK. So a friend of mine at the time was the landlord of a pub in Fleet Street. And I said, listen, do you fancy on Friday going out to this club? We can have a couple of drinks and all the rest of it. And he said, yeah. So Julie... we went to this club. It was in a Mews, where I cannot remember, because it was such a long time ago. And we go up the stairs, and I thought it was a bit odd, because there just appeared to be red lights. And I didn't kind of twig, first of all, and we sort of ended up in this place. It was sort of above Mews houses, so it sort of ran across the length of it. And all around there were tables and booths and red curtains and red lights on and everything else. And the moment we sort of came up the stairs, all the girls, who didn't appear to have any friends with them, sort of moved towards us. And it turned out it was a brothel. We had no idea. We had no idea at all. It's not the first time I've been fooled. And when the owner came out, he said, "Hi, Steve." I went, "Hi." And he went, "That's all right, girls." And so they all went sitting back down again on their telephones, doing all the rest of it. But then we went to stay in Glasgow one time. I used to work for, as you know, an industrial radio station in the biscuit factory. And we decided to book into a hotel in Glasgow. And we were looking for something medium price. You know, we didn't want something too expensive because it was only going to be one night. And anyway, we sort of got dressed and we were going to go out for something to eat. And we go down into the bar and it's full of women. We didn't see hardly any blokes at all, full of women. And the moment we sort of walked in, they all turned around and looked at us. And I remember thinking, oh, slightly odd, isn't it? And it turns out it was another one of these bars which ladies frequented of the night. And they were looking for customers. Well, as you can imagine, we were the last people that were going to be treated as customers. But it's very intimidating if you've not been before. It's like the lap dancing clubs, isn't it? You know, you sort of pay for a lap dance. And how many people did you go with? Did you go with a few people? Just two, including you? Oh, right, so there were two of you that went. So they didn't make much money out of you, did they? They made like 40 quid. But mind you, multiply that by hundreds and hundreds of people who go to these sort of places. There must be a need for it, because otherwise they wouldn't exist. They must make a fortune. They really must make a fortune. I mean, can you imagine how much premises in Leicester Square cost? That must be a fortune round there. So you've got to make it back. And the girls would do it. I remember in Stringfellows, Peter had a new rule, Peter Stringfellow, and the girls who were walking around as waitresses, they didn't get paid. He didn't pay them. They made their money on tips. All of them made their money on tips. So it was up to them to come up to you and go, "Hi, what would you like?" And you'd go, save you going to the bar and everything else. And you'd go, "I'll have a double vodka and Coke," and she'd bring it back, and that'll be like you, £10 or whatever it is. So you give sort of £10, but there's a little tray on her tray which has got tips in it, and that's how they made their money. In fact, some of the girls used to pay to actually be in clubs in London so that they could then earn the tip money. And, you know, if you're a good hustler, you make a lot of money. Not out of Jack. Oh, no, he was far too careful. Can you write this down for my mother and just say this is what I paid for a drink, please? And just imagine, can't you? I love it. Steve. I used to go to the paddling pool in Burgess Park. Wouldn't dream of it now. Cut your face on a moped. I'm always amazed at what people throw into rivers. You know, you see them, because around our way we have the River Thames. It's very pretty, it's very nice. But there's a plug. And twice a year they pull the plug and the water drains from the Thames, and it is completely empty all the way up to Richmond Bridge. So you could walk across. And they go there to clear out shopping trolleys and everything else, and there's rocks and boulders and all sorts of stuff like that. And sorry? Yes, it is genius. So in Twickenham, it just goes completely dry, and then you walk across. But the one thing that we've got in Twickenham, which not everybody's got, is we have an island called Eel Pie Island, which was very famous years and years ago, a hotel on it where the Rolling Stones used to play. But they use it now for the funeral boats. And the funeral boat will be on shoreside by the Barmy Arms, and the people will go there. I think it must be mainly Asian families, and they go there and they take the ashes of their dearly departed. They go round the back of Eel Pie Island and they scatter the ashes. And we've known it for years. I mean, you could see these people coming down, and somebody's got the little box that they're carrying with the ashes in, and they're called the funeral boats. It's all going on round our way. I tell you, I think it's fab. There is a house for sale down there which I would love to purchase, but I don't have the money at the moment. Just need to win a little tiny bit. A local branch of McDonald's near me, says Dean, had to open 24 hours because at night the car park became full of activity and posh cars. Unbelievable. Activity in cars. Can you? I mean, honestly, it's something you can only sort of put to the back of your mind, can't you, really? Still to come, we've got that fantastic holiday, which I shall tell you about. And here we go. Sling Your Hook Sunbeam. This says the Daily Star today pledges to stop printing the frankly bizarre utterances of the world's shyest author for about a week. They call him Man Baby now. He used to be man-child, now he's man-baby. He whinges and basically just keeps changing the story. As I said to you before, now it's our fault he killed 25 Taliban and reported it because it's written in his book. He talks about killing 25 Taliban. I mean, either he's the thickest person under the sun, or he just doesn't take ownership for things. Well, we know he doesn't take criticism. He gets very tetchy over that. The moment you criticise him, he stamps his little foot. You know, if you've ever seen the film Big, it's like, have you ever seen Big? Good film, great film. Hanks. And he actually plays a boy who goes to see a fruit machine. It's like a thing that delivers your fortune called Zoltar. I went to the premiere and they had a Zoltar machine there, and he sort of moves his eyes and moves around and then pushes a card forward, and that's got your things on. And so he picks up this card and he becomes an adult. He's only a boy, but he goes to the fun fair, and it's the last thing. It's not even plugged in, but it works. It's on the pier, and he becomes a man, and he goes to get a job, and at the end of the first week they give him this money, and he goes, "Is this all for me?" And they go, because he's a child, he doesn't know that. He's like, wow, there's loads of it. And he spends it on ice cream and movies and all the rest of it. And it's really good, and that's what he's like. But he is a child, but he's trapped in a body of a man. And there's a girl that he bumps into at work, and she gets designs on him. And he says, "Do you want to come back to my place?" And she thinks, yeah. And he gets back there and he goes, "Do you want to sleep over?" Because he's a child. He doesn't think about anything else. He's not going to think about it. It's such a good film. It's an old one, but you should watch it. I'll have to get it for you, Jack. You'll lot of empathy with it. And it'll be very good. Very nice indeed. All right, listen, this music means we've got the news coming up very shortly. First thing on a builder's mind is dinner. It's like Thomas, isn't it? And his breakfasts and all the rest of it. My God, the food he's putting away. He needs to do more exercise. Mind you, he's lifting beds up and down, so, you've got to get there. But do drop us a line, please, because we'd love to hear from you. Or Alexa, send a comment to LBC. It'll reach me as well.
Here in the UK, we sell amazing products and services the whole world wants.
At the Black Farmer in Devon, our produce is enjoyed on both sides of the Atlantic.
We're McKinnon and Saunders from Manchester, and our puppets are watched on 6 continents.
So whether you're new to exporting or experienced, explore global growth for your business with free support from the UK government. Access information, training, events and expert advice to help you find new customers overseas. Visit great.gov.uk to get started.
This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation with Steve Allen.
Morning, nice to have your company. Welcome to Thursday. One more day, then it's the weekend. And then they've said next week's snow. I'm hoping they're wrong. Because I'm hoping we've finished with the snow and all the rest of it. But there you go. And I was picking out a shirt this morning. Some people just pick up a shirt, put it on, sweatshirt, whatever. And I picked this one, which is sort of like a semi-Hawaiian type shirt. Not the sort of thing you find in Jack or Freddie's wardrobe, let me tell you. Only for people my age, because they're like, down with the kids. And I'm sort of up with the pensioners. And I love it. Because I think if you put on a fairly leery shirt, it makes you feel a bit leery. Which I think it seems to work for me. I think if I was wearing something dour, like black or something like that, I don't think I've actually got anything in black apart from trousers. Now, I looked at them the other day. They came back from the dry cleaners, and turns out they're blue. Obviously, God, and I've got blue socks on, which is a bit embarrassing because I thought I was buying black. No, my dry cleaner is very good. He looks after all in fact, he has to look after my clothes because I can't do it. So he does all the washing and ironing. I just take it all in there, dump it on the counter. He washes and irons and then hangs it on hangers, and I just go and collect it, hang it up in the wardrobe. Seriously, but a lot of these sort of type shirts, which seem to wash okay, actually. I don't think I've ever been one for sort of wearing black. And Jim, who's obviously a bit mad, I'm afraid. He comes from Edgware, so he's obviously well out of his depth. He says, why does Steve Allen, this is writing to Steve Allen, why does Steve Allen, that goes to prove where his brains is, keep posting about what he gives his brother? I've never posted anything. What are you talking about? Where are you from, dear? We know you think you're in Edgware, but you're probably in a hospital, aren't you, I should imagine. Probably under heavy sedation. And, Steve, now that you mention it, being scattered into the Thames would be a fitting final voyage. Although I understand why people do it. Just seems odd to me to be on a shelf sealed in a jar. Some people keep things like that, though. Some people do mind you, it's amazing how many people don't go and collect their relatives or loved ones. They had a thing on the television. Who the dickens was doing it? I can't remember. Or was it The Dream? And it was it was a program on the television about animals and taxidermy. And they went to this bloke, and he can basically, after your pet has departed, he can then take them and fill them with sawdust and all the rest of it and bring them back to life again. Only so much as you can keep them. There's this woman there. I knew it was going to be trouble straight away because she said, "Oh, this is Fluffy," and Fluffy had died, presumably of old age or boredom, because they don't do a lot. Cats, they sleep and they eat and then they go to the garden and then that's about as far as they go, and then they come back indoors and go to sleep again, which is very good. Anyway, Fluffy had died, and she decided that she wanted Fluffy to be stuffed. And so she takes Fluffy, or perhaps this man goes to collect Fluffy, and they bring Fluffy in a box back to the studio. And the two presenters are sitting there, and they're going, "Would you like to see Fluffy now?" And I thought, oh my God, everybody, it was on Gogglebox. That's right, it was on Gogglebox. Because everybody's going, no, we don't want to see Fluffy. Thank you very much indeed. And so she lifted off the lid and she went, oh, she was quite teary about the whole thing, and then lifts out Fluffy. It looked like he'd been caught by a truck's headlights. She said, "Oh, look, he's got those bright eyes and everything else." I'm thinking, this looks freaky. I've seen them in America. They're called freeze-dried. They freeze-dry animals. You can have them sort of done in their favourite pose, and then they sit next to you. What you do with them, I've got no idea. I just thought it looked a bit odd. Not for me. Not for me. But you can have anything stuffed, apparently. Again, not for me, I'm afraid. I don't subscribe to things like that. I understand that the Victorians were very big into taxidermy, and you can go to certain country auctions, and they've got cases. In fact, the Natural History Museum is full of them. Cases with stuffed birds and animals, everything from sort of polar bears to hippopotami, and they're all stuffed because the Victorians loved it. So you'd go into a room and there'd be a case, sometimes really big, about 6x4, and they'd have like 100 birds all stuffed in there. But my favourite, which won't be your favourite, is Potter's Museum of Curiosities, where the man who stuffed the animals made them into little tableaus. So he's got a cricket pitch with rabbits playing cricket. He's got a pussycat wedding. There you go. Pussycats in the school and everything else. These are all made by this one man in Potter's Museum of Curiosity, and he puts them at little desks. There's a wedding, and it is the most bizarre thing that you've ever seen in your entire life. There's a kitten presiding over a wedding. They're all, animals that have died and have been stuffed by him, and you after a while you stop thinking they're animals. I know they are, well, they're not anymore. And this Museum of Curiosity has got loads of them. All the little rabbits sitting at their desks in the school, and the rabbits playing cricket and stuff like that. Because the Victorians loved it. They thought this was, whereas I've got, in my place, all theatre posters. I think I've got very few pictures up on my wall that aren't theatre posters. So I've got everything. And some of them are huge and some of them are not so big, but either way, they just take up all the room. But I remember looking at them because they sold Walter Potter's Museum of Curiosity a long time ago. But all these things are in cases, so he's got them, stuff them, put them into a pose, and then they would put it. And it's clever, but it's very much of its era, I think. And so I was thinking about having the producers done. We could have them put in a case. Yeah, look, this is my producer. Remember this one? This was so funny. Look, we've had him animated. You could you just press the button in front. That would be so cool. That would be so cool. You could have sort of Jack sitting there with a cup of tea, turning round, putting it on the table, turning round, going back again. It could all be like animatronics. Freddie could be sort of talking and then leaning forward and then sort of holding his hand up to indicate I have to take a break. I think that'd be a brilliant idea. Why not? What an homage, what a tribute to be sort of, and then we could have them at the end of the pier. I remember years ago you won't remember these things, but the most popular one at the end of the pier was a bloke, a sailor, sitting in a box. Not a very big sailor, probably about 2 or 3 feet tall. And you'd put a penny in and he would go, ha, 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 and he would laugh. and tip backwards and forwards. And apparently we used to think that was hilarious in the early days. I did. But my favourite were the haunted house, where you put the penny in, the lights would dim in the glass case, and then the windows would open and the front door, and then a ghost would come out of the garden and all sorts of things. And they were very popular. I wonder if you can still see those. They must be able to see those sort of things. I like anything like that, anything that was sort of old and unusual in the fairground. But I never did the freak shows. Never did the freak shows. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. And Steve says, Niall, I can see you at home with a stuffed python. I don't like snakes. I really don't do snakes at all. I've tried. I've had various friends over the years who've had snakes. And you have to feed them with these things. And I remember thinking, oh, no. I just don't. I couldn't. There's this friend of mine who used to walk around the Hippodrome with this snake round his neck. I mean, I used to see it. It was kept in a vivarium, which has got just a heat light in it. And then he would feed them dead mice. He used to go to the pet shop and buy dead mice. And I used to think, oh, no, I don't know why. Just never appealed to me at all. Katie says, I'm in London for a couple of days, saw Moulin Rouge, the musical, yesterday. It was absolutely phenomenal. Highly recommended. Bit of sightseeing today before seeing Newsies. Oh, you'll love Newsies. You'll love Newsies. This sort of way. It's energetic. It's bouncy. It's good. I had the show on DVD from America. Really, really good. It's about the newspaper boys in America going on strike because they weren't getting the right money. Over here, we had it all the time with different bits and pieces. The little match girls went on strike. But this is Newsies. If you've not, go see. Go see. There's so many good shows in town at the moment. And we've still got Wicked. We've still got Les Miserables. And we've still got Phantom of the Opera. Oh, wait, Jack's still going, yeah. He's never been to any of these shows until... See, Book of Mormon. You see, Book of Mormon, I would think, would be your level. You would like that. That's a little bit sort of, rib taking. Hello, my name is Elder Price. Again, a very, very good show. It used to be just up the road, actually. I don't know where it is now. What theatre? Do you remember the theatre it's in? It's not in the Prince of Wales, is it? You can't remember. Oh, well. But, again, some really good shows. Wicked is good. You should see Wicked. That's very good. Yeah, you must really go see it. A friend of mine's the producer. You must definitely go see it. And what was the other one that we're going? Oh, Newsies. You've got to see Newsies because there's so much energy in the cast and it's such a good story. You should go see that. So, Kate, you will love it. But a bit of sightseeing, so that's a good idea. That is a good idea. I think the weather's not going to be great. But listen, who cares? Only water. But, you can go and see various... You should try and do as many sites as possible. You could do one of the tour buses... But unfortunately, I'm not a huge fan of the tour buses. I don't know why. I just, they're not cheap. They're not cheap. But I mean, around here, around central London, you've got everything. You've got Trafalgar Square, Covent Garden, you've got Buckingham Palace, you've got Whitehall, you've got Horse Guards Parade, you've got Parliament Square, the Houses of Parliament, Westminster Abbey, Central Hall, Westminster. You've got the Embankment. You can see the one remaining bit of the Palace of Westminster on the Embankment. You have to go down, go over Westminster Bridge, first turning left, go down there, 200 yards on the left-hand side. There's a bit cordoned off, and there's a set of steps. That's the only bit left of the Palace of Westminster, and that shows how big the River Thames used to be. Actually, go a bit further, and you will hit Embankment Tube Station. Right next door to that is a garden, which is beautiful. But in fact, that garden is fairly recent in sort of, terms of how old things are. At the end of it, you will see this big concrete thing. It's the Watergate. And there was a big house there, and that's where you pulled your boat up to the Watergate. You got out of your boat and you walked through this archway into the big house. Now you've just got the Watergate left. Oh, there's loads of things around it. Seriously, we got London history. I'm telling you, we got everything. You can go down to the Thames, stand by Cleopatra's Needle. You can get a boat from the Thames, go all the way down to Greenwich, have a pizza, come back, see how big the Thames is. You can just do everything. You pass the oldest pub in the country. There's just so many things. I could sit it all day, well, for a few more minutes anyway, and tell you about all the things you can see in London. I could do tours. I love looking at the history of London. And if you live and work in London, I think it's part of your bounden duty to know where everything is. Oh, by the way, don't eat at the American retro sweet shops. OK, don't buy anything from there. You mustn't do that at all. They've sprung up all over the place. No prices on anything. And as far as I'm concerned, That's got the word avoid. Thank you very much indeed. Steve, do you think that your show will ever be televised like the other LBC shows, says Heather? What other shows are televised? I don't think any of them are televised, are they? Oh, some in Vision. Oh, right, so you can click... Oh, no, I don't want to be in Vision. Andrew Marr's whole show is worse as a video. Well, it's only an hour. Oh, the Global Player, it comes up. Oh, does it? Oh, no, I don't want to be in that. Thank you very much indeed. I'd have to have full makeup and everything. There'd have to be a hair transplant. You haven't mentioned my haircut. Nobody's mentioned my haircut today. I thought I'd come in today and somebody would say, nice haircut, Steve. Not a word. Not a word. It was a bit late now. It's 5:15. Should have said it at the beginning of the programme. A bit miffed by that. Even when Laughing Boy brought the papers up, I thought he's going to say something. He's going to say something about the hair. Nothing. Not a peep. Not a peep. Was he just, Sorry? I can't hear you. Can't hear you. It was so good you were speechless. You tell lies. I know. So if you're listening via an Alexa smart speaker, you can send a message to me. It's all terribly clever and very sophisticated. Just say, Alexa, send a comment to LBC. So just send a comment and it arrives in the studio and everything is hunky-dory, which is fantastic. Right, what do we got? 16 minutes past 5. What do we normally have at this time? We have the LBC Travel with Joanne Webb.
Steve Allen on LBC.
Morning, we're all deciding how much we pay for haircuts now. Freddie, £15. Was it 15? £30 for a haircut. I can't believe it. £30 for a haircut. Have you tried elsewhere? That seems an awful lot of money. My friend Jonathan Levi, I'm sure that Jonathan used to pay about 60 quid, but he had a straightening process and everything else. I remember thinking, that seems an awful lot of money. Jack, of course, just negotiates with them, I'll stuff your cat and, can I get it cheaper? But he's paying about 20 quid and he's in London. I mean, perhaps you need to come out to the burbs because, out in the suburbs, you get it a lot cheaper. Hounslow, I believe you can still get a £5 haircut. Seriously, because if you're just having a clipper job, then it takes them minutes. And I've seen people queuing. I might have gone up a little bit. But no, I mean, it's phenomenally, it's the new growth area. Because I thought about opening a salon. Because what you do is you take a lease on premises, you put some chairs in and a mirror. Even though I can't cut hair, it doesn't make any difference. I rent the chairs out. So you say barbers wanted, and they pay you 250 quid a week for their chair, and then whatever they make over and above that, that's their profit. That goes on. Have you never seen that before? That's quite common. And dentists as well. You'll go in, the person who owns the dentist practice, 9 out of 10 times isn't a dentist. They rent out the chairs. And the dentists, who are trainees and they've been through college and all the rest of it, make their money on offering services to people. You want your teeth cleaned, or you want this, or you want that. So it's nowadays you don't need to be. I was hoping to open a brewery. I don't have to know anything about the alcohol, but I could have a quick go with it. Steve, I saw the Newsies pro shot on Disney Plus. It's what encouraged me to book to see the show. I am walking around London. Don't need a bus. They're very expensive. Thank you for the tip. You're very welcome. Have you seen Blood Brothers? Oh, yeah. I've got my name up over the posters. Blood Brothers. See it once, you'll be queuing to return. We saw it. We loved it. Thought it was fantastic. Steve, my mobile fell in the loo at the gym yesterday. It's now sitting in rice to dry it out. That won't work. I don't care what anybody says. That you basically need to go and get another phone. It's an old wives' tale. Oh, just get a bowl of rice and stick your phone in there. Absolute rubbish. Absolute rubbish. The moment you've dropped your phone in there, that is it. But luckily, if you've got half a brain, all your stuff will be saved, hopefully, to the iCloud. And then you get a new phone, or you might even have kept an old one, plug it into your computer, and it downloads all the stuff to it. And there you go. But because otherwise, you've got to pay a lot. John says, I pay $17 for a clipper haircut in York. God, that's expensive, isn't it? £17. I don't know. It depends. Shane says, I pay $20. I'm grey and old. But that's 20 Australian dollars, which I think works out at about £12, isn't it? I think the Australian dollar. That's what I thought, the Australian dollar. But no. To be honest with you, mine takes about 5 minutes to do. 5 minutes. There you go, £11.38. Well, not bad. It's not bad. But no, to be honest with you, it's worth whatever you want to pay. If you only go and get your hair cut every so often. Some people do it themselves. You know, the father of my godchildren has been doing his own for years. He's got a shaver, and he just does it. And you can buy these shavers now, which have got about 5 rotating heads, and you just sort of run it all over your head. I didn't want to do that, just in case I made a mistake. I'd rather have somebody else do it. So much easier. So much easier. Another one here that says, I'm in Manchester. Well done. With congratulations. And thank you for telling us so much about the Alexa. Well, I didn't know anything about it. I seriously didn't know. I had no idea. And Keith says it's not the Embankment, but Victoria Embankment. No, it's the Embankment. It's the Embankment. I've been on the train there. It says Embankment Tube. It's got a big sign up there, Keith. You must get out more. Get out more. No good keeping yourself in Putney. You'll never find anything out. When are they going to update your photographs on the website? They're all the same. They're all from the same era. From you don't need to update. Who wants to update? Goodness sake, listen. You know, we are perpetually young. I mean, if you'd seen James O'Brien when I saw him the other, I mean, seriously, it's like Hagrid. You know, it's embarrassing. You know, and you look at the picture, and I remember saying to him when he came in the front, I said, "Who are you?" I'm James O'Brien. I said, "Oh, are you really?" I'd no idea. He said, "I just haven't had the oxygen, you know, to get me." And I said, "Oh, right." And so I said, "Well, you don't look very much like your photograph." He said, "I'm going to be touched up." And I said, "Well, if you're lucky." You know, so you just have to wait and see. Poor old James. Or as he says to anybody who'll listen, he says, "Don't ever argue with Steve Allen. He's never wrong." Never wrong. It's even on the computer, I believe, actually. Steve, have you heard any reviews from Cabaret, currently the Kit Kat Club? I haven't, actually, but it's a standard piece. It's a standard piece. The Kit Kat Club. The Kit Kat Club, which is good. So we don't need to update. Lucy goes, Steve Allen is too biased. What, Poppet? What's the matter? What's the matter? What, biased about what? Come on, tell Uncle Steve. You know, if you're having a bad day and life is not getting any better, and this year has started on a real downer, how can you be biased towards having happiness? God, I bet you hate things like that. I bet you really hate people who are very bouncy and things like that. I hate them as well, actually. I really hate them. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. And amazing how much people pay. There you go. Roger says it's £7 for a clipper cut in Hounslow and Witton. £7. £7. Which, you know, by the time you've done a tip, how much would you tip on that? £1? And why do we tip? Why do we? We did a big thing on LBC years and years ago on tipping. Why do we tip? You don't tip, put it this way, you tip your hairdresser, you know, or if you're having a head massage or something like that, you tip a taxi driver. And yet we don't tip a minicab driver. Do we? We don't tip minicab drivers or private hire vehicles. You don't tip the undertaker at the funeral. You don't tip the girl in Sainsbury's for sort of doing your shopping or anything like that. In fact, there's loads of people who don't. Well, in America, most of these people, if they work in a restaurant, they survive on tips. That's how they work. And there used to be a guy who used to give cards out saying your service was exemplary, but the people who own the company should pay you more money. I'm not subsidising your wages, I'm afraid, but I thought you were great, which of course doesn't help. Because, you know, they were hoping for a tip. But they do expect tipping everywhere. It's the country that kind of invented tipping, whereas we're a bit reticent to tip. I mean, I always tip, but yet I don't tip the person, you know. I mean, don't go into a fish and chip shop, go £6.80, have £1 for yourself. You don't do that. And yet they've actually offered you a service. You know, you go to the barman. I mean, sometimes if you know the barman, you go, one for yourself, or, you know, take £1's worth or something like that. But there's loads of places that we don't tip, but there's loads of places we do tip. You don't get on and off the bus and tip, do you? But why do we tip taxi drivers? I don't understand. I've never quite understood that. Must be quite lucrative. Well, it's a personal service on the bus. You know, you get on, the bus driver opens the doors, I fall over, you know, stand up, go and sit down again, and have a nice journey. And then at the end, people get off and go, "Thank you, driver." We never used to do that. I thought it was the naffest thing under the sun. Naffest thing under the sun. But because I know quite a few... No, I think it's naff. So, "Thank you, driver." You do get them, don't you? "Thank you so much indeed." You think, oh, for God's sake, honestly. Have you never been on a bus before? But they do it in London. Yeah, I get a woman every day. Yeah, people have to do it back home again. Otherwise the driver will run you over. You know, where is home? I can't remember what the home was. I've got Bedfordshire. Yeah, well, there's quite a good bus service in Bedfordshire, but all the people I've discovered in London, if there's 4 or 5 of you getting off the bus, you can guarantee one person will go, thank you, driver. I just sometimes hold my hand up and sort of go, thanks. You know, that sort of signifies thanks. I don't actually want to sort of use my voice and sort of go, thank you, driver, because I think it sounds a bit naff. But, you know, you can't have everything, can you? So here she is. This is Princess Kate putting on a defiant show. I don't think she's putting on a defiant show at all. I think she's out there. They just happen to have taken loads of pictures of her. This one is looking, you know, as if she's sort of suffering with the onslaught. Why would she bother about what Harry says? Who cares? Very, very shortly, that'll be fish and chip paper. Very shortly. Very expensive fish and chip paper, but fish and chip paper nevertheless. But it's his backtracking, which is hilarious, because he thinks he's so clever. And, you know, the firm, stand firm, as the book turmoil goes on. It won't go on for much longer. You know. The Duke of Sussex was yesterday slammed for calling himself a feminist whilst aiming nasty potshots at Queen Consort Camilla. Well, that's it, you see. The trouble is he's a spoilt little child. He's never had to apologise to anybody. He's always gotten his own way. Nobody ever told him off. And he is the man-child, or as some of the papers call him, the baby child. You know, because he's going around. He's got his money. Good. Good. Now go away. Robert Jobson, the royal author, writing in The Sun today, says the government must ban Harry from his father's coronation. He'll turn a sacred, solemn rite into a circus. Oh, I don't think we want him here at all. I don't think he'll turn up. Where's he going to go? He's not part of the ceremony. Perhaps he could sit with the public at the back or something like that, and they could all laugh at him and stuff. I don't know. I really don't know. And, yeah, Les says, you don't say, thank you, pilot. Actually, sometimes you do. Sometimes, yeah, people clap. They talked about that on the television the other day, saying it was the worst thing. I think they might have done it on Loose Women, where one of them was talking about clapping. And I think Linda Robson was saying, because they managed to land you safely. And that's what it was. And I remember thinking, I've never clapped on a plane before. It's like when the bus pulls in, you don't clap the driver, do you? Although some people might do, actually. Talking of drivers, we've got an HGV trucker here. His name is Brian Wilson. He works 12-hour days. He gets up at 4 a.m. to make deliveries across the country. He's 90. He's 90. Now, I don't know whether your, judgment is impaired at that age. He's a dad of 4. He's passed his latest medical assessment, has no plans to retire. He's been married to Mavis for 68 years. Good for him. Good for him. But I do worry a little bit about, somebody who's 90 driving a truck. I mean, that is quite something. And Shane in good old Uddersfield says, that goes to a Turkish barber down road from my house, and I get my hair cut and beard trimmed and eyebrow shaved for £14. Absolutely bob on is that, pal. Take care. They always say that in my one as well. They go, would you like me to do your eyebrows? I don't know why. And then they go, should we do your ear hair and stuff like that? No, I've not seen. I've heard of the Flame. I don't want that. Like, can you imagine? You're wearing an aftershave and it's got alcohol in it. No, whole lot goes. No, thank you very much indeed. 5:30 is the time. Should we get the latest news headlines here on LBC this morning for you with Simon Conway?
With UK Export Finance, I'm fulfilling more export orders from around the world with working capital support.
Export insurance means I'll get paid when exporting to challenging markets.
At UK Export Finance, we believe no viable UK export should fail for lack of finance or insurance. Between 2022 and 2023, we provided £6.5 billion of government-backed trade finance to support UK exports. Learn how we could help you win export contracts, fulfil orders, and get paid. Search UK Export Finance today.
Leading Britain's conversation. LBC with Steve Allen.
Morning, 27 minutes to 6 at the time. My friend Dan had his gallbladder removed the other day, so he was allowed home yesterday. He's still got one drain in. He said it's so nice to be home, but scared also, as I don't want to upset anything. He says, love to Danny and the girls who came to pick him up, and a big thank you to all the staff, the doctors and the nurses who once again have looked after me. He said, I just wish I could sleep. He's been awake since 12 o'clock last night. He's watched Carry On Behind, Carry On Girls, and now downstairs listening to you to try and avoid waking the whole house up. I keep telling myself, it'll be worth it. But going through the whole thing, why did I ask about the extra skin again? He said it's removal, and once healed, I'm sure I won't even give it a second thought. Back tomorrow. to get this second drain out, and then hopefully that'll help me at night. I must say, I don't suit a corset. A friend of mine used to have a corset on because he was trying to lose weight, but I'm stuck with it for 6 to 8 weeks. Listen, it'll be worth it in the long run. It's like whenever you have an operation done, no matter how big or small, you always think, will it ever heal itself? You do worry about things like that, and it does. You know, but at the time, it doesn't feel like it, does it really? Which is a bit disappointing. John says, I worked for years on a checkout, and we were told we weren't allowed to accept tips. Oh, right, on a checkout. Well, you mean sort of like a checkout in a supermarket? Well, then, why would you nobody gives tips to a supermarket person, do they? I didn't think so, anyway. Steve, on my way to a nuclear power station, I saw Darren Brown's Showman Show, which was incredible. Have you been? No, but I know all about it. I know all about it. And Glyn says, I had to educate the bus driver the difference between white and red background London bus stop signs. That was because while many of us were stood to get off at a white stop, he continued driving on because nobody rang the bell. Yes, there's certain stop. I remember seeing somebody once, they shouted at the bus driver, why'd you not stop? You went, you didn't ring the bell. Because I thought they were all request stops now. I thought that's what they were, actually. And did you see the Kitchen Nightmares episode where the owner of the restaurant was keeping the waitress's tips? Gordon told him you can't do that. Well, you can. That's the trouble. People, what do you want? You want the cup? Yeah. And, unfortunately, that's what happens. You give the tip to somebody and it goes to the management, which is a bit difficult. Thank you. Another world. So Brooklyn Beckham's wife celebrates her birthday, but without the Beckham family. It's just Brooklyn because he's 23, going on 15, and they went out to a place. And in fact, most of the Peltz family went, but Victoria and Dave, obviously busy elsewhere, didn't even go to their son's birthday, or perhaps they weren't invited. I've got no idea. They're certainly not mentioned in Harry's book at the end, whereas I thought they were all busy mates. But apparently not, which is a little bit embarrassing for them, isn't it? I love the Russian fake news. They had a newsreader the other day, and she was putting out this fake news. She says that Britons eat cat food and sell sex, whereas I thought most of the hookers came from Russia. Could be wrong about that. I remember one of the newspapers years ago did a whole thing about Russian girls hooking in London. It's quite big business over there. But what they were looking for, they went to this bar where apparently a lot of the girls go to, and they were looking for rich men. They're not looking for poor men. They're looking for them to buy them jewellery, gifts, watches, things like that, cars. That's what they're looking for. It's amazing. Steve says, Barry, I'm now driving HGVs again, and I'm 64. He says, if my health remains okay, I hope to carry on till 70. I still love the job in getting up at 3:30 for work. I've worked hard all my life and would kill me to stop and do nothing. I know, I never understand the lazy people. They had a bloke on the television the other day. I've just got a picture, actually. He's got his own sock. He said, so as not to freak people out, my little mate Socky, says Dan. Thank you. They had a bloke on. It was one of these benefit programs where people go on benefits and they seem to be stuck on it for years. And so they do these assessments and they bring them in and they have somebody say, can you do this? Can you do that? What are you on? And this bloke, he was only young. He was only 20. But he apparently had fallen from a balcony or something and he could barely walk. But he did walk. He could walk and they knew he could walk. And they were basically not challenging him, but they're trying to find out whether or not he was still eligible for benefits or whether or not they could get him a job. And so they bring these people into a room and they go, right, we're looking for somebody to work in a warehouse. So there'll be a little bit of lifting and things like that. And nobody put their hands up. In fact, basically, so many of the people on this program appeared to be work shy. And this young man who was 20, he wanted to get a family and all the rest of it, but hadn't worked in years. And so she said, well, I've sort of assessed you. She said, I think we can get you a job. You could see the look on his face. A job? What, get up and do a job? How does that work? And it sort of kind of worked well enough because they said, well, that's what we're going to put you forward for. He said, well, I can barely bend. So she made him try and touch his toes. Well, he said, I can't. He was quite resolute about the fact he's not. She said, well, you have to try. Come on, it's no good just sort of being a defeatist. And he did. actually. And he has got a job at the moment, but it's only part-time. But I mean, it's a start. If you get somebody off benefits, it's always better. There's so many people willing to sort of sponge nowadays. And Dan sent me a lovely picture, little doggy, and says, think somebody was happy to see me home last night. The little swine got onto my lap and then put his bony paw on my waist, and wow, because he's gastro. Poor old soul, I can well imagine, actually. And another one, which says, the Turkish barbers always offer the eyebrow and ear trim, but the suggestion that terrifies me, says Matt, is the nostril wax. Yeah, I mean, the trouble is most of the barbers now offer the eyebrow and ear trim. It's that, they just do it when they're going round your ears and everything else. It depends, how particularly hairy you are. Nick says, here in Bristol, it's very common to say, cheers, driver, to the driver when getting off the bus. It's such a commonly used courtesy that recently a new road in Bristol has been called Cheers, Drive. Oh, how bizarre. And I can see it. He sent a picture of it, which is very nice. Thank you very much indeed. Very happy, as you can well. Did your mum ever put the bowl on your barnet and cut round it? Absolutely not. Absolutely not, no. I did go to a barber's. The little towns I grew up in. I don't remember when I was very, very young whether or not we had that. But, you didn't want the pudding basin cut, did you? I'll tell you what, I went the other day. I went to Robert Dyas in Richmond. I bought what did I buy? 2 frying pans. They had a really good non-stick frying pan, reduced from £30 to 7. So I bought 2. £14 plus the bag was 20 pence. So the young man at the counter, I gave him a £20 note, because I'm a cash boy. And he's getting the change out of the till, and I know what I'm expecting back, a £5 note, and I got a £10 note and a £5 note. And so he was looking down, and I said, you've given me too much. And so I gave him the £10 note back, and he went, thank you for being honest. I said, well, I couldn't live with myself. Because at the end of the day, your till's going to be £10 down, and you're not going to know where it's gone to. And it would have been to me. But now I know some people who would go, thank you very much indeed, take that, I've only paid a few quid each for the frying pan, but not me. I couldn't live with myself, because they might have to pay it back themselves. So I'm just too honest. It's so embarrassing, isn't it, really? And Steve, the Kitchen Nightmares episode your texter mentioned is one of the best programmes ever. America went crazy over it. Yeah, I'm not a Gordon Ramsay fan, as you can well imagine. And Steve, I thought it was a law in this country. Shops are supposed to display a price list, says Albert. No, they're not. And most of these American sweet shops, there's no price. We got one in Kingston, no prices on anything. So I always think, avoid. Angela says, my partner and I take cabs regularly and usually do tip. As far as clapping is concerned, we hit bad turbulence flying into the Dominican Republic, and on landing, we all clapped the pilot. You made me laugh with the bus drivers opening the doors and you falling in. Happened to me. I did it the other day. I sort of stepped up, but I misjudged how high the step was, because mainly when they see me coming, they sort of lower the bus. It goes, and then I can sort of get on there. But the rest of the time, you're in for yourself. Rod's column in The Sun today talks about the Ginger Whinger. He says, by the time you read this, he would have delivered himself, further moans and gripes about the royal family, how the dog blamed him for breaking its bowl, how William once shook his hand, concealing an electric buzzer, how the corgis looked at Meghan funny, how his dad, King Charles, once bought William a big bag of Monster Munch, but only gave Harry some Wotsits. And so it goes on. He says, never has a public figure's reputation been so thoroughly shredded, and the poor bloke's done it all himself. But he doesn't blame himself. It's just us, I'm afraid, all the time. The problem is, the Americans say he's a bit dim. Because he is a bit dim. And everybody's got it in for his missus, he says, and they've done nothing wrong. It's a very utterly bizarre delusion. But he says there should be no invitation to his dad's coronation, or at least not until a very long and heartfelt apology is forthcoming from you, Harry, not anybody else. Oh, well, the latest one, as I say, is the Taliban. He never said it. He did. He said it. It's in the book. But the trouble is, obviously, Harry is not bright enough. And because he comes from that privileged background where nobody challenges, nobody ever says to him, here, mate, you're wrong. The only people who can ever say that to him are probably the wife. And she's obviously kept stum. Better to keep out of it before we have to suffer with her tome as well. But no, it's a case of nobody ever tells him he's wrong. He's treated like some celebrity. He's a member of the royal family, grew up in a privileged family. He doesn't have any particular talent. Oh, sorry, he killed 25 Taliban. But apart from that, there is no particular talent. I don't think he can juggle. He doesn't really do anything apart from moan about how privileged his life was and didn't want it because of the way his wife was treated. But it turns out he's backtracking all the way through. Why is it? The people send him pictures of pizzas and they go, oh, look, it's a picture of Jesus in the pizza. There's another one today. This is an atheist who spotted the face of Jesus on a pizza box. Retail worker Kim saw the likeness, complete with distinctive beard and flowing hair, in the stain left by a medium meat feast. But she's still firmly a non-believer. It's ridiculous, isn't it? Somebody said this is amazing, absolutely amazing. She posted the snap online and some said it looked like another famous figure, including Hagrid. Well, there you go, the James O'Brien story resurfaces. If only I knew which one Hagrid was. I'll probably find out, actually. Sarah in Broxbourne says, travelling on the buses around Hertfordshire, we say good morning, and you say good morning as well. Oh, no, you don't want to enter into a conversation. I mean, goodness sake. It's a bus driver, you don't know them. Next thing is you'll be going, do you want to pop round a cup of tea when you finish? Yeah, just pop round, I'll do some cakes or something like that. I think not. No, I mean, good morning, I just because we all grunt on the buses. Nobody wants a full-blown conversation. I got on the bus the other day and there's some bloke. We're really piled on, so much so that if there had been a fire, God knows how many of us would have perished. But anyway, that's neither here nor there. But it does say on it how many people are supposed to be standing. And this was well overpacked. And so I was on there, and then we come to the next bus stop, which is outside Waitrose, and there's people coming down the stairs. You can hear their feet, and I'm near the staircase, but standing. And there's a bloke, and he's saying to me, sorry, excuse me, can I get past to get upstairs? And I wanted to say to him, are you stupid? There's people coming down the stairs. Why don't you just wait? You know, so he did. He sort of got past, but he couldn't go anywhere because there's like 20 people from the upstairs platform trying to get down. It's just ridiculous. People pack onto buses. But it's the people who sit there, you know, on a disabled type seat, and they're not disabled. I give them one of my hard Paddington Bear stares. It's like, you know, you're in the wrong seat, okay? Move. And it's mainly school children who are blissfully unaware. Perhaps they should be educated at school about disabled people. Or maybe not. Let's get the LBC travel, shall we? At 14 to 6 with Joanne Webb.
Leading Britain's conversation. LBC with Steve Allen.
Morning, nice to have your company. 11 minutes to 6. So I can't believe sometimes the stupidity of certain people. This is a police officer. I'm afraid we get a police officer story every day in the newspapers. But this one had her house raided, and she was running a mini cannabis farm at her home. Her name's Amy Byrne. She's been fired, incidentally. She's been sacked. She worked for British Transport Police. She was dismissed at a misconduct hearing. She had a hydroponics tent, 2 cannabis plants, deal bags, a half-smoked joint and a bag of cannabis seeds. She joined the force in 2017, was at the address in Dartford, but told officers she didn't live there. She was arrested with her partner but denied knowledge of the drugs. However, the officers' actions were deemed gross misconduct. Chief Constable Lucy Dorsey said there's no place in British Transport Police for officers who are involved in criminality or who turn a blind eye. How stupid do you have to be? You know, I mean, really, it sort of beggars belief. You train and you learn how to be a good cop or bad cop, or most of them, you know, are good cops. And in her case, she thought she would have a mini cannabis farm at her home. Hiding in plain sight. Oh, right. But the trouble is, I would have thought that if you're a police officer, and we see this more and more. I mean, I watch YouTube a lot, and the American police officers have to put up with so much garbage from people. I mean, it really is. Have you seen these people that don't have to give their name and address? I'm not giving my name and address. Why not? One old woman. What's your name? What's your name? There was a warrant out for her because she's driving on no licence. So they sent her a fine in the post, and she decided she wasn't going to pay it. She said, I've been driving long enough. It's got nothing to do with you. So in the end, she just put her foot down and took off. So immediately the officer runs to his car. It's all caught on her cameras because they've got cameras everywhere. They chase her down the road, finally get there, and he drags her out of her vehicle. He smashes the window and drags her out of the vehicle, and she's screaming and everything, so he tases her. I mean, best fun we've ever had, you know, a criminal out there on the road, no insurance, no driving licence, shouldn't be driving anyway, and he tases her and she's screaming and rolling about, get off me, and all the rest of it. And I'm thinking, but you're a criminal. I don't know why they seem so surprised, these people. It's very odd. So when you get, somebody who works for British Transport Police, because in London we've got 5 police forces. We've got the Met Police, City of London Police, River Police, Parks Police, and what was the other one? Oh, yes, the British Transport Police. 5 different police forces, all operating independently. You go down Fleet Street, and there's a bit just by the Law Courts, and that's the City of London. Different police force, different helmets. I don't know whether it works the same all the way around, but I used to get really confused with how many police force, Parks Police and everybody else. But if you break the law, you deserve to lose your job. That's the way it goes. Be like me sort of saying, wait a minute, just sort of... Right, yeah, okay now. Whoa, this studio is happening this morning, let me tell you. You can't have that. Here she is, reality failure, Fern McCann, expecting a baby with her businessman fiancé. Apparently, they met 2 years ago and he proposed on a romantic holiday, so she's basically pregnant, but she's not getting married just yet. She says, we're looking forward to our future together. Oh, that's nice, isn't it? Not that we believe a word she says. Fans started speculating that she was expecting after she posted a Love Up tribute. It's like there was a bit where they had Gemma Collins in the Big Brother house years ago, and she's talking to somebody because she has breakdowns all the time. She's a drama queen, a little bit sad and tragic for somebody her age. And she says to this other person in there, I'm pregnant. And this other woman goes, oh, I can feel it in my stomach. Of course, it turns out she wasn't pregnant. That was the thing. But my favourite was some woman in there. It was Angie Bowie. And Angie Bowie had been given word in the Big Brother house that her former husband, David Bowie, had died. Now, also in the house was somebody called David, who had been married to Liza Minnelli, and he was the music producer, and he was in bed. And so Angie Bowie says to one of the other people in the Big Brother house, she says, David's dead. And so the woman goes, no, there are such drama queens, honestly, you've never said, no, they can't just have a normal conversation like, really? Oh, good, when did that happen? No, she goes, and I'm laughing like a drain. And so she goes, no, shh, David's dead, I've been told, and all the rest of it. So she goes outside, this other person, whoever she was, total nobody, and tells them, she's just told me David's dead. So they all go into the bedroom, and of course David's asleep. And they go, no, he's not, he's here. And so they go back to her, and she goes, what did you tell me that for? He's in the bedroom, Daniela Westbrook, what a gob there is on her. And she's going, he's in the bedroom. She goes, not him, my husband, David, my ex-husband. And of course they all have to eat humble pie. It was the best argument I've ever seen. It was so funny. Talk about rank stupidity. But Gemma Collins, the language, just unbelievable. Shame really, but what can you do? This is something, now I know this to be a fact, and you might not know it, most people know it. As a driver aged 76, he got fined £100 recently because he went a couple of inches over a red light 1 second after it changed to let an ambulance go past. So if you're sitting at a red light, okay, and there's an ambulance right behind you, and he's flashing the lights and he's doing the siren, you don't move. You go over those red lights, you're going to get fined. It's illegal. They have to wait. They know what it is as well. You can move to one side, but the moment you cross those red lights, you're fined. Anyway, Frank Wallington was heading home, appropriately, from a cousin's funeral. He's appealed against the penalty. Now he's been told he's got to appear before the magistrates if he wants to dispute it. I get both sides of it. I don't understand why. I always thought that if you're driving down the road and there's an ambulance behind you going, get out of the way, you move, because that could be one of your relatives stuck in there. But if you go over the red light, you then get fined. So you're not supposed to. Even police cars, it doesn't matter who it is sitting behind you, if they're going beep, 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 you just sit there. Do nothing. Because otherwise you'll end up like him, and so now he's got to go to court. It's a ridiculous scenario, isn't it? Absolutely ridiculous. Dear, honestly, I don't know. 6 minutes of exercise a day could prevent Alzheimer's, new researchers said. 6 minutes of exercise. There you go. You can start walking home, Jack. He only lives down the road. Seriously, it's not like it's difficult. 6 minutes of it. That could be a nice bit of brisk walk. Da, 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 da. We can get you some of those things. Have you seen the people who use, for skiing, they use those ski poles? I don't know what they're for. Perhaps keep your arms moving or something like that. You go, da, da, da. That could be good. Then we could get you, a little pair of Lycra shorts, and you could put your plimsolls on, and you could run down the road as well. I reckon in a week you could get that down from 15 minutes to about less than 10, I reckon. Just helping, just trying to be, just trying to be a friend, what it's like. Challenge accepted. Blimey. There you go. Told you it was easy. Mind you, I also have to do the same thing, which today I'm going to have to because I think the Abellio buses are on strike. If it's not one thing, it's another. So I can get to Twickenham, but there's no buses going. And if I stupidly get off at Richmond, which I won't do ever again, there's no Abellio buses. They go to Hounslow, but not to Twickenham. So the last time I told you, I shared a taxi with 2 people I didn't even know. It cost me £5, but it was well worth it. Otherwise you stand there like a lemon waiting for a bus that's never going to be arriving. Excuse me. Lovely. Oh, I see that here she is, still desperate for publicity. Abby Quinnan. Go on, Abby Quinnan. You know who it is, because I've told you before. Yeah, you don't know Abby Quinnan. Isn't that amazing? She thinks she's famous. She used to go out with AJ Pritchard. Okay. Now, AJ, good-looking dancer, and all the rest of it, they went out, and she then messed around with fire. And if you remember, she got burnt because she was messing about with fire. I said at the time, how stupid you have to be. You're messing around with petrol. It's got the word danger written all over it. Anyway, I mean, I don't know who she is. I don't know what she does or anything else like that. But luckily, she's now found another non-entity to go out with. This time, he's from Love Island, and he's called Billy Brown. Anybody on that one? No, nobody. Nobody knows who he is. But apparently, AJ finished with Abby because, good-looking boy, he can go out with who he wants. They then make a big drama about it. But, in fact, Abby suffered these serious burns when filming a life hack video, which went wrong, and AJ helped nurse her back to health. But anyway, she's now with Billy, who appeared on ITV2 series last summer as one of the Casa Amor boys. Billy Brown. As I say, nobody... But they're pictured coming out of the nightclub. She obviously can't afford to dress properly because she's wearing what can only be described as attention-seeking outfits. It'd be like the boys coming in here, looking like they... Because I drove around Piccadilly Circus this morning, and there's a huge advert up on one of the big screens at Piccadilly of the Chippendales. And, I thought I was looking at a mirror image. I looked up, and there were people sort of with their shirts ripped off, and they're all, dancing. To be honest with you, it looks a bit camp. I don't want to make a big deal about it, but, if this is what the Chippendales are doing nowadays, I think I'll rather sit there and eat a McDonald's, 2 McDonald's even. But it's got this sort of picture, and I was sort of looking at them thinking, I didn't even know they were still going, the Chippendales. But I remember somebody did a fantastic piece in one of the papers years and years ago, and it said that they went backstage to talk to them and all the rest of it. They said they spent all their time with mascara and bronzer and all the rest of it, and shaving their chests to make it look, because they don't strip the Chippendales. They don't take everything off. It's not like that, because Biggins went to one of their shows. Biggins, I think, was with Neil. He said, we're the only 2 men in the audience. He said, and we went to see the Chippendales. So I thought it was quite funny, actually. But they don't strip and take everything off. But most of the blokes are of a certain age, and they've got lots of long hair. Because apparently, so you can sort of wave it around when you get it all wet. I do the same in the shower. I'm the same, like that, just... toss it backwards and forwards, it's good. If you got really, I could do the same as Jack. I can do the same. Unfortunately, Freddie can't do the same because he's not got hair like that. But it doesn't matter. And but they'd have to do it. They have to do a water scene. I think it's part of the Chippendale show where they do it. And you've got Magic Mike, I think, at the Hippodrome. I think you've got Magic Mike there. And it's a similar kind of thing. People want to go and see these sort of shows. You ladies, you like things like that. I told you, I'm thinking of releasing the Steve Allen nude calendar for Christmas this year. All right, maybe not. Lack of enthusiasm, ladies and gentlemen. Let's take the news at 6, shall we? It's LBC.
A new energy-efficient boiler from British Gas can save you up to 22% on gas bills. That's a 22% saving on warm nights in. Cozy cats. Oof. And shower discos. Save money with the new energy-efficient boiler from British Gas. And you can even spread the cost with up to 4 years interest-free credit. Search British Gas, new boiler. Credit subject to status. Credit broker not a lender. Using panel of lenders for savings, see website.
This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation with Steve Allen.
Morning, everybody. 4 minutes past 6. What a miserable day. What a miserable day. It always is, isn't it? You get a bit of rain and you think, kind of puts a damper on things. That's why we're here, to sort of cheer you up a little bit. Although I believe some of the services are not working today. So we've got trains. We appear to have trains. We don't have Abellio buses, and they mainly work West London. So if you're sort of going to be getting... I was trying to think, actually, how I was going to work this out. So what I'll have to do is get to Twickenham station and then walk from... Which is actually possible. It is entirely possible. And because if I get off at Richmond, you're sitting there waiting forever and a day for a bus that doesn't seem to arrive. It's such a nuisance. It really is. And eventually we'll get there. Although, according to Mick Lynch, we're nowhere near some sort of settlement. So he's revelling in the fact it's another day, another picture, another bit of makeup to put on. Because that's what he does. You know, and the moment he sort of goes for a settlement, that's the last we'll ever hear of him. David says, I've seen the Rocky Horror Picture Show. I'm surprised to see Christopher Biggins pop up in it. Oh, he was all over the place. He was in Poldark. He was, in everything, actually. Everything. Philip says, I walked up Park Lane yesterday, didn't see a single cyclist in the cycle lane. Don't anybody use the cycle lanes now? Or do they don't really use them, do they? It's just the council, like, painting lines on roads. I get very confused. There's so many lines. The one number I see everywhere is 20. 20. It's on all the roads. That's the speed limit in London, out in the suburbs, 20. You've tried doing 20 miles an hour. It's ridiculous. It really is. Steve, love the show. Thank you. Have you seen the documentary The London Nobody Knows? Not only just narrated by James Mason, he's in it. He's walking around London, taking you and showing you bits and pieces. I've had it for years. It's been out for donkey's years. Donkey's years. I don't know why, actually. And everybody's seen it. Well, I thought everybody had seen it. And another one here. People talk about this storm in America. They've still got the problems with all the rain and everything else. And you see, I think they had 8 inches at one point. And I remember thinking that's enough to rock foundations, because they tend to, in America, the foundations don't tend to be as deep as our ones. Our ones seem much deeper, whereas they seem to pop houses up. I can remember thinking about that when I watched E.T., At one point, the boys are going through a housing estate that's being built, and the houses basically look like we're thrown together with tissue paper. You know, it was a great place to film because it went up and down and they could sort of jump over the police cars and all the rest of it. Steve, with the whiner going on this book promotional tour, is he flying across America by commercial or private jet? Oh, Ken, you have to ask that question. You don't think he'd be going on a commercial... What, with peasants? Good heavens above, no. No, it'll be private jet, won't it? I think so. Steve, do you remember Ask Aspel on TV in the 1970s? Yeah. I was trying to explain who he was. Jack had never even heard of him. Which doesn't help. He's 90. Michael Aspel was just legendary. He is still legendary. He really is. And Taffy Nige, tidy. He says, I've kicked off my high-heeled sneakers and I'm going to get the dinghy out. See, I never liked dinghies. They weren't big enough. I don't mind. I've thought about getting a boat some years ago because I'm near the Thames, and I thought if I got a boat, and then somebody said, no, you don't want a boat, Steve. You really don't want a boat. They said the best time of buying a boat is when you buy it, and the second best time is when you get rid of it, because you're never going to use it. It's like, I think I'll have a swimming pool put in, and then, for the first week, paddle, jump in and catch a ring, and then after that you kind of think, well, it's there, I can use it anytime I want, so we don't do it. He says. He said, the rain's been coming down on Pontyclean like stair rods all night, and I'm close to what was a small river. Not tidy. So that sounds lovely. But dinghies, did you blow that up? It's a blow-up thing, isn't it, a dinghy? That wouldn't appeal to... I'd need something bigger. Definitely bigger. A lot of people talk about the talk of the town and how people remember what it was like. I love going in there. You can go in there now. It's a casino. We don't have to pay to go in. Just remember, if you're going in, don't take your shopping in because you'll have to check it into the cloakroom. You can't walk around with all your shopping. I think you can have like a shoulder bag or something like that, but you can't take your shopping in. They make you check it in. But it's well worth going into just to see all the posters that they've got inside of when it was talk of the town and all the bits and pieces. It's got a nice rooftop bar where, because it's open to the elements, you can smoke up there should you be a smoker. But it's lovely. It really is. I love the place. I really do like it. I've not been in for a little while, actually, but a crowd of us went a short while ago and I loved it. Shirley B lives in Monaco. Oh, we did that one earlier on, didn't we? Yeah, she does. She does live in Monaco. And everybody talking about, do you remember Kim Woodburn when she had a big row on Loose Women? There was a really big row, I think, with her and Colleen. Oh, dear. Wasn't pleasant watching by anybody's stretch of the imagination. Although, strange enough, I had a producer, Michael, and she came in to be interviewed, and she flirted with him flirted with him outrageously. And I remember saying to him after, I said, "Are you aware she was flirting with you?" And he said, "Yes." I'm blind to everything. Seriously, I don't know what's going on. So the good news is you can, if you've got an Alexa smart speaker, you can send a message to me, and it takes up, it'll use quite a bit. Just say, "Alexa, send a comment to LBC." And it will then do it. It comes up on my screen as a different colour. I can't remember what colour it is, actually. It's orange, isn't it? Which is quite interesting because we've done hundreds over the days, because I think Clive started it off, and we kind of sort of picked up on it as well, really, which was very nice. Steve says, "Anthony, Happy New Year. Been blown all over the place. It's very windy. Very windy." And Ed says, "I went to see Mary Poppins last Saturday. Just had to see it for the second time, for it closed on Sunday." Yes, it 9th, wasn't it? I think it closed, Mary Poppins. Last opportunity to see Petula Clark doing her Feed the Birds. "Steve, in this wild weather, you should get blown along the road and get home quicker." I used to feel such a fool, actually. You know when it used to get really blowy, you've got your umbrella up and it just blows inside out and you feel such an idiot. You have to try and look casual and pretend, it's always like this. So I bought an umbrella which has got the vents in it, which means that the air gets underneath and it can get out again. It only turns inside out when it can't go anywhere. But I just like an umbrella. But I wear a baseball cap anyway, so it doesn't make any difference to me. I bought it in, they're all over the place. I bought one years ago. I've got the big one, which is like a golfing umbrella called a Gust Buster. And it's guaranteed to not blow inside out. And in fact, I mentioned it on air, and one of my listeners set up a company selling them. Gust Busters. But in fact, I bought this one. Where did I get it from? I think I might have bought it in M&S. And it was only like 12 quid. But it's so when you put it up, it's automatic. And it's got vents in the top, so the air goes underneath and comes straight out the vents. It's a brilliant idea. It saves any embarrassment. But I don't like something too big, so I've also got a little one which hasn't got the vents in it, which, you can pop in your pocket. Because there's nothing worse than walking along the road with an umbrella when it's brilliant sunshine. You look such an idiot. Such an idiot. And Steve, Ruth, sending a comment, because it's the first time Ruth is in Norfolk. And Mike has also sent a first message from Alexa. It's amazing how many people have never used Alexa, isn't it? Whereas we've had amazing fun with it over the years, winding people up, telling Alexa to do different bits and pieces just to annoy people. Because I tend to forget that if you're doing it on the radio, there must be thousands upon thousands upon thousands of Alexas. So it's what you have to go for. It's good fun, actually. And Julie says, "I want your show every morning." Well, you can have it every morning. You can have it every morning. It's we're going nowhere. Well, we're going here. And hopefully you'll be going somewhere as well, because I've got details of this fantastic holiday which we have on offer for you. I'll tell you about it if you're a new listener, or you're somebody who is only just sort of joined the programme, or you haven't listened this long because you have to leave for work or something like that. I often wonder, if I see people sitting on the train laughing to themselves, what they're listening to. I always wonder if they're listening to this programme. They're listening, on sort of catch-up or something like that. You never know, because there's not many things to make you laugh on the radio, are there, really? Just need a little bit of happiness. So cash, can't even speak now. Cash usage has increased for the first time in 13 years as we tighten up. I'm much better this month. I'm much better. I actually get an allowance every month from my brother, which is lovely. So my money comes in and he puts it into different bank accounts, and he puts a certain amount in my, what we call my spending account. And he said, "You haven't spent as much this month." And I thought, no, I haven't actually. I've been quite good. So if I've got some left over at the end of the month, then we don't need to put as much over into the right account. But I am doing exactly what they're saying. We're tightening our belts. I'm not going as berserk on things, as I used to. Before I used to order all sorts of stuff. I mean, me and Amazon, I tell you, I still live on Amazon. I see things on there and I think I'll buy that. Or failing that, something pops up on my phone. I get adverts on my phone from mainly companies, either in Taiwan or China or something like that, offering all sorts of goodies. And I've ordered them before. I can't wait to see these little packages arriving from China. I find it fascinating. And then I discover that some of the stuff I'm buying from China, I can buy in this country through Amazon. So I do. I mean, there must be these warehouses must keep just about everything in. Unless they do it direct from the actual manufacturer. Because those lights I got the other day, I've got 6 of them, because I always work on the assumption. People say it's like buying DVDs or something like that, or certain candles at the moment. And I say I always buy them in 2s. They say, why do you buy them in 2s? I said, well, if I like the first one, and then I think, it's at the moment I've got water candles. Water candles are very good, and at the moment they're out of stock, and it's about big, about 1.5 foot tall, and it's got a light in it, so it's a fake candle, and you fill it up with water, and you turn it on. It's got a little switch on it, it's got a remote, and a little fountain comes up in the middle of it, and it just goes round and round and round. But because it's lit up, it looks really effective. And they're only like 20 quid, and I bought loads of them. Then gradually they need cleaning and stuff like that, and you think, I'll buy some more. So every time I try and go on there to buy them, they haven't got any at the moment. But I've got some which are like in glitter, green glitter and blue glitter, and this little fountain in the middle of it, and it just bubbles. You just top it up with, it's amazing how much water they get through, but it's brilliant for the atmosphere, which is good. Steve, great idea about having a spending account. I've got a separate account for spending. It's called the wife's account, says Paul in Merthyr Tydfil. Merthyr Tydfil, my goodness me, there's a place. 6:15 is the time. Should we get the news headlines? Of course. Simon Conway.
This is LBC with Steve Allen.
Go on, you can go now. You can go now. Can't open doors. I haven't seen Mr. M for, since he got back from the jungle. Too long, thank you. Since he got back from the jungle, and then he was away for Christmas, and then he was away for everything else, but he's got a birthday coming up. Freddie, so exciting, isn't it? These celebrities, they just pop in and out. We don't care. Goodness sake, we're having a nice time. But I hadn't seen him since the jungle. He said you could have watched on catch up. I said, I don't know how to do catch up. I got no idea. Technology defeats me totally. But he's got a birthday coming up as well, which is quite nice. I'm too polite to ask what age birthday he is, but he always does a good birthday spread, because I do like going to somebody's birthday, provided it's either held on a Friday or a Saturday. I don't have to worry about it then. But I can't do midweek. I can't do anything during the week at all. I've worked out, and in fact, the amount of people I've spoken to at LBC, especially LBC, and they've said, I went out last night, Steve, I feel dreadful. I said, yeah, you can't, listen, if it's on a school night, you can't go out. You cannot do it, because we have to be up early in the morning, and we have to be a little bit boisterous, because we're kick-starting the day, because nobody wants somebody to go, hello, you're welcome to LBC. I mean, that would just be dull. You'd fall asleep. It wouldn't be so good. So we have to keep you going. Thank you very much indeed. Steve, be careful, says Tony. I was driving through Teddington the other day, and there was a cop with a speed gun. Oh, no, I'm really good. I set the car automatically to 20. So I can do it. I just don't like doing it. It's just such a bit of a nuisance. Steve, Christmas World says... Chris says, I've gone mad buying magical water spinner decorations. The magical bit is glitter, which spins around. Yeah, I've got those. They're half price on a Christmas site. I must stop. But all my friends want one. That's the worst thing, isn't it? That's the worst thing when you show something to somebody. My friend Ian is the same. He's crackers for Christmas. And if it's a novelty, he loves stuff like that. And I've seen these water spinners, because they use batteries up like there's no... And the water goes like a vortex inside. They're not really good. And so anything, but just don't drop the thing, because you'll end up with glitter on your carpet and your flooring for ever and a day. Have you ever done an escape room? I haven't. I think I might have heard it. Oh, wait, Perdita, it's not... What was that programme on the television? They did escape rooms, where people sort of had to... And then they went into a... Was it... I can't remember what it was called now. It was like you went in and you had to solve a puzzle before the door locked. Crystal Maze. That's what I think it is. Perdita says, went yesterday and was pleasantly surprised. Lots of mini puzzles to solve to unlock the doors. Find combinations for padlocks. Get out within an hour. I think you'd be excellent at giving out orders. I would be. I can't do it. I've had all sorts of puzzles over the years. There used to be a company that I used to buy from, and they would go and buy these curios, and some of them are really, really clever. They've got sliding bits. They do these puzzle boxes, where I used to have one, and you had to work out how to open the box, and it was really clever, really, really clever. And this involved a magnet and a little pin that sort of... It's really clever. So I like stuff like that, but I've never actually done it. Never actually done it, but always loved it to hear from Perdita. And somebody says, I've set my Alexa to only respond to my voice. So it doesn't matter how many times anybody else says Alexa, it doesn't light up. Yeah, but it does really, just lying. I can tell, actually. It responds to my voice. That's what happens, actually. They have new escape rooms, says Shelley, in Watford. There you go, Watford, the place to go. Do you remember those places that opened up a short while ago? Well, actually, a few years back. And it was pitch dark inside. And you put on your outfit and then you'd go around and you were shooting people with sort of like, I think it was sort of Laser Quest or something like that. And it was pitch dark. Well, I don't like going in dark rooms anyway. There's no chance I'm going to go into a dark room and somebody's going to shoot me with a paint gun or something like that. It's just not my idea of fun. You know, somebody's only got to go boo and that's it. You know, I've had it completely. Steve, what I laugh at when on a bus or a tube is a clip from a Family Feud called Porcupine. The question is, name something that comes after pork. And the man said porcupine. I've watched it a few times. I love some of the people on these quiz shows. When you watch them and they come up with an answer, they always do it in one of the papers. One of the TV critics does it. And you think, they can't be that silly, can they? Really? Probably, yes. 84850, steve@lbc.co.uk. And Steve says, Kate in Epsom, my younger sister, 70, was delighted to get home from here post-Christmas so she could resume her daily 8 a.m. dip in the Irish Sea. You could have a dip in the fountains each morning on your way past Trafalgar Square. No, thank you. No, it's not. No, that's not a lot of fun, actually. I have seen people on New Year's Eve jumping in the fountains, but it's not for me. Why would you want to jump in the fountains? I just wouldn't do it, actually, at all. Somebody says, Joe, the trucker, says, never mind the rain. Next week's forecast, a lot of snow. Driving a truck is always fun. I've seen it. I have seen it. On many an occasion. Sarah says, wet and windy West Wales, testing through my Alexa to see if you get the right comments. Oh, we always get the right comments. We always get that. Did you enjoy your last foreign holiday? I don't do holidays. I can't do holidays. I don't know why. There's no particular reason. But somebody asked Ian Dale, they said, why do you not take holidays? Well, he did this year. He doesn't take it all the time because he doesn't feel it's necessary. I think you take holidays if you like going abroad and sitting on a beach or in a... well, I'm not bothered about that. I think that's the most boring holiday under the sun. I can't even think to myself when the last holiday was where I sat on a beach. I remember we went to Vegas a few years back and you sit by the pool and you kind of stare at the water and then you have a few drinks and then you think, oh, gingerly I'll get into the water, and then you come out, then you order some sandwiches and some chips and it comes with crisps because they've got no idea what they're talking about over in America. But apart from that, what's the point of going on holiday? And then they go, we're going to go out clubbing tonight. It's so ridiculous. I'm way too old for clubbing. I'll be the one propping up the bar with sort of fingers in my ears going, it's too loud, you know. Too loud. Steve. Oh, somebody else told me about the escape rooms in Watford. And would you consider appearing on Mastermind? Good God, no. Absolutely not. Why would you go on any programme that could fatefully humiliate you? You remember Lydia Dim from The Only Way is Essex? She went on there. She didn't know anything. She was so stupid. You began to wonder, what on earth possessed you to put yourself up for Mastermind? I seriously couldn't believe it. She didn't know anything. It was like... Oh, no, I can't tell you. But anyway, so she sort of went on there. And you do get some people, and they just don't seem to answer the question. Have we had O'Brien yet doing his thing on the television yet? Has it aired? I can't remember, because he went off to film Mastermind, didn't he? And I seem to remember saying to him, when's it airing? Because he did tell me. And I remember thinking, I must remember to do that. Only because I want to see, you know, how clever he is on television. Because if you listen to him on the radio, he's very clever. Very clever. I'm just light-end. I don't profess to being clever. I didn't get... I mean, I had lots of education, English and stuff like that. But you remember everybody was talking the other day about maths and going, oh, I was good at maths. I was never good at maths. Never good at maths. But I didn't understand what the purpose of doing maths was. We did all sorts of we did religious instruction at my school. I couldn't understand the purpose of that either. If you were an atheist, you think you could opt out. I mean, it's not that I'm an atheist, but I thought, you know, I wouldn't really want to do that. I was quite happy doing other bits and pieces. So here old Harry and the fury, as he tries to blame the media for the Taliban storm, he suddenly realised the implication of what's been written in the book. He suddenly realised that he, his wife and the kids are a target. And so he's trying to backtrack. one of the papers says this is what he wrote. How on earth can he say he's been misrepresented? Because he's Harry, he can say anything because he thinks people believe it. Mainly because he believes it. And that's the danger. That's the danger. He's just playing celebrity, telling you what he thinks you want to hear. But unfortunately, in the Taliban case, it's documented. It's all of the thing. He thinks here, he said, I would like, to live in a world in which there was no Taliban, a world without war. Well, live in your dreams, dear, because there's wars every 5 minutes, and they're all based on religion. But when you start talking about how many people you killed, and you did mention it, it's not that anybody's made it up or you've been misrepresented. They've printed it in the paper to prove that, perhaps you really are that simple. Perhaps you really don't know, what people are thinking. But, we'll wait and see. We'll wait and see, shall we? Elon Musk has broken the world record for amassing the largest losses to his personal fortune. 135 billion he's lost. I've never even seen 135 billion. Can you imagine? Which is $165 billion off his wealth. 135 billion pounds. Wow. That was because Tesla crashed by 65%. It actually beats the previous record.
What? You'd like us to build for the whole development?
Mark's roofing company has won their biggest ever contract, so he needs more staff before he's in over his head.
That's wonderful news. Can't wait to start.
Indeed can help him find great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. Add essential questions to your job post that helps screen applicants for must-have requirements. To start hiring, visit Indeed.com/try today.
By a Japanese tech investor, Masayoshi Son, 47 billion. When you get to a situation like that, do you think you're on borrowed time, thinking, how do I take it with me? Who can I gift it to? Because you wouldn't, I should imagine you probably don't trust anybody, do you? Right, what have we got? We've got 6:30. Let's get the latest news headlines on LBC for you this morning with Simon Conway.
Steve Allen on LBC.
Morning, nice to have you company. Did you know, says Paul, you better bear with me on this one, that Romeo Beckham made his debut this week playing for Brentford football team. In the dressing room before the game, he asked his manager what number he should wear on his shirt. And the manager said, wait for it, wear 4 out there, Romeo. Okay, you get it? That's quite clever, isn't it? You're barred. Straight away barred. There's no hesitation on that one. Wear 4 out there, Romeo. Love it. Love it. Love it. Very good indeed. Now, listen, because it's so miserable and it's so cold and it's so wet and it's damp and everything else, how would you fancy kicking off, and I'm still calling this kicking off the new year, by winning 7 nights of beachside luxury in the Maldives? Sounding impressive? You wait. You and a friend or partner will stay at the Kuramathi in a beautiful beach bungalow. That's the Kuramathi Resort. Check them out online. You'll be very impressed. You'll be in a beautiful beach bungalow with speedboat transfers and return flights. You could go snorkeling to spot turtles, take a swim in a beautiful oceanfront infinity pool, or enjoy the sunset from your very own hot tub. All of this thanks to Kuoni Travel. Now, for your chance to win this fantastic holiday, and it's a case of getting away from everything, all you have to do is text the word holiday, HOLIDAY, and send it to 84850. Holiday to 84850. A voluntary donation of just £3 from every text supports Global's Make Some Noise. You've got until 8 p.m. on Tuesday, the 28th of February to enter. There's no limit to how many times you can go for it. Standard network rates apply. You need to be 18 or over, please, to see the list of participating Global stations. And the full terms and conditions go to makesomenoise.com. Lovely, isn't it? Have you had a look at the pictures? We had a look at the pictures earlier on, and even the producer, very excitable about the whole thing. Really nice. He said, have you seen them? I said, I'm expecting it to be top-notch. And it is. It's kind of and you've got your own hot tub. You can just sit there with a glass of bubbly or something like that. Bottle of Prosecco. It can be very nice. Lots of nice food. Then you can go diving and watch turtles and stuff like that. I mean, it's a sort of holiday to get you away from everything. If you've had a really rotten blooming year and you think, I could do with something to lift my spirits, this would be the thing to lift your spirits. This would be the thing. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. Steve, do listeners' Alexas really respond to your voice? Oh, absolutely. I have a very resonant voice. Alexa spots me immediately. So, hey Alexa, if you said, hey Alexa, set an alarm for 2 a.m. tomorrow, what would happen? I don't know, because I don't have one. It would set an alarm for you. I mean, to be honest with you, the time you really need to wake up is 4. Okay, I don't want to be sort of greedy about this, but 4 o'clock is when we start, and that's what we like, that people do sort of pick up, and the Steve Allen spike is all around. If you look older than your age, you won't like this piece at all. Might be a reason to worry about more than just frown lines. Do you all do that? Do you look in the mirror and go, I've got frown lines or not? You know, or lines under your eyes, or there's so many things, aren't there? I was watching QVC the other day, and they were doing a programme where they had question and answer. People writing in saying, should I use this sort of cream or that sort of cream? Because I think most of their income on QVC comes from ladies buying makeup. Seriously, they must spend a fortune, creams and everything else. I did see one bundle on another channel, I think it was Living or something like that, and you got like 10 different pots of cream, and it was under 50 quid. And I remember thinking, God, you could fill your bathroom shelf up with all this stuff. It looked absolutely amazing. I was nearly tempted to actually order it, just for the sake of it. Somebody says Barry Sheen died 20 years ago this March, aged only 52, along with Evel Knievel. He was hugely popular in the 70s, used to advertise Brute with Henry Cooper. Did he? I don't remember that, actually. I don't remember that one, Peter. And Kevin Keegan. I remember Henry Cooper doing it, but I don't remember Barry Sheen doing it. But I do remember he was a bit of a ladies' man, and that's putting it politely. That's putting it politely. A radioactive cargo, which started a major alert at Heathrow, is not linked to any direct threat to the UK. And Michael Flatley in all the papers. He's been diagnosed with an aggressive form of cancer. He's undergone surgery. He's 64, revealed on his Instagram account. And he rose to fame, of course, in Riverdance. I mean, just phenomenally successful, phenomenally fit. So, you know, whenever you think about these things, and people say, oh, you know, you're only going to get cancer if you're slovenly and all that. Not true. Not true. You get some very, very fit people who end up, having to have major operations. But he's being looked after, and he's doing as well as can be expected. But we wish him the very best of luck. Also, the delivery firm Every. It must be the only one I've never heard of. Never heard of it, but apparently they've apologised for delays over the festive season amid evidence from wider chaos across the Corridor network and Royal Mail. Actually, we do really well with Royal Mail. You know, all my stuff from Amazon turns up, all my parcels and bits and pieces. I couldn't complain at it, mainly because I know my postman and I know a couple of the delivery people on the postal vans. You know, and they'll always sort of look after me and stuff like, which is great. Which is great. But I've never had any problem. I think there was only once I ordered something from a German company about 10 years ago, and it just never showed up. Never showed up. And there was also a warehouse that was robbed a short while ago, which had loads of people's parcels, not in London, but outside of London. But they caught the people. It was two kids, about 19 and 18, who decided they pushed the trolley out with all these parcels on there, obviously thinking they could make some money out of it. Unfortunately, it was not to happen. Steve, I buy a few bits from QVC, but mostly Ruth Langford. Oh, I should imagine she must shift more clothing on there than anybody else, mainly because she's on there for like 24 hours. And she's got these things, and because she looks good in anything, and she's another one who could wear a bin liner and look fantastic. She's just very lucky. But she's got her own clothing range, and she goes on there, and I should imagine she'll demonstrate it all. This comes in all these different colours. You can wear this with this and this and that. Maybe because she's slim enough, she can wear anything she likes. If you're slim, you can wear anything. And she looks good in it. And I wouldn't like to imagine, but I should imagine she accounts for a lot of QVC's money that comes in on the clothing line. They have a lot of people who are very, very good. Steve, you should get Aqua Mood Lights, says Sue. I've got some. You put the disc in water, and it lights the water up any colour. Oh, no, I used to have something better. I bought a little thing, and it was, and it's a little, like, chrome thing, and you put it in water. I used to have a bowl of water on a stand, just normal water, and you put this thing in there, and it lights up, and it produces steam. And they used to get this steam that floated across the top of the water, and it was brilliant. absolutely brilliant. I remember thinking, I like this. And then after a while, they got a bit manky because the water, you know, if it reacts with heat and with light and all the rest of it, then you sort of start getting all sorts of problems. Steve, every used to be called Hermes. They were so useless, they renamed the company, but nothing changed. Now, I've heard of Hermes. There you go. Somebody says the same. Andy in Portsmouth says the same thing. So now I know. There's a Netflix documentary coming up. You might want to see this one. They're asking the question, did the Vatican cover up the kidnap and torture of a girl by the mafia because she'd been abused by a friend of the Pope? Now, I think we all are not stupid enough to realise that there are all sorts of things that went on in Vatican City which they covered up. They had to cover it up. They nearly went bankrupt at one point. It was all a little bit... This particular girl vanished aged 15 in 1983. And Pope Francis said of her, she's in heaven, but the conspiracy theories, they say, involve Pope John Paul II. He was always my favourite, actually. I always liked it. He looks like a pope. Some of them didn't look like popes. You know, you wanted somebody who had a kindly face and looked as though he could empathise. But it's very interesting. You'll have to read it. But it's a Netflix documentary. Isn't everything? Johnny Vegas has been diagnosed with attention deficit hyperactivity disorder after Sue Perkins suggested he get tested. It's a behavioural condition, ADHD, that often results, as you know, in trouble concentrating, restlessness and impulsiveness. Affects 3 to 4% of adults in the UK. ADHD. I don't think I've got anything like that at all, actually. I don't think so. I think I'm reasonably well balanced. Reasonably. Actually, balance is the worst thing I am, actually. Tuition fees will be frozen at $9,250 for the next 2 years. There was somebody who phoned up earlier on and spoke to Richard Spur and said that they had, I think it was, their student fees were about £60,000. That's what they were in for. And he said, will you ever pay this off? And they went, I don't think so. How... Was it Ian Payne? I can't remember actually now. But anyway, whatever it was it Ian Payne? Right. And I remember thinking, how do you pay this off? How do you pay off £60,000? Just, the interest goes up far. Have you got debts then as well? Still? Oh, right. So how much is your debt? Oh, this is Jack we're talking to, so we just have to find out, you know, in between going to one of those clubs. 40,000? Are you serious? Good Lord above. 40,000, you're in debt, £40,000. But because... Well, you'll never pay it back. Apparently. Ah, no, wait a minute. The trick is, you leave university, you go abroad. That's the trick, then you don't pay it. You don't pay it. There was somebody said that's the thing to do. So I think Ian said, it gets written off, doesn't it, after a certain amount of time? After 30 years... I think what you should do, Jack, is go abroad, change your name, come back in again. They still send you... You get emails and stuff like that? Right. It is ridiculous. How on earth, you know, if you've got a debt like that hanging over your head? Just ridiculous. I'm so glad I never stayed at school and went to university. I'd have been a nightmare. Can you imagine? You think it was worth it? Do you? Yeah, because we know it... Well... Of course you only get to do it once because you're only going to be that age once. So that's the way it works. It's not going to work for me, though. I couldn't do it. And there would be no benefit to me going to university at all. You know, I'd still be a radio presenter. It's 7:15. Let's get the latest news headline, shall we? This morning for you with Simon Conway.
Steve Allen on LBC. Text 84850.
And the funny thing is, I got Christmas cards the other day. They must have been held up in the post for such a long time. Such a long time. Happy birthday to Guy Chambers today. You know who Guy Chambers is? He's the songwriter from London who co-wrote Robbie Williams' biggest hits include Millennium, Let Me Entertain You and Angels, over which he said he got a migraine for overexcitement because he knew it was a winner. He once said you have to write 10 songs to get one good one. There's a high wastage to being a songwriter, because I think Robbie only wrote one line, didn't he, for Angels and Down the Waterfall. And also Shirley Eaton. Those of you a little bit older than myself will remember Shirley, the actress from Middlesex who starred in Goldfinger The girl who dies from skin suffocation after being covered in gold paint as a punishment for helping James Bond, Sean Connery. After roles opposite Bob Hope and Christopher Lee, she stepped away from the spotlight in 1969 to raise her 2 children. How old is Shirley Eaton today? It does not seem possible. She's 86. 86. Unbelievable. Also, Kirstie Alley, we celebrate her life. She passed away on this day this year. She starred as the bar manager Rebecca Howe in almost 150 episodes of Cheers. I quite like. She died from colon cancer. She was 71 last month. And Jack London, the US novelist who wrote The Call of the Wild and White Fang, having been a sailor, a tramp and a prospector in the Klondike Gold Rush, he became a war correspondent in Korea in 1904, reporting on the Russo-Japanese War. But London was threatened with a court-martial after punching a Japanese officer's groom when he was caught stealing fodder for his horse. There you go. And that was back in 1916. In January 2008, Her Majesty the Queen sent a message of sympathy to the family of Sir Edmund Hillary, who had died aged 88. He was the first person to conquer Mount Everest, along with Tenzing Norgay, on May the 29th, 1953, which was just days before Elizabeth II's coronation. The Queen had met the climber many times over the years. Nothing on earth would get me to climb a mountain. I could never understand what the appeal was. I spoke to somebody who did climb a mountain. And I said, why? And he said, well, it's there. I remember thinking, okay, great. Which I think is quite interesting. But it just doesn't interest me in the slightest. Pete the Pool Man says, I use a lot of face moisturising creams. I have a citrus one for the long poolside days in the summer and a heavier one for the winter from the Wellman Company. Oh, dear me. Actually, to be honest with you, if you work in London or you live in London or you work in any of these big cities, you need to put some sort of moisturiser on because the air is so dirty and everything else. You could go back. I remember one day I wore, years ago, I put a white shirt on. I don't really wear white shirts. And when I got back, the collar was filthy. And I remember thinking, where's that come from? I'm being very good about using balms and scrubs and all the rest of it. And somebody said, it's just the atmosphere. Just the atmosphere in London. It is dirty. You've got pollution and all the rest of it. Oh, dear. What else have we got? The Windsors have declined to say a word. Do you think they've read the book? Do you think they've had a look at the book? I mean, I don't know whether or not. Do you think anybody would dare to admit? They must have done, mustn't they? I mean, do you think anybody would dare to admit within the family that they'd sent somebody out to buy it? They couldn't have it delivered by Amazon, could they? Amazon would go, well, we've just sent 3 copies over. Princess Marie Chantal of Greece, whose father-in-law King Constantine died this week, shared a photograph that could be seen as a damning comment on Harry's treachery. Oh, dear. Because the glamorous wife of Crown Prince Pavlos, now head of the former Greek royal family, shared the image online. And it was the picture of Harry, the bookshop in the window with How to Kill Your Family. So the royals couldn't be closer to our royals. King Constantine was, as you know, godfather to Prince William and a nephew of Prince Philip. Kate Moss has turned 49. These people, honestly, I can't keep up with their ages. It's the people who, like when somebody said to me, Michael Aspel is 90, and I went, are you sure? Are you sure? Elizabeth Debicki recreating some of the princess's most celebrating looks in The Crown. I'm slowly plodding through it. Slowly. I need to bring myself up to date, which I probably will, because I think we're up to about series 5. I think Harry admitted on one of the television programmes that he had seen it. I thought, well, of course he has. What else has he got to do? He's got nothing else, has he, really? And Jenny Murray talks in her column today about Harry's got it so wrong about Camilla. He says, so many of Harry's revelations have infuriated me, just like everybody. I think I don't think I've read a critic yet who's in favour of him. None more so than his critique of his stepmother, the Queen Consort. Far from wicked, she's a complete delight, and frankly, there's been no greater pleasure than to see 2 older people, once denied their love for each other, united at last in glowing happiness. He says, nor do I have any difficulty with King Charles's attachment to his teddy bear. I've still got mine from 1951. I've got one too from a long, long time ago. And did you know that Walt Disney, because we celebrate the 100th anniversary of Disney, and it's always been assumed that Walt was a good cartoonist. He couldn't draw for toffee. He really couldn't. Apparently, as a young reporter on a local newspaper, he was sent out to interview his hero on a great ocean liner as it came into port. So anyway, he asked Disney to draw Mickey Mouse for a picture, and Walt says, "I'm sorry, I'm no good at drawing. You do it, and I'll sign it for you." And that's what he did. That's what he did. Because I always assumed that Walt Disney drew Steamboat Willie and all these other sort of great cartoons from years and years ago. Not a word of it. It was all the artists, and all the people who worked for the organisation, which was amazing. You were talking about sweets the other day, Steve, and we're not doing the sweet route here. We did that the other day. Not going back onto sweets again, because did we? Who was it? Somebody said they ordered all these sweets thanks to my program. I think it was Kim. All these sweets on the program, because we were getting quite excited about what were they called? Refreshers. I think I might fall foul of this and order some on the train today. I've just got this feeling that I'm going to be going on to Amazon and going, refreshers, and then sort of ordering the blooming things. Because Kim said she'd ordered like 48 packets of them. And I remember thinking, I don't know whether or not that's such a good idea, because they were addictive. Because, you put them in your mouth and you sort of left them, and then you bit them and you got this sherbety sort of thing going on, which was very nice, actually. What else have we got? A lot of people talking about the return of the Golden Globes. I never followed the Golden Globes. Out of all the different shows that they had in America, which was celebrating, and of course the audience was reflected. Also the Tory backbencher Andrew Bridgen, who described the COVID vaccine in a now deleted tweet as the biggest crime against humanity since the Holocaust. The tweet was condemned by Rishi Sunak, the Prime Minister, who said it was deeply offensive. Okay, you do get these. It makes you wonder how they ever get to actually be, they get to be MPs. You can't believe some of the stuff they come up with. Also, glamour is back at the Globe. Well, of course it is, because they're not having to buy anything. And the military shake-up, Putin awarding the Order of St. George last year to General Sergei Surovikin, the Ukrainian war commander. He's demoted after only 3 months. Surovikin was known as the General Armageddon. They don't last long, do they, under Putin? Mind you, he was vastly overweight. I think he's about much use as a chocolate teapot, I think. Being kind as well beats therapy for depression. So if you ever feel blue, the secret to boosting your mood may involve doing something for somebody else. So there you go, which is quite nice. What else have we got in the paper today? Heating bills turn the race for space into a dash to downsize. And prostate cancer patients around the UK face a postcode lottery. I think everybody faces this postcode lottery. They were talking about it ages and ages ago. And poor little Harry, his cottage had IKEA lamps and felt like a frat house. Oh, honestly, no pleasing some people, is there? Some people have been quite grateful for IKEA lamps. I would be one of them. Thank you very much indeed for your company this morning. Do go for the competition. I know. Do go for the competition, because we'll do it again for you tomorrow, and then we'll make sure that it's running till the 28th. Okay, running till the 28th, but you can enter as many times as you want, each time giving you as much chance as everybody else. Do you think tomorrow we might actually have a free day where there's no Harry? Unfortunately not. Unfortunately, I suspect they're already writing the front pages tomorrow, trying to catch him out on anything else that he's come up with, where he basically can't remember and starts saying that it's all our fault, being in the media. That's the kind of thing. But I don't think it's going to work. I don't think you can actually do it. Anyway, thank you very much indeed. Morning, nice to have your company. Welcome to Friday. Love Fridays. It's January the 30th. Wait a minute. It's Friday the 13th. This is not so great, is it? What could possibly be bad news today? Lisa Marie Presley dying at the age of 54. She used to go out with somebody in this building. I don't need to tell you who it is, because it's well documented, because I remember talking to him about it at the time. She went out with Toby Anstis. He's a bit of a ladies' player, is our Tobes. He really is, bless his heart. So he'll be absolutely gutted today, absolutely gutted. As indeed is everybody, because all the papers are not full of the story. They're just full of the fact that she had a cardiac arrest, but they sort of pumped her heart and they got her back again. Then they lost her. It's amazing, actually. In America, with all these amazing things, we still lose somebody who's that young, and probably even younger. So nothing in the paper, just little bits about Lisa Marie Presley. But the first thing they said to me was, "Did you interview?" I said, "No, I interviewed her mum. I interviewed the mum. I didn't ever interview Lisa Marie. I'd love to have done. It's always that you always look at it afterwards, don't you, and go, oh, wish I'd sort of done that." Poor Mick Lynch had to walk for 20 minutes because of the industrial action on the Elizabeth line. So, that was a shame. Did you not get a private car? I thought they'd have given you a car. Waitrose and Warburton's in a standoff. So they've done a taste in the paper between Waitrose's crumpets and Warburton's crumpets. Because I do like a crumpet. You have to cook them longer, actually. You have to sort of put them in the toaster longer because bread does quicker than crumpets do, and they've got to be hard on the top so that when you put the butter on, it seeps down into it. I do like a crumpet, actually, either with peanut butter, crunchy, or with Marmite. I can do things like that. Peanut butter and Marmite. We did that once. I had a producer who was nearly sick. Corey, they sent in a jar very kindly for us to try of peanut butter and Marmite. So I thought we would use Corey as the guinea pig. So we did, and he didn't fare very well, I'm afraid. In fact, just taking the lid off was a bit traumatic for him. He didn't like the smell of it at all. Mind you, I saw somebody on the television the other day, and they had a thing. They were doing, what was it on? Oh, it was on Gogglebox. It was the couple in the caravan, the gay guy, and the old lady used to be a landlady, and he obviously hates pickled onions. And she undid the top of this jar of pickled onions. He went, I thought he was going to be ill. And she ate them, and you could see the look on his face that he was horrified. Well, I love pickled onions. I could sit there with a piece of cheese, which I try not to have. In fact, I haven't had cheese for quite a while. A nice big chunk of cathedral or something like that. Bit of baguette, bit of butter, and some pickled onions, or some Branston pickle or piccalilli, anything like that. Actually, just food. We just call it food in this day and age. But today the boys have got some new cereal to make them healthy, which I think is very good. We're all in keeping with sort of making them as healthy as possible. So we've given Freddie, the producer, sweets, and now he's got the healthy cereal as well. And he's got a bowl and the biggest spoon you've ever seen in your entire life. Biggest spoon. Look at the size of that spoon. The trouble is, it's emphasised in its size by the fact that he's so small. The spoon is so big, so he looks a little bit like, sort of one of these, the borrowers, like Stuart Little, that kind of sort of thing. So we've given him the bowl of thing, and then Jack can eat some of the cereal as well. But it's all healthy. It's a healthy... Are you eating it now? Is it nice? Very good. Yeah, it's the first time, as far as I know, that M&S Food have got their own breakfast range. That's I haven't heard of it before. So they've got their own coffee now, this new magic coffee, and then they've got this as well. And so there's everything. Pecan pie porridge. Sounds very nice, doesn't it? High fibre fruit and bran. Choco Crunch. See, that sounds the winner to me. I wouldn't eat it myself, but I think it's very good. And they've got, I don't know if we actually got I think we got the peanut and oat granola and all the healthy stuff. And so yesterday I brought in baked tomatoes, which come in a little packet, and you eat them dried. They're very nice. And so Freddie's decided to add that. He's been very creative. Not like him at all, but he's decided to be creative, and he's put the strawberries in with the cereal, and Jack is just bemused. Life is just a little bit like, what's going on? What's happening today? How much is that? £20? You're joking. I wouldn't pay 20 quid for that if you paid me. And Annie from France says, bonjour, Steve. Bonjour, yourself. And went to Minneapolis today for a meeting at the MN Methodist Conference. And this is Jake, who's my favourite Methodist minister. In fact, he's my only Methodist minister in America who writes to me on a regular basis. He's the only... So when they had all the riots, Jake was keeping us up to date with everything, and he's very, very happily settled. But he went to the Land's End pasty shop in Dinkytown. I've never... That sounds like it's made up, doesn't it, Jake? He said, and I got some pasties. I'm very happy with that. So that's good. Oh, you're going to try the cereal? Yeah, it's good. It's good for you. Get the biggest bowl you've got in there and just fill it up and go mad. Just fill it up. Have we got milk in our fridge? Yeah, we have got milk. There's no milk in this fridge, milk in that fridge. I tell you, it's like a picnic today. It's like going out there. I feel like the famous five. We should go out there and get horses and go riding through the surf and something like that, and then sit down and have all this sort of super cool breakfast stuff. If only it came with breakfast croissant. I could just kill for a croissant now. A warm croissant would do me very well indeed. Do you know, yesterday The buses were operating. I thought they weren't operating yesterday, my ones, but they were. So well done to Abilio. Thank you very much indeed. So I came outside the station thinking, oh, here we go. It's going to be a walk back in the rain. And then blow me down, within 1 minute, 2 minutes, a bus turned up. So I got on the bus, went home, did all sorts of bits and pieces, had a nice little drive around, went to do some shopping. I do shopping on a daily basis. I absolutely love doing shopping. It keeps me going, actually. China have now said that Putin has gone completely round the bend, mad. He's gone, gone gaga. He'll lose the war, says China, which is very interesting, isn't it? Very interesting. A road rage driver has been freed. I'll tell you who he is a little bit later on, as the prisons are all full. So they've decided to let him out. It sounds far too dangerous to me. And a former footballer jailed for 7.5 years. He tricked the family in a fraud that cost people 15 million. So he should have gone to prison. So he should have done. The Fatal Flaw, all the reviewers, another disaster for Gordon Ramsay, the programme that really isn't worth putting on television. I don't know, he just can't find anything to star in, honey. And is this the way to Amarillo? Tony Christie, he's admitted that he's got dementia. I interviewed Tony Christie probably a couple of years ago now. I always loved that and In the Avenues and Alleyways. He was always a very good... Not very tall, but a great singer. Also, Lee Ryan, the drunken blue star, has been found guilty of racism on a jet. He drank a bottle of port, a rather stupid infantile child, claimed to live in France now. I think he lives in France, best place for him, as long as he's well away. Anyway, he was so drunk on the jet, he was abusing racially the stewardess, and they decided he's been found guilty, but they'll sentence him in February. I suppose they're trying to work out what it can be. I mean, do you think prison? I don't know what people get now, because they seem to vary where you go in the country, depending on what you've done. It's like road rage. In some some parts of the country, they send you to prison. Other parts of the country, they just let you off with a fine, or it's a suspended sentence, which seems a pointless idea for me. But anyway, he's been found guilty of racism. Kylie Minogue's Fizz is the most popular rosé Prosecco, and I got given a bottle at the Magic Circle at Christmas, which was very nice indeed. It's rosé. I haven't drunk it yet. I'm saving it for a special day, I think. Plus, what else have we got? We've got NUS Hostility, National Union of Students, and this is hostility to Jewish students. Number of firefighters from Grenfell have contracted cancer. Whether or not it was to do with Grenfell, we have no idea, but it does seem rather ironic, doesn't it? And Victoria Beckham's had to have a rag sale, because she's 66 million in the red, a total failure at business. And I remember years ago, she set up the shop and they had flowers delivered and she was playing as if she was big time. Of course, all the time, it was being paid for by other people, because she wasn't making any money in the shop, and she's made even less money. Last year, £6 million she took a hit for. £6 million. And yet they paid themselves, well, I think Dave did on his earnings. He paid them a dividend so they can still live to their lifestyle. And basically, she's doing nothing about it except having this sale. But, she's still selling items for, it's down from £900 to £450. And you think, that's not a sale. That's called taking the Michael. She needs to close the shop down, because the shop must be costing hundreds of thousands a year in rent and rates and staff costs and all the rest of it. Nobody's buying her stuff. You know why? Too expensive. People are going out to Primark. I know there's a huge difference, but she's not couture. Couture would be, Dolce & Gabbana and, all these other Issey Miyake and places like that. Not Victoria Beckham. That's Victoria Beckham. And obviously I'm right, because the clothes are not selling. She's had to reduce 200 items. My advice, and it was the same last year and the year before when they told us it was only 40 million in debt. Now it's 66 million in debt. And I've said what she needs to do is just open an online business. Just do it online and sell it that way. Then you haven't got the overheads of the shop. You just have it in a warehouse and it's sent out like loads of other people. But to keep up this shop, which is hemorrhaging money, is just absolutely ludicrous. Steve, I've just woken up from a nightmare. I dreamt that you were married to Meghan Markle. That sounds a little bit too freaky, actually. But I was at your house and she was making toast and she burnt it and the kitchen was full of smoke. You and I were laughing and she was not amused. I was so relieved to wake up and realise it was just a bad nightmare. She says, keep up the great work, Steve. You do make me laugh, thinking you're the greatest. You're an absolute tonic. I know, which goes with gin. And I don't do gin. I can't do gin. My friend John Warrington does gin. But I always thought gin was a depressive. But I've tried. That's what I thought it was. Whereas, in fact, most drinks can be a depressive, I suppose, depending on how much you have. But John used to go home from doing the programme, and he would have a gin and tonic with ice. You see, I quite like the idea of the ice. Gin and tonic, and they do. Have you seen all the different gins that they do now? They do gin. I've never seen so many different sorts of gins. Costco had a box of 48 little miniature gins, every single one different. And I nearly bought it as a present for one of my producers. And then I thought, no, sod it. Why should I waste the money? There was no point. Do not forget that now, apart from, writing to us, sending a carrier pigeon and basically turning up at the door with a letter for us, an envelope stuffed full of money, it could be very nice indeed. You can do it via Alexa. So if you're listening via an Alexa smart speaker, you send a message to me and you just say, Alexa, send a comment to LBC. And then it's just done. It's good. Enjoying the cereal? Is the cereal good? Is it good? Healthy? Do you feel better? Really good. Oh, wow. Really? What is it? Which one did you have, Jack? You had the... that was the Choco Crunch. Why did I think you'd be going for that? He's the boy who likes Cocoa Pops. That he likes that sort of thing. Chocolate and sort of bits and pieces. So it's good. Do you have it hot or you have it cold? It's just cold, is it? Cold cereal. Oh, right. Well, there you go. So he likes that. So that's available in M&S. High protein. God knows how that's going to affect him. I can't imagine. I worry about things like that. We don't want to give him... Can you feel sort of your body changing? Yeah. You're getting thinner. Good Lord above, honestly. Those trick mirrors you've got in your place, where you stand in front of them like in the thumbprint and all of a sudden you look sort of emaciated. I think not. Should we take a short break? Why not?
This is LBC with Steve Allen.
Morning, every 18 minutes past 4. Welcome to Friday. Welcome to You Cannot Wipe the Smile Off Our Face today. Seriously, you can't. We're so happy because it's Friday. We like Friday. Friday is, big up. I mean, I haven't got anything to do. But then that's just as exciting as having something to do. I mean, I thought earlier on as I was coming in the car, I thought, I don't know, should I go out for lunch on Saturday with some friends? And I thought, no, I'm just going to have a lazy time. I had my hair cut the other day. Again, nobody's mentioned it. Nobody said a word. Seriously. And, you'd think they'd be going, hair's still looking good, Steve. Just the kind of thing I would expect, really. But it doesn't always go that way. But it doesn't matter, because when Jack gets his hair cut, we'll all be looking at it and laughing and pointing and going, how much you pay for that? Robbed, mate. You were robbed. So expensive, we discovered yesterday when we were finding out how much people's haircuts cost. And it was quite amazing. Nice to see the Princess of Wales telling young people yesterday talking therapies doesn't work for some. I love these little digs, which is quite good. Although somebody said the other day, I repeated it and I repeat it again today and make no apology. And that somebody said, Harry's therapist, because apparently he's been in therapy. I'm not at all surprised. It's funny, why was he in therapy and yet Wills didn't go to therapy? I don't understand that. Perhaps Harry's a different person. But anyway, the therapist said, I told you to write it down, not publish it. And so he's basically screwed himself over a lamppost, I think, on that one, because he's had to backtrack on things. Said, oh no, I didn't mean that. I meant this. The ghostwriter this is a guy called J.R. Moeringer, has shrugged off criticism that Spare contains factual errors, but he tweeted a quote and posted 2 quotations from Spare attributed to Harry. And as I say, ghostwriters can put anything down. Harry has no idea what they're putting down until it gets published, and then presumably he has to find time in his extremely busy schedule to actually read the thing, so he's got something to talk about on these programmes, because he can't keep repeating himself. That would just be ridiculous. Do you know 20 million Brits have now had their flu jabs? I think everybody should have flu jabs. I really do. Everybody should have flu jabs. I see that Jermaine Pennant is now bankrupt, and he's telling the dreary story of how this complete plank blew £10 million. And you do sort of think to yourself, he says, I moved to Spain and forgot I still had a house in Cheshire. Is it just me, or are the majority of footballers as thick as anything? Because they don't seem to have half a brain cell, do they, really? And so he's a bankrupt. He's had everything, and he's a bankrupt. And he's a former Liverpool winger. He's splashed out. They all do. He once paid a bar bill on a lads' break in Las Vegas of £25,000. I mean, you'd have to be a Pratt, wouldn't you, really? You know, an ace Pratt. But anyway, he describes himself as financially illiterate. For that reads stupid. You know, because there's advice out there. It's like people, you know, who sort of win the lottery and they go, oh, I'm just going to blow it all. And you think, why don't you take the advice from Camelot? Camelot offer advice. Free advice. The moment you win a large sum of money, you know, it can be anything from $1 million upwards, they offer advice for as long as you want it. It's all there. And yet that stupid Jane Parks still droning on 10 years later about, oh, I wish I'd never won the money. You know, why don't you just go somewhere else? Because we're a bit bored with people like you. It's like footballers. We know they earn a lot of money. But, you know, and we know some of them, well-known footballers, have gambling problems, you know, drug problems, all sorts of problems. And yet they can't seem to handle it. And then nowadays, because the papers are the way they are, they now sell a story, which is very interesting. Thank you to Pete, who sent me in the picture of the Newbury Cafe, which is now a Coat Brasserie. Honestly, a Coat Brasserie, I ask you. I have driven down to Newbury on numerous occasions, and I quite like it just to see the old house. Just have a look at the old house there. And then sometimes if I'm really feeling good and I've got the petrol in the car, I drive up to my old school. And I quite like doing that because at the weekend you could just drive in and drive the car round. And if anybody's, because it's now co-ed. It used to be a boys' school years and years ago. Now it's a co-ed. And I always drive down to Wash Common and I have a look at the Tuesday Night Club. This prefabricated building full of corrugated panels and all the rest of it, which was where, when we were little, 14, 15, we used to hold the Tuesday Night Club, and that's the first place I became a DJ when I was 14 and 15. My uncle Alan gave us some disco equipment, which was a valve amplifier and a speaker. We got the turntables, we made it all up, we put lights up inside, and we made it dark. It was like a discotheque. We only had about 3 records, and that was the start of it. People queued outside on a Tuesday because there was nothing for kids to do. You know, and it wasn't really the place where you could hang around on the street corner. It's not like London, where there's loads of things to keep people excited. You know, in Newbury, you had to make your own entertainment. So to have a club where people could go up to, and we sold crisps and fizzy pop drinks, Panda Pops we used to sell. We'd go down to the local drinks warehouse and we'd buy them up, stick them in my poor mother's car, which eventually the suspension went because we were putting too much stuff in it. But no, I love those sort of memories. Steve says, Kim, you'd be a cheap date. Glass of ice, you can do better than that, Steve. Come on, have a wee malt thrown in. I am a cheap date, Kim. I have to tell you, I'm a very cheap date. Actually, no, the funny thing is, no, I don't know, am I a cheap date? I don't know. Actually, friends of mine would probably say he's not really. He pretends to be a cheap date, you know, because I mean, I can drink, you know, when we go to Joe's or I go anywhere else and I go, bottle of Prosecco, please. And they go, how many glasses? And I go, one, you know, don't want to share it with anybody. I'm not really a champagne drinker. Cilla Black was a champagne drinker. She only would drink champagne. I know a lot of people like that who would only drink champagne, whereas I got used to Prosecco, and I quite like it, actually. But I tried a new one that they had in Waitrose. It was $7.99 a bottle, and I tried it, and it was really quite nice, actually, but I can't remember what it was called. Just says Prosecco. So I sort of buy this sort of stuff. I don't know what it was, but anyway, it was very nice. It was a different shaped sort of bottle as well. Looked quite nice. And as I say, I've got the bottle of Kylie Minogue Prosecco to try at some point. But what else have we got? Steve, terrible news about Lisa Marie, says Sophie. As soon as I heard that she was in hospital, I had a feeling it wouldn't end well. I think she died before she got to hospital. They tried to revive her at home, I think. Then they called the ambulance, and I think she died. But it is sad. She had a life. Don't get me wrong. She'd been there, done it, bought the T-shirt, tried the drugs. She'd done everything, and she worked over here in a burger van because I think somebody she was going out with had a chip van and a burger van, and she was serving up chips and burgers and stuff like that. And people were going, isn't that Lisa Marie Presley? And they were going, yeah, Elvis's daughter. Yeah. What's she doing? Well, she's got a boyfriend, and she thought she would enter into the spirit of it, and so she did. Kim says she'd half look like her dad. Yeah. Roger says, don't forget to hide any treats when you leave later. You know who's in tonight. Oh, they'll all be gone long before he actually gets there. I know what he's like. Because you know what he's doing? He's opening a shop. This is Nick Abbott. What he does is he waits to see if there's any sweetened fruit, and he bags it all up and puts a little label on, Abbott's homemade sweets, and he sells them down car boots. You know, I tell you, it's terrible, really. So that's why I make sure that so today they've got Quality Street, because I had a tin left over from Christmas, and that will be gone by middle of the afternoon. Seriously, and the Satsumas will be gone as well very quickly. Somebody says it's Mel in Singapore. I'm trying out the new Alexa messaging system. It's amazing, isn't it, really? I mean, I think it's technology gone completely round the bend. Completely round the bend. Lauren in Thamesmead says London transport rules say smelly food is banned on buses, but I find bus companies don't do anything about it. I've seen people sitting on buses eating curry. Seriously, yes. Sitting there with a spoon. I mean, that should not be allowed. People like that are peasants. They shouldn't be allowed to eat anything. Not even burgers. It's all right to eat at McDonald's because that's not classed as a burger. That's classed as breakfast. Tony says, on my way to London to clean windows. He says, you make my morning. All the way to London to clean windows? Good Lord above. Nice to meet you at the Magic Circle, says Al. I was the self-confessed diabetic at the end of the show. Have you bought Prince Harry's book? You will get a copy in the charity shops next week. I haven't bought it. I really wouldn't want to buy it. Seriously, listen, it makes no difference to me. You know, when you sort of mention Harry and you get somebody writing in and they're quite clearly that, you know, got a few brain cells missing. You know, but just because somebody disagrees with them, they decide to be all vehement, you know, and like, oh, I can't believe that he didn't like Harry. Everybody's entitled to an opinion. I can't stand him, but that's my opinion. I don't like Prince Andrew either. I don't like Sarah Ferguson. I don't like their children, you know, but you're allowed to have an opinion. You don't have to come up with reasons why you don't like somebody. I don't like them. It's as simple as that. Nobody said you had to. Barry says, did you ever meet Lisa Marie Presley? I didn't, actually, no. I wish I had done, actually. Catherine in Dublin says, I'm cabin crew in Ireland. Well, you probably move out of Ireland, don't you? I mean, you can't just stay cabin crew in Ireland. And Waj says, locked into the spike after watching 2 episodes of The Apprentice. They've just got rid of a double eviction, haven't they? Although one of them said she quit by herself because she decided she didn't want to do it. So there's a waste of space if ever there was one. Oh, I think I'll do this programme. Here's my picture. Here's this. Here's that. Oh, I'm going to quit. Waste of space. Richard says, here's to Kylie's Rose Prosecco. Yes, she's brought out Rose. Apparently it's doing really, really well. Really, really well. As I say, I have a bottle. And Robert says, please say hi to Natasha in Forest Hill. Got all your tea towels? Do you have any cups? As we'd love one. No, we had champagne glasses from the Groovy Gang. You have to check online for things like that. Mark in Romford says, heartbreaking news about Lisa Marie, daughter of one of the greatest singers of all time. Well, I mean, I wouldn't actually say, I might have to disagree with you slightly, and I'm a fan. I didn't think Presley was the greatest singer of all time. I think there were loads of people who were much better. It was just the fact that I remember talking to Priscilla Presley. She came in and she was doing pantomime, I think. And I just remember looking at her thinking, this is going to sound really awful, she slept with Elvis Presley. And it just kind of, you know, you look at her and she's had a lot of work done and bits and pieces. But I thought the stories you could tell about living with Elvis, meeting Elvis. They met in Germany and he asked her parents for a hand in marriage. She was only 14 at the time. She was very, very young. So you can imagine. But nobody made a big deal about it because it was Elvis and he was a gentleman and he was this and that and all the other people, of course, fell foul of the whole system. But I just remember thinking, you know, all the stories of what went on. You went, you know, every night that Presley played, you were there either backstage or in the audience. I mean, that's something. For God's sake, most people have such empty lives. They've got nothing to actually talk about at all, and yet she married Elvis Presley. Mind you, Lisa Marie married Michael Jackson, and I bet there's a few stories there, can you imagine? But she's taken them to her grave, so we will never know exactly what went on. And she was married to Nicolas Cage. So, you know, it's very interesting when you look at these people and you look at their showbiz lifestyles and you suddenly realise that Elvis was huge, just a megastar. No 2 ways about it. And still, his house and his grave and the museum is still one of the most visited attractions in America. It generates more now as he's dead than it did when he was alive. Let's get the news headline, shall we? It's 4:31, and here's Daryl Jackson.
Here in the UK, we sell amazing products and services the whole world wants.
At the Black Farmer in Devon, our produce is enjoyed on both sides of the Atlantic.
We're McKinnon and Saunders from Manchester, and our puppets are watched on 6 continents.
So whether you're new to exporting or experienced, explore global growth for your business with free support from the UK government. Access information, training, events and expert advice to help you find new customers overseas. Visit great.gov.uk to get started.
Leading Britain's conversation. LBC with Steve Allen.
Morning, nice to have your company. It's Steve Allen's Early Breakfast. It's Friday. Do you know I might drive down to Newbury today? I don't know. I might just, you do it. Then I think, how much petrol's that going to use? But I did tell you earlier on, I managed to get my Lecky bill down. Thank God. I've saved about 250 quid by sending in a proper reading as opposed to the estimated thing. I love the way they send this stuff out, like thinking we've all got limitless amounts of money. Bill says my haircut and beard trim costs 15 quid in Accrington. Quite reasonable, do you not think? Oh, I don't know. I've never been to Accrington. Is that the one that's got a football club? Accrington Stanley. There used to be these kids in a little tent one going, Accrington Stanley, what's that? They used to go, it's a football team, exactly. Yeah, I forget what they were advertising, but it was very good. Very good. Steve, you sound well. I have your cups and your magical, sparkly Magic Circle mugs. Do you know, Mary, they've only got 4 left. I checked the other day, the Steve Allen Magic mugs, which are black. And then you fill them with hot water and a gorgeous picture of me appears. And I think every 1 in 15 I was naked. I don't know whether you've got those mugs, but there's still 4 left out there if you really want to go for them. And they're on the Magic Circle website. Steve, tip for crumpets, says John. Put 2 in the microwave for 10 seconds before you toast. They come out crisp and very hot in the middle, so the butter oozes through. I've always had the butter oozing through on mine, but I've never thought about that, actually. I watched the other day's Celebrity Bake Off, says Barry. Nick, that worked with Sir Alan Sugar, was on. Nick was a terrible cook, but apparently Sir Alan is a good cook. I don't do bake-off programmes. I'm a bit bored with them. I think they're they're quite nice, but it's just sometimes they're so crummy, and the celebrity versions are even worse as far as I'm concerned. I don't know why, actually. Beckham, Steve, says Banshee, is probably reliving his profitable activities, saving 45% tax against Vic's loss, which is a hobby for her. I mean, to be honest with you, it's a huge amount of money to lose. Huge amount. Well, not to lose, to be in debt for. And we were going through the clothing, and, it's really expensive, even when they've discounted it, which means that they're either... it's not going to sell, because if it didn't sell at the original price, what are they going to do? They're not appealing to the Primark customers, because they're looking to go into Primark, spend 20 quid and get an outfit for every day of the summer. They walk out with things. But apparently you can get cheap socks there. A friend of mine says, why don't you go into Primark and get... I was nearly ill, actually. He said, why don't you go into Primark and go and buy their socks? He said, you get 5 pairs for like £2.50. I thought, going to Primark. What, and be caught standing in a queue? Oh, my God, that would just be my worst nightmare. All it would take is somebody to come up and go, you Steve Allen? And I go, whoa, whoa. I'd have to dump the little bag and run. I wouldn't go there. I can tell that the team have been to Primark. Student Dream? You went all the time? Oh. I love the way the students go, we're so poor, our students, we haven't got any money, and yet they can afford to take drugs, drink, they do the whole business. Afford to take girls out. You want to come for a meal? Come on, darling, take down the local chippy. Yeah, priority. And then they go, we haven't got any money, we got no money. And then they all end up in debt. You know why? Drink. Have you been to a student bar? You never find it empty. You'll find them all standing there, yeah, go on, hey. And there's always the leery ones in the corner, isn't there? Come on, darling. Sorry? Of course they're cheap. They have to keep you drunk all of the time to get you into the lessons in the morning. Okay, what time's your first? I don't know. It doesn't matter. We're going to go downtown and we're going to get kebabs for everybody. Kebabs for everybody. Okay, and we're going to have chips for... You all want chips? Yeah, I'll put it on my student loan. That's what students are like. I know, because a lot of students write in to me. Well, I say write in, they do it in crayon. And they sort of go, Steve, listen to you when we're studying. And I used to think, oh, my God, it's got worse. It doesn't get any better, actually. Peter says, I don't agree with all your opinions about a number of things. Well, that's your business. Listen, I don't agree with anything you say. But it doesn't make any difference. Everybody's entitled to an opinion. Who cares? Who cares? It was milk, was it? They were advertising milk. Thank you. Now we know, actually. Dave in Plymouth says, do you ever watch For Love or Money? During the week, it's about I've seen the dating scams and the people who part with their money. The dating scams I find absolutely unbelievable, and I've repeated a few of them on the programme because it's people who they had a bloke. Now, what was he in for? I can't remember. He'd parted with money because he thought he was writing to a woman who wanted to go out with him, and of course it was all fake. It was all fake, and and they were saying to him, "Listen, promise you won't send any money." You know, these people, you don't know these people. They're just scammers. And you have to explain to elderly people what scammers are. You know, they are people who have no regard for you. They couldn't care less whether you're disabled, black, white, pink, green, blue spots, gay, straight. They don't care. They just want to take your money. And once they've got things, mainly due to a phone call, you know, people still fall for I had a producer. His mother got caught. He said, my mum got caught when they said somebody's tried, and it's the same old lines. You'll hear them a million times. You know, somebody's tried to access your account, and you go, and they go, listen, call us back at the bank, and we'll tell you how we can do this so that they won't get their hands on your money. And it's basically transferring your money into their account. And once they've got it in their account, they don't want anything to do with you. You're never going to get hold of them ever again, and they've got your money. And every year, millions, if not billions of pounds gets distributed. Can you imagine? They send out thousands and thousands of these things. They're waiting for you to sort of pick up on it. You know, and if you're elderly and you go, I've only got about 20,000 in savings, and they think, well, we're having that. They don't care who you are. They don't care. You could be sitting there grieving. They don't care. They just want to take your money. It's really tragic, actually, really tragic. So it's milk the Accrington Stanley people were doing. And, Steve, I've just come back from the post office, says Shane. And, wait a minute, I've picked up the DVD box set of Rising Damp. I've got to get, what have I got to get? Oh, I'm looking for The Crown Series 4 and 5. I think that's what I've got to do. So I shall do that. And then, but I'm not sure I want to watch it over the weekend. I'm not sure I've got the... Oh, 5's not out, but... So you must be able to get 3 and 4 then. 3 and 4? Yeah, because I've got 1 and 2. So at least I can bring myself up to date. Whee! So many things to do, aren't there? I don't know what I have to... I still worry at this time of the morning what I'm going to have to eat later on today. I seriously do. I have to think about things. I don't like going into a shop... No. I have eaten breakfast cereal during the daytime and in the evening as well. If you just really fancy... You know, I drink this Graham's milk, which I'm not supposed to have very often because it's full fat and it's from Jersey cows and they sell it in Waitrose and probably other supermarkets as well. But it's absolutely delicious. And they do it with the cream on the top. So you get about 1.5 inches of cream on the top. Or you can have it so it's mixed in to the milk. It's so creamy. It is so good. You keep it in the fridge and it goes ice cold and it's called Graham's. And Phil Vickery, I think, wrote into us ages ago and he said, do you know how many calories there are in this? And I said, I don't care. I quite like it. Actually, he had a bit of a result the other day. He went over a bridge or something and didn't pay. They sent him a bill and then they reduced it to the actual charge for going over. So he was very pleased. He sort of bigged up them and, quite nice. It's Friday the 13th. Should I dare eat a greasy bacon roll with extra bacon, or should I say safe with dry brown toast? Oh, go for the bacon roll. I'm not a superstitious person. I don't believe in superstitions. You know, I wouldn't walk under a ladder though. And if a black cat crossed in front of me, I'd probably have a seizure. And somebody else says, Natalie says, I don't understand why people write in complaining they don't agree with you, because they're sad. That's what it is. She says, what's the point? You're entitled to an opinion. Why do they bother listening? They're weirdos. They're very lonely. They're very they don't, because they actually think it makes up. Some of the people even write in. I had one years ago, and it said, I'd like to complain about Steve Allen, but he wrote it to me. It seems a bit of a point to say. I mean, I thought that really is a misspent youth and an education that went nowhere at all. Sula says, you ever watch Lingo? I think I have watched Lingo. She says, I dread to think what the neighbours think I'm doing when I'm shouting out random words. So many of these quiz shows on the television, aren't there? There's loads of them. Loads of them. But, it's the way it goes, I suppose. But what have we got now? Oh, so Alexa sent what? What's the matter? Oh, right. almost panic-stricken in there. He's had his cereal, now he's hyper. Alexa, send a comment to LBC, and that will send it immediately to me, which is good news. And I'll mention for the final time this week about the fabulous holiday to send you and a partner to a bit of beachside luxury in the Maldives. Hot tub. Probably sit in it with nothing on, actually, and all that kind of, push the boat out. And I'll tell you all about that a little bit later on this morning, which is good. And, Steve, they're advertising milk. If you didn't drink your milk, you'd end up playing for Accrington Stanley. Who are they exactly? Oh, that's right. It was kids, though, wasn't it? It was kids doing it, and I thought that was brilliant. Somebody says, all this talk has got me thinking about what to have for dinner tonight, says Comrade. Dreaming of going to Greece late summer. Tesco's after leaving the office today to buy tomatoes, cucumber, peppers, red onions, olives, feta cheese, olive oil and vinegar for a Greek salad. Oh, souvlaki, which is a kebab, or moussaka as the main meal. Oh, that sounds quite healthy. See, the bits I wouldn't eat out of that would be olives, feta cheese and moussaka. Kind of limits me a little bit. There's certain things I eat. I've never got into olives. I wish I did. Because when I've been to one of these food fairs, I've tried them and they're quite nice, so I've ordered them, and that's the last. I just don't eat them. Yeah, I know. You can get some of them that are pitted, aren't they, which don't have the stone in. And I've tried them and they were okay. And then I thought, no, not really into them. I saw people who've got an olive farm and they shake the trees and they fall into these nets and then they gather them all up and then put them through the machine. I knew you'd like them. Anchovies. Oh, no, not anchovies. That's that horrible smelly fish, isn't it? No, it's not amazing. No, we're never likely to go out for dinner if you're into anchovies and things like that. No chance. No. No, I'm sorry. We just have ordinary things. Pâté on toast, prawn cocktail. That's it. Or failing that, my favourite used to be in Joe Allen's. It was watermelon and duck as a starter, which was very nice. But no, not anchovies. I've seen anchovies. Woo! Horrible. Not my sort of thing at all. But then everybody's different, aren't they? Everybody's different. So I hope you enjoy that. And I better start looking out for lingo, I think. And Steve, I've just ordered one of your mugs. Well, that means there's now 3 left. Because I didn't check, actually. I was looking for something else on the Magic Circle website. And it said there were only 4 Steve Allen mugs left. You won't be disappointed. They're really good. We've sold quite a number of those for charity, which is good. And Kim says, was just having a wee thought about me telling folk that Lisa Marie Presley just served me a bag of chips and a burger. Bag of chips? Honestly, where are you from? I don't think we've had bag of chips anywhere. I don't remember a bag of chips. You used to get a lot of chips in a bag of chips. It used to be a cone round our way, so you knew that it didn't hold as many chips as you wanted. But thanks to you, says this one, I get up at 4 a.m. in the morning. Well, that's good. That's good. The boys have been up all night, which is very good. They're quite happy, if not a little bit tired. And now they've had their cereal. Now they're all bouncing like, yeah, come on, Steve, come on, bring it on. Doing things like that, which is good. So everybody's, I have to take a break. I'll tell you about Gordon Ramsay's programme. They say 2022 was a relatively successful year for him, but unfortunately it's all gone downhill now. It's another disastrous programme. He can't get them right. Is it the swearing, do you think, or do they think the fact that he just bullies people into submission? Because he can't seem to have a conversation without using rude words. 14 minutes to 5.
Steve Allen on LBC. Text 84850.
Morning. Nice to have your company this morning. Nice to have your company on a Friday. So, slanted and unreliable reckoning. Ali Ross talks of Gordon Ramsay. He produced only the 3rd worst show of the year with the BBC's Future Food Stars, a bold attempt to fuse the SAS Who Dares Wins and Apprentice formats with a prawn tempura. Bad as it sounds, Future Food Stars still wasn't in the same league as awful as Gordon's quiz show, Bank Balance, which heaved its unwieldy load all over the same channel in 2020. He says, I've been secretly waiting and longing for him to repeat this sort of calamity ever since, and think he might just have done it with this week's big new arrival. It's called Next Level Chef. And don't worry if your mind wanders with you. Forget that name. With little or no fanfare, Gordon and his 2 mentors crowbar it into their observations and instructions approximately once every 17.3 seconds. Tonight, I'm looking for one stunning next level rack of lamb. They have to do this because obviously there's no escaping the sense that Next Level Chef is the one thing British television schedules really don't need right now. In other words, another disastrous programme. It's another bloody cookery competition describing itself as a show like no other. Yeah, because if it was like, I mean, they'll cancel this after the first series. It's not going to go any further because it's absolutely ghastly. You know, a really ghastly programme, says Ali Ross. He's not big on Gordon Ramsay, mainly because I was quite surprised to still hear him swearing. I thought maybe he'd moved on from that. I thought, you know, he'd sort of stopped the sort of attacking of people and making them feel awful. Sophie says, why am I eating chili Dominoes at 4:30 in the morning? I blame you. Oh, goodness. I'm going to take this on the shoulders. It's always my fault, yeah. I'm to blame for giving, you know, Jack, what does he have this morning? Jelly babies. He's had his chocolate Pops cereal and all the rest of it. And now but he did tell me he walked home yesterday. So I thought walking home was good. If I can get him to do that's actually great. But having introduced us, says Sophie, to all sorts of certain food as unusual hours, ice cream in the early hours being one of them. Yeah, well, we like Ice Cream Ian. Ice Cream Ian is a big fan of the programme, and we're a big fan of his as well, because he brings, not all the time, you know, we don't get them every single day. That would just be ridiculous. We'd all be as big as whales, you know, but we sort of get them every so often, and it's a treat. I think that's what ice cream should be. And luckily, you know, we're not eating like trayfuls of ice cream. It's a little Häagen-Dazs pot, but it's quite enough for us. Quite enough for us. You know, producers get a bit excited about it. They go, oh, very exciting. We've got another little ice cream turning up. And then he goes, what flavours do you want? And, you know, it's good. There's something about ice cream first thing in the morning. If you're sitting in a room that's warm, and I'm not sitting in a room that is warm, as you can imagine, because we have to stay awake, a little ice cream towards the end of the programme is actually quite nice. Unfortunately, because I have to talk all the time, because that's what I get paid by, the word, I sort of have to... And sometimes my ice cream is melted, so I then just drink it. It's like a milkshake. When I was younger, at home, my mother used to have... like a liquidizer, and if I knew she wasn't coming back for a little while, I'd make myself a milkshake. We used to keep Nesquik in the cupboard, so I pour milk in, and then I put some Nesquik in, then I go to the freezer and get out the ice cream, and then put in 2 scoops of vanilla ice cream, and then put the lid on and whisk it. I tell you, bliss in a glass. You cannot make me happier than a milkshake. It's like going to McDonald's and going, you know, occasionally they do a different flavour and you might get banana. And I've got a thing about banana milkshakes. I used to get them used to be a cafe in Richmond, which was a chain which then went bust. But they did banana milkshakes with banana bits in, which was even more exciting. And I like Crusher milkshake because the Nesquik, the powder tends not all to sort of disperse into the milk, but the Crusher milkshake is delicious, and they do all sorts of nice things. And a milkshake, you know, if somebody said to me, we can have milkshakes in the morning, Steve, in the Global Canteen cafeteria, I would be there I would forego my train home to have a milkshake. Just sit there. In fact, sometimes if I've been out, I've had 2. I've ordered 2 milkshakes. I'll go, 2 milkshakes. But I don't want all the squidgy stuff that goes with it. As far as I'm concerned, just the milkshake. Oh, would you like cream? No. Marshmallows? No. And then the other day, what do we get? Sprinkles. Sprinkles? What the heck was sprinkles? I've searched the supermarkets high and low. I've been round Marks and Spencer 7 times. Can I find sprinkles? No, because they don't exist in anybody's mind but Jack's. That's as simple as that. He's the only one who knows about sprinkles. Somebody says, you're on a roll. Love the show as usual. Can somebody get you a cup of tea? They brought me 2 already. Brought me 2. It's called Payback Time. Payback Time. And I quite like it. Somebody says, I'm very shocked to hear about Lisa Marie. Yeah, she was out, wasn't she, on Sunday? I think she went to the award ceremony in America, and I think the family went out there. But, you know, I think losing her son broke her as well, which I think is, you know, that was only this year, actually. Steve, I tried Aldi own cappuccino powders. They're not as nice as the Nescafe ones. Like other things I've tried from there. Don't go what people say. I'm sticking to the branded stuff, says Sue. Actually, sometimes you have to try other stuff. I mean, I try not to be a food snob. You know, I fail miserably, obviously, because it's, you know, it's just the supermarkets that I've got. You know, if there were cheaper places to go to, I'd probably avoid them and wouldn't sort of go there. It's like, you could just imagine, me trying to go into Primark and Jack, like, sauntering in like he's been customer there for donkey's years, and would know the price of everything. The socks, Steve, are £2.50. The pants, you get 2 pairs for £1.50, But I always think the elastic goes and things like that. And some people make pants last for years and years and years, whereas I don't do that. I like to change my pants on a regular basis, and that involves buying new ones, which is good. But trying to find them, I tell you, what a nightmare. Therese says, I'm one of the folks who fell for the scammers. I've got MS and shingles just now and very down, and they phoned me Wednesday evening. It ended with me being left with £13.50 to my name. It's, no matter how much advice I give out about scammers and how it operates and their patter, I could repeat it verbatim to you. People still go for it because it sounds believable. Steve and tanker driver Phil says, I'm so excited. He says, I've been waiting weeks, and then last night, a knock on the door, and the Amazon man passed me my copy of Spare. I grabbed it, ran up the stairs. I knew it'd be good, and I was right. That chest of drawers in the bedroom doesn't wobble anymore. Da 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 da. It's a lot of money to spend, isn't it? Just to not have wobbling chests. Somebody else says, one question that comes up in quizzes is why the name Accrington Stanley, says Conrad. A founder member of the Football League, Accrington FC, resigned late 1800s. Some local clubs, one being Stanley Villa, adopted the name, and Accrington Stanley was born. So there you go. I love it. Steve, I think I'm actually going back to the shops because now you've mentioned milkshakes. I love milkshakes. We've got a shop in Kingston. They do about 200 different flavours of milkshake. But what it is, they basically take like a Bounty bar and they whisk it up with the milk. It's the same, and they call it, it's a Bounty bar milkshake. And they show you all of the different things. I've never had one, but I wouldn't mind trying a Bounty milkshake. I think that sounds quite cool, actually. And Steve, sprinkles are otherwise known as hundreds and thousands, says Tony. Yeah, but where'd you get... listen, he's a grown man. Can you imagine going to a shop, I'll just buy 100,000, and you turn up at the till, you've got your little trolley, and you've got your basket, and in it is a little packet of hundreds and thousands. And that's it. I mean, how sad is that life? How sad is that? You don't buy them. Well, you're thieving them. When you go to the ice cream man. Oh, right. And you get the ice cream van round your way, do you? Oh, when you were in the village. Good Lord, that sounds a bit macabre, doesn't it? I was living in the village, this is a local place for local people. We don't invite anybody in. I was in the village. And you had the ice cream man come round. Dingy-dongy, dingy-dong, dingy-dongy-dong, dong. And you go, oh, ice cream for me, please, Mr. Man, and I'm going to have sprinkles. And he would sprinkle for you. How lovely, honestly. What a misspent youth you've had. What a misspent youth. But there you go. So sprinkles are hundreds and thousands. They do them in chocolate as well, and they're called chocolate vermicelli. I know this because my mother made cakes. See, I know what sprinkles are. I was just trying to sort of, drag it out of you. And God, what a torturous story it was. Even I got bored halfway through. There's a boy of 8 in the paper today was gobsmacked after discovering a frazzle which is 4 inches long. I mean, they'll put anything in the paper. Ollie Skinner Foster pulled the giant bacon-flavoured fry out of a bag during an after-school snack on Monday. His mother, Laura Jane Skinner... What is it with these people with these double-barrelled names, which is basically putting your middle name in? So Ollie Skinner Foster, Laura Jane Skinner. She bought it as a multi-pack. Of course she did. She's shopping in Asda. And it's 4 inches long. So... I don't quite understand what the purpose of this story is, actually. Apparently, Mum of 5, Laura Jane, says it's the biggest I've ever seen. What, something 4 inches long? Need to get out of the house a bit more, love, I tell you. Anyway, coming up to the news at 5 o'clock this morning, which we will do. We take more of your texts and emails, 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. And also, the other one is, Alexa, send a comment to LBC. And I can see those coming in, because every time I mention it, we get a whole raft of them, which is absolutely fantastic. I've got a lovely house for you for sale. I know this house very well. It's very nice indeed. It's in Regent's Park, and it comes with 4 acres of gardens, and it backs onto the Regent's Park Lake. It's been owned by Prince Khalid Al Walid, the son of the King of Saudi Arabia's brother. And I don't think they ever spent any time there. They have all these properties all around the place. They're just trophy properties. What would he want to do there? What would he want to do there? They even have all their cars covered up in the front with tarpaulins and everything else. I mean, it's an embarrassment, really. But it now looks like Nick Candy could buy it. More details after the news.
Some things just add some play to your day. Catching the toast as it pops out of the toaster. Dancing down the street to your favourite playlist. Wearing your sparkly boots to the shop. And best of all, picking the new red scratch card.
A red scratch card, please. Thank you.
And doing your own drum roll. This is exciting. Add some play to your day with scratch cards from the National Lottery. Search Dream Big, Play Small. Rules and procedures apply. Players must be 18 or over.
This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation with Steve Allen.
Morning, nice to have your company. Friday, January the 13th. I'm trying not to dwell on it too much. We are not particularly superstitious, Friday the 13th, but apparently it was, and it's all based on the Bible, how many people there were at the Last Supper. The 13 people, and that's why 13 is considered unlucky. But it depends if you subscribe to things like some people wouldn't go out. Some people read their star signs. And I remember saying to somebody once, they said, I always read my star signs and follow it through. And I said, so if it said on your star sign, do not fly today, really do not fly, would you seriously cancel an airline flight because your star sign had said, don't fly today? And they said, yes. I said, oh, my goodness, that's a tortured soul, I think. Steve says, Scott, heard you say in the village, rather like number 2. I was expecting a reference to Patrick McGowan as number 6. And Peter says, my landline is hardly used these days. The only people who ring it is my parents. So if it's not them, it's almost certainly a scammer. Yeah, I've got a landline at home, but I haven't used it for years. I pay the rental, but I don't have to worry about it. It's like the gas. I pay the standard charge, but I don't use any gas, which is so much better. Anyway, here is this lovely house. It is a lovely house, and they think the cost of it, it's called The Home in Regent's Park in London, and property tycoon Nick Candy and his pop star wife Holly Valance arrived in a £400,000 Rolls Royce. They turned up yesterday morning in a blacked out 4x4 with a private registration plate. So real anonymity, isn't it? As a private plate and blacked out windows. Greeted at the electric gates before viewing the home, estimated to be, as I say, about 150 million. And I passed it when we used to go walking in the park. You can see it sitting there, owned by the Saudi royal family. It's very nice, but it's a lot of money. It's a lot of money. But there again, I love the way that they sort of arrived anonymously with blacked out windows. Nobody would know who on earth Nick Candy was. You could show his picture, I reckon, to about 1,000 people on the street and go, who's that? They wouldn't have the faintest idea. They'd know maybe who Holly Valance was. Vaguely. I say vaguely, I'm not too sure. But you certainly wouldn't know who Nick Candy was. There are two brothers. He's estimated to be worth 850 million. Will he buy this place? Absolutely not. Shall I tell you why? What are two of them going to rattle around in this place? It was built in 1818. I forget how many bedrooms it's got. I mean, it's vast. You know, it's like living in a stately home. They'd be rattling around in it. There's no point. Well, perhaps even starting a family. They'll have to work a bit quick. He's sort of getting on a bit now. He's 49. And Holly, they spent 45 minutes looking around the house. Well, I mean, are you going to buy it for 150 million? No chance. I bet you anything. I don't think he'll buy it. It'll have to go to an oligarch. This is just too big for 2 people. It'd be ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. Who likes flashy cars? You like flashy cars, Jack? I thought you might. There's a very good story in the paper today that says men who love flashy cars are really compensating for having tiddly todgers. apparently. That's an old one from years ago. I remember reading that years and years ago. If you've got a flash car, that means you've got a little Willy. And you know, but apparently it's sporty motors. Thank God mine's not a sporty motor. Can you imagine the embarrassment? There's a professor, Daniel Richardson. He said his study was the first to show that there was truth in what he called the cultural phenomenon of genital inadequacy. It actually has a name now. And so luckily it doesn't mention the sort of cars. But he says it's people who have images of luxury items such as champagne, Rolex, sports car. So luckily mine isn't a sports car. I feel so much better about it, and I don't possess a Rolex. And I don't think I've even got any. I have got some champagne at home. I just remembered actually, but not like a huge amount, but only like 1 or 2 bottles. Mainly Prosecco, which is very nice. And Joan says, I love listening to Steve in the morning. Thank you. And do you remember when we all used to answer the phone by saying the number, says Tony, and then we used to have to sit in a certain place, usually by the front door, to make a call on a rotary phone. I don't even know what a rotary phone is. Is that a cordless phone? But we used to answer the phone. You would answer with your number. Hello, Bexley Hill 3478. You know, in other words, you've told them what your number is. Why don't you just pick it up and go, yeah, what do you want? Now you've got all these telephones that puts up on there, puts up the number that's calling you. If I see a number on my phone, and I got one the other day, actually, and I look at it and I go, I don't know what that is. And it turns out to be a policeman that I know, who there was an incident. Let's call it an incident. And we had to supply a little, they call it a memory stick, don't they? Anyway, it got lost. He was just phoning me to say, Steve, we've lost the memory stick. It didn't arrive, so can you send it again? So I think we were sending that again. That'll worry a few people. But anyway, very entertaining. And we did have to sit. My mother used to have you pull the aerial out of the phone, and I go, Mum, stop moving around. Mum, stop moving around. And then, of course, her worst failure was forgetting to charge the blooming phone up. That was a nightmare. So all of a sudden you'd be talking to her, all of a sudden you'd go, click. Nothing at all, because she'd forgotten to charge it up overnight, whereas I charge my phone up every night, and I can charge it in the studio as well, using the electricity in here. Where do I charge it in the studio? I've got a plug. In fact, I've got 2 plugs in here, one obviously for a computer and one for the telephone. They were put in, I think it was a gift from the management. I think they went, let's let Steve charge his phone up in the studio. So, yeah, you've got one as well, yeah. Yeah, everybody has. Because the one thing you need in this business is you need your telephone. And if it goes... I told you when I was in hospital, the one thing I needed was a phone charger. And I had to... one of the nurses provided me with one. And then she went off shift. She said, can I have my charger back, Steve? I said, yeah. I said, thanks ever so much. So I charged up the phone as much as possible. Then I got a friend of mine to bring one down to the hospital. And that was better. And Asda Supermarket has been banned from selling lottery tickets. Why would you be banned from selling lottery tickets? I'll tell you why. It's if you sell a ticket to an underage person. This particular Asda, it doesn't say where it is. I'm sure somebody will find out. They sold a scratch card to a boy of 7. 7. The branch was handed a 3-month suspension by Camelot for serving Ronnie Retelik. That's his name, Ronnie Retelik, who's 7. He bought the ticket having wandered off on a family shopping trip. The legal age is 18. His dad, James Fletcher Retelik, what is it with all these double-barrelled names today? They're not really proper double-barrelled names. Says it could be bad for him. Asda said it had taken steps to prevent a repeat. How does a 7-year-old know what a scratch card is? Obviously they do, Ronnie, don't they? Because presumably you buy them as well, and he thought he'd go and buy one himself. But somebody actually sold him one, a 7-year-old. So naughty, 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 I'm afraid. Scotland is home to one of the 25 hottest new hotels in the world. I read a place, I think it was in Scotland as well, and somebody did a review on it, and they serve lunch, a roast lunch, and they do it with all the trimmings, and apparently it's so good, they are booked up 2 months in advance. The journalist tried to get a table, and they said, we've got nothing until March. And so they've had to book in March for 12 o'clock so that they can actually sample this. It looks delicious. Big Yorkshire puddings and beef and roast potato and everything. They said the vegetables were beautiful. They said the best service they've ever had. Almost sounded too good to be true. But there's one here. It's called Number 26 by the Sea. They have got a 5-star rating on TripAdvisor. Visitors calling it a sensation and perfection. It's in Oban Argyle. It's got 9 luxury rooms. Most have sea views, and they start at £250 a night. Somebody's on a winner. That's a lot of money, isn't it? The owner says, we're delighted to be recognised. It pays tribute to the work all members of the team do. But it's squeaked in at number 25 on the travel websites list, but it's the only location in Britain that's actually made it. So well done to them. £250 a night. I think that's quite a lot. I'm going to this wedding, told you, next sometime this year, July, I think, or something. And I was sort of thinking, I'll book a room in the hotel. And they said, they don't have a single... I said, listen, book anything. I don't really care. It's only for one night. You know, how bad can it be? And they said, well, it could be quite bad. Could be quite bad. And I thought, no, go on, push yourself, Stephen. Ex-Doctor Who's sidekick, Louise Jameson, has no plans to exterminate her Emmerdale job. Didn't know she was in Emmerdale. But apparently she plays Mary. So now we know. And apprentice hopeful Shannon Martin didn't wait to be fired by Lord Sugar. She walked out. So she's now... I mean, to be honest, they shouldn't give these people the light of day or publicity because she's a failure. She said she realised that the BBC One series was taking her away from her business priorities. God, you're bright, aren't you? She signed up for a programme which has been on the television for years and you don't know how it works. She said the other candidates are amazing. There are so many businesses there that I felt deserved to win. I've already got a successful business. It wasn't right for me to stay in the process. Good. Let's hope we never hear from you ever again. OK, go back to where you came from. Because that's just ridiculous. You know, there's a show on the television and you've just taken away from them what they're all attempting to do. Mind you, some of them can't spell, can't add up, they can't do anything. Totally useless. Are you ever too old to wear a miniskirt? I don't know. I asked Jack the same question the other day. I said, are you ever too old to wear a miniskirt? And apparently, because Davina McCall says wearing a short dress could ruin her career. She's 55. Some people wear them, but they're not really mini skirts because they wear them with tights as well, the dark tights, so it doesn't look so bad. And they've got people like Susanna Reid is 52. Why they have to tell you everybody's ages, I've got no idea. Sharon Stone is 64. Jennifer Lopez is 53. Heidi Klum is 49. Angie Best is 70. And she says, are you ever too old to wear a mini? Yes. She says sometimes, because sometimes you see people and they're wearing clothes that are wholly inappropriate. You know, you're sort of dressing out of your age. Because I sometimes look at what I'm wearing and I think, I don't know, is somebody going to look at me and sort of go, you're too old to be wearing that particular outfit? I got on a bus the other day and I couldn't believe it. Some bloke, he was, I thought he was about the same age as me. He sort of said, no, after you, please. I mean, it drives you. So I have to develop a limp, you know, to pretend that I'm disabled. I mean, it's just ridiculous. Mind you, sometimes I do limp anyway. But I bought a new pair of shoes yesterday. Nobody's mentioned them. Not a word in the studio. Not a word. I'm getting my hair cut. I'm going for the new image, a little bit, you know, younger, a little bit more trendy and stuff like that. So I'm not doing very well here. And I bought these new shoes because I like shoes that you don't have to do a lace up on, because if I sort of bend over, I'm likely to just keel over. I just fall. You have to put your leg up on the toilet seat. And on many an occasion, my foot has slipped and I've ended up having to retrieve my leg from the toilet, which is great fun. But I bought these shoes the other day and they've got a bit of Velcro that goes over the top, which makes me look a bit like an old man pair of shoes. But I quite like them. And they were £60. £60. But no, they look all right. I think so. But nobody's mentioned them. So I don't know why I bothered wearing clothes to come into here. You wear something, you think, perhaps they'll make a comment. No, not a word. Not a word. I give them cereal and everything else, and, you know, what little praise you get in the neck. Steve might have found some books that needed some covering up. I couldn't help my hands. I just needed to do it. They picked up similar books and decided that they were the best. Oh, do you know, I used to do a book review program on LBC years ago, and kids' books. There was a great company called Walker Books, and they used to do really, really good kids' books. Because when I was younger, we didn't really have kids' books. We had what they call felt books, and we had cotton books, which had serrated edges and stuff like that. But we didn't really have the really good stuff they've got now. There used to be a guy called Mick Inkpen, and he used to do penguins. He drew penguins, and he had stories. And I remember that I thought these were the best things ever. So whenever they used to come in and bring me all these books, I used to get a complete supply of books coming. It was like having your own library. They were really fantastic. Really fantastic. 5:16 is the time. What do we do every morning at 5:16 on LBC? We get you to work as quickly as possible with help from the travel team, headed up by Joanna Webb.
Steve Allen on LBC.
Morning, I see activist investor Nelson Peltz, the billionaire father of Brooklyn Beckham's wife, Nicola, has waged a war against Disney. He's built up a £900 million empire. And he's accused Disney of paying somebody an over-the-top fee in a pay package. You see, this is the trouble. He's very, very successful. The Beckhams are not very successful. Well, Victoria's not very successful. And Brooklyn, well, it doesn't really sort of come into it, actually. I think they would like to think that they were successful, but they're not. Oh, nice. We get a... Somebody asked me the other day, what were they looking at? Oh, they wanted to know if I had any of the new Charles notes with his head on as opposed to the Queen. I said, well, not yet. I know that they are out there. They're sort of filtering through the system. In fact, to be honest with you, I don't really look. I've taken money out of a bank machine, but not for a while. I'm being careful this month. I decided it was so much easier. Steve, you find sprinkles in the cake baking section of all supermarkets, says Sue. Not a lot I can say there. And somebody else talking about their landline as well, actually, saying they hardly ever use it. I've been watching old episodes of Minder. So many famous faces. June Brown, Biggins, Ray Winston, Billy Connolly and Diane Keane, says Steve in Beaconsfield, the place which has got the little mini village, which is quite nice. The Beaconsfield model village is very good. Rotary phone is a phone you put your finger in and turn the dial. Oh, that's a rotary phone, is it? I just call it a dial telephone. And that was it. And Steve, talking about lottery tickets, says Kevin the Milkman. I was queuing in my supermarket for... Yeah, all right. I was queuing in the supermarket for cigarettes when the woman in front of me asked for a scratch card. After being asked which one, the woman said to her teenage daughter, "You choose which one." At that point, the member of staff informed the woman, "Sorry, I can't sell you a ticket now because you asked your daughter to choose and she isn't 18. Good to see my supermarkets are strict on lottery tickets. Yeah, I mean, that is good. That is good. Oh, you pick it without realising it. Of course, they must have been simple people, Kevin, not understanding how the system works. So, okay, do you want to point to one? Which card do you like? Well, you're not selling it to you now, pal. You have to go away and come back again. Dan, who had his gallbladder removed, said, we did unveil the wound. Oh, my God. While giving an airing. He says, pretty impressed with the clean job we've done. We have Where's Wally? This is Where's the Belly Button? Thinking once healed, I'll get one tattooed in place of it, and thinking about Baby Groot from Guardians of the Galaxy popping out, said missing button. Oh, lummy. Oh, it's all stitches and everything else, isn't it? I didn't realise. I became quite queasy then, Dan, showing me pictures of things like that. I've seen people, after sort of operations, and I look at it and think that's okay. I mean, I'm generally quite good. I haven't had to have any operations that involve stitches, but I have got stitches on my chest because I had burns, and so they had to stitch that up. My God, that bloody well hurt. Steve, you made me laugh when you said they're like old men's shoes. You're like me, born in 1954. Shut up. We don't talk about the age. We don't talk about the year. Not 1954, 1984. Okay, let's talk about 1954. Makes me sound as I came for... Because it was so funny, because they do birthday cards, and on the front of it, in big letters, it's got 1963, and then there's my one, way down the list, practically on the floor, 1954. And the songs from it, they go, there's all these songs from the 1950s, and I'll make you feel ancient. So I've given up, actually. Steve, as old as you feel, says Nick, and I'm 53, wearing a nice Paul Smith hoodie and gilet this morning. You go for it. Show these youngsters in the studio some style. I couldn't wear a gilet. But, one of them this morning is wearing a Beatles T-shirt. I ask you. Honestly. Because he's into the Beatles, I am the walrus, cuckoo, cuckoo, it's all that kind. We all live in a yellow submarine. And he goes off to gigs and does moshing. Although, to be honest with you couldn't ever mosh at a Beatles gig. She loves you. What are they doing? I don't know. She loves you. What are they doing? They're jumping on top of each other. It's all very odd, isn't it? All very, very odd. And but you're quite right, actually. It's only the age. I always used to argue with people about the age that you were. I say, listen, it's just a number. It's just a number. But we did laugh the other day when Barry Manilow, Manly Banilow, was sort of talking about going back on tour again at the age of 80. He said, I know people my age who look worse than me. And I thought, yeah, because you've had surgery. You've had a facelift and all the rest of it. I looked actually in the mirror this morning and I thought, I don't know, do I need a facelift? No, I don't think I need a facelift. I'm hoping I don't need a facelift anyway. And then I thought, should I have Botox? And I thought, I can't stand needles anyway. I'm a bit needle phobic. So the idea of somebody sticking a needle in near your eye, I don't fancy. It's bad enough doing it on my stomach when I have to inject, but that's the way it goes. British gas owners rake in an extra 400 million. I tell you, it is dreadful, isn't it? Firefighters on the health fallout of the toxic blaze. This is... I pass it all the time, Grenfell. As I'm coming into town on a Sunday morning, you see it on the right-hand side. I don't know what they're going to do with it. I don't really know what you can do with it, apart from leave it covered up with the heart sign there. But I suspect at some point in the future, somebody's going to knock it down and they're going to put something else up. I know that we're supposed to sort of leave it because I think it's a memory to those people who lost their lives. And I think that's what it should be. So I see no reason why it shouldn't just stay there. Or if they did do something with it, turn it into a garden of remembrance. But I've just got this. I mean, how on earth you take down these sort of places? I've got no idea. So I don't think at the moment they can actually do it. All the papers are full of Blue Star Lee Ryan found guilty of racial abuse after drunkenly telling a black flight attendant, "I want your chocolate children." I mean, you know, you sometimes wonder whether or not his brains are actually in between his ears or whether they've moved to another part of his body. He also bit a police officer. This is after his foul-mouthed rant on a flight from Glasgow to London. He drank a bottle of port. So you turn up at the airport, do you buy the port there and drink it, or do you take it with you? Either way, he's incredibly stupid. He was found guilty of being drunk on an aircraft, assaulting a police officer by biting him, racially aggravated common assault by beating, which carries a jail sentence of up to 7 years, believe it or not, and behaving in an abusive way towards cabin crew. He was refused more alcohol and urged to return to his seat. He also wanted to be upgraded. And then he did the "do you know who I am" routine, which is, you don't do that. He was making comments about my complexion, says Leah Gordon, who was part of the BA flight crew. He says, "I'm going to have your children." He said I was beautiful for a black person. I mean, really, talk about a drunk. But he later approached her from behind saying, "Before I get off this plane, I need a kiss from you." Is he just completely stupid? It's not the first time he's made inappropriate comments. He made other comments about 9/11, where he said there were worse things happening in the world than people being killed. And people saying, "I'm sorry, are you real? Are you really completely stupid?" And the answer is he's a simpleton. She said she was intimidated. She felt a bit embarrassed. Well, you shouldn't have to be put in that position. Mainly what they actually do with people like that is they strap them into their seats. They land the plane at the first available airport, which is sometimes not where it's supposed to be going. They have to say, "Listen, we're doing a detour." And then they're taken off by police. He told the police in an interview, said, "I wish I could ring her up and apologise and offer her some blue tickets." Well, that's really solved it, love, hasn't it? I mean, you can't be that thick, surely. Do you think she's really going to want to come and see Blue? Of course she's not. After the hearing, he ran to a nearby primary school in an attempt to avoid the photographers. But he says it was banter, just drunk banter. I love the way the excuse is, he says, "My bandmate member Simon Webb is black. I'm not racist. I've had black girlfriends." Oh, well, that solves it then, doesn't it? Oh, well, that's it. Just erase it, you prat. Honestly, he says, "I didn't mean to cause any distress." He says his actions were playful. Well, let's wait and see what the sentence is. I think Feb the 24th. He says he lives in Spain now. God, don't go anywhere near him. Sounds a bit of a worry. I mean, but, the other band members, they're phoning him up going, "Are you stupid? What have you done?" So I think we'll offer her tickets to come and see the show. Why in God's name she'd ever want to do that? But Terry the cabbie says Lee Ryan, child, says he drank the port in the lounge. He's always been a Dolly Dimple. He's just absolutely ridiculous. You just don't... I mean, how he was even allowed on the plane, I've got no idea. They generally weed these people out before they even get that far. Steve, when I was on holiday, there were children who were playing bingo for money. The entertainment staff only sold tickets to over 18s but turned a blind eye to who was crossing off the numbers. Yes, I mean, to be honest, if you actually go to a holiday camp or something like that, then I think different rules apply. You can get little children who can sort of put the thing on and they can play stuff like that. When I was little as well, you could play in an amusement arcade, but only on the little penny machines. You couldn't play the big boys machines because we didn't have the money. And so UK Gold are doing an evening of Hancock's Half Hour, consisting of a documentary about him and the episodes The Blood Donor, followed by 12 Angry Men. Yes, I mean, that would be very interesting, actually. But 12 Angry Men came on. My dad introduced me to Hancock, and I know, actually, that I was looking after me and calming me down. All those who've never watched Hancock, tune in tomorrow, says Kathy. But the latter, the 12 Angry Men, got him through Dad's funeral. A very sad man, Tony Hancock. Like a lot of people, a manic depressive. Somebody who drank, and you find that with a lot of comedians. I don't know why. It's something, but I suppose if you're sort of making people laugh, it must be really difficult. You know, you've got to go on stage and you've got to make people laugh, and some people laugh at their own jokes, which is even funnier. If you saw Tommy Cooper used to drink, and yet he goes, it's just like that, and then he'd laugh, and you think, now are you laughing because it's funny, you know, for us, or I don't know whether it's not funny. He used to make me laugh, but I worked with him once, because he used to live near Ealing, and the local police station had a gig at the nightclub I was working in South Ealing, and they invited Tommy Cooper to come and draw the raffle, and he was absolutely off his trolley, completely off his trolley. And so I opened up by saying thank you to Tommy Cooper, ably assisted by the Bell's Distillery, and I can't read the number. What's the number, Steve? What's the number? And but, you know, very interesting. But the trouble is, it wasn't the fact that he wasn't a good magician. He was a very good magician. It's just that he was very nervous as a magician. So when he did it, and it seemed to go wrong, but of course it never really did, and it got a huge laugh, it then got built into the act. We went to see him in Bournemouth at the Winter Gardens, and he was top of the bill. I think, no, Frankie Vaughan was top of the bill. Tommy Cooper was a bit further down. And they go, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome. This was a huge audience. Tommy Cooper. And then we'd all clap and woo, and all that. Then we'd go very quiet, and he'd go, I can't get out. I'm stuck in the dressing room. Who's got the key? And he could keep this going for 10 minutes, and you'd be laughing, and he hadn't even appeared on stage. It's a bit like doing radio, isn't it? I mean, how do you know I'm in the studio? You have no idea. You've only got my word for it that I'm sitting in this studio in another country. It doesn't make any difference. I'm on holiday, and why shouldn't I be? And that's why I can't get the time right. Every time I look at the clock, I have to work it out backwards where I am. But I can tell you now it's 5:31, and the latest news headlines are with Simon Conway.
Here in the UK, we sell amazing products and services the whole world wants.
At the Black Farmer in Devon, our produce is enjoyed on both sides of the Atlantic.
We're McKinnon and Saunders from Manchester, and our puppets are watched on 6 continents.
So whether you're new to exporting or experienced, explore global growth for your business with free support from the UK government. Access information, training, events and expert advice to help you find new customers overseas. Visit great.gov.uk to get started.
This is LBC with Steve Allen.
Morning. Complaints about the Avanti West Coast and Transpennine Express train services have soared as the performance deteriorated. I actually got home really quickly yesterday. I was quite surprised. Well, I mean, you know, when I say quickly, like normal, because I thought there was going to be a strike, not on the trains, but on the buses, on a Balliol. But in fact, they were operating as per usual. So I was really quite pleased about that, actually. So I got the bus here, go to Waterloo, get the train from there, which is good, and it's fast. Only stops at, I don't like it when it stops everywhere, but I have so many trains that go out my neck of the woods. I'm lucky. I'm not like one of these places where, you know, you get one train an hour or two. I've got about 6 trains in the hour, which will take me to where I want to go. If I'd known, I probably could have got off at Richmond, actually, but I didn't. And so get to Twickenham, and I thought I'll have a quick peer at the bus stop, see if there's people there. I peered at the bus stop, and there were people waiting, and I thought, oh, I'd heard there was going to be a strike. Anyway, literally, just as I was sort of about to think, oh, I'll walk from here, which could take me 10 minutes, a bus turned around the corner. And then a bus appeared the other side of the road, and I thought, oh, good, it's as normal. Because I do get a bit, I don't mind. I can do it, same as everybody else, because we don't really have any choice, do we? But, I would prefer it if we weren't on strike. It'd be like, you imagine turning on the on the television, and they go, unfortunately, we won't bring you any programmes today. We're all on strike. There will be no news. There'll be nothing. How would people live? How would people live? John says, you called Barry Manilow Manly Barilo. Reminded me, Terry Wogan used to call Shirley Bassey Burley Chassis. Oh, yes, we all remember that. He had names for most people, actually. Jonathan says, I just bought a lucky dip on Euro Millions. Pretty sure it's not a winner as it's got 2 number 6s. Does that happen a lot? I don't know. There are certain numbers which never come up on the lottery. You'll see all sorts of reasons on the internet as to which numbers work and which numbers don't work. But at the end of the day, it's purely luck. You've got, winning ticket. It's because, there's nothing special about them. It's just that you've got them, which is good. Yeah, buying a ticket. I've got to buy a ticket today because I won the other day. And so I've got a little bit of money to spend. So I might buy 2 tickets today. Push the boat out. Yeah, what the heck? Why not, for goodness sake? Steve, lately women keep getting up, offering me their seat. I know. You know that you look ancient, don't you? When all of a sudden somebody, would you like my seat? And you go, I'm fine. Or sometimes you go, thank you. And then you develop another limp again. I've spent the last year developing limps. And it does work, actually. Because sometimes I get on the bus and I do find it a bit of a strain to stand. Because if you're diabetic, your feet are the things that give up first. And so I occasionally, but I'm quite happy to stand. I'm not precious about it at all. I don't make a big scene or anything else. So all the papers today, because Lisa Marie Presley died after they'd printed the papers. So they've said here she was rushed to hospital after suffering this cardiac arrest. Paramedics did CPR on her. They've said singer. I don't ever remember her being a singer. I know that seems a bit bizarre. They've said singer as well. So I'm going to check on Wikipedia where they've got her down as a singer. She had 3 albums. Really? Oh, blimey. Well, I don't remember that at all. At one stage, apparently, she went into full arrest and needed an adrenaline shot to help regain a pulse. But she has had several health scares, I think, over the years. She once stated she's grateful to be alive following a previous addiction to opioids. So there you go. So she did develop it. She issued 3 albums, To Whom It May Concern, What Now, and Storm and Grace in 2012. Wow. Introducing, she did duets with her father using tracks that he'd released before he died. So she was married to a music producer, to Michael Jackson, Nicholas. Oh, she's done the rounds, hasn't she? I mean, she was a very popular girl. But she definitely went out with Toby Anstis. So I remember looking at the pictures. In fact, that was the first thing that came up on my computer this morning. So she did develop a career in the music business. Well, I was completely wrong. I have to take it all back again. I never saw her as a singer. I don't remember ever seeing anything like that. But an agent for Lisa Marie did not immediately return the Mirror's request for comments. But, of course, the comment would be that, yes, she has died. But she said, as I say, she was very grateful to be alive, having suffered all these problems. And this is the problem when people take opioids and stuff like that, and they take drugs and everything. You can't do anything about it, as we've discovered so many times on the programme over the years. You open up the newspapers and there is another girl who's taken an ecstasy tablet and it's disagreed with her. There's nothing the matter with the ecstasy tablet, depending on which way you look at it. It's just a case of it disagreed with their body, because these things are made in huge batches. They don't just make one ecstasy tablet and pass it out. They'll be making a whole load of them. And consequently, somebody takes it and it reacts badly to their particular body. So other people might have taken a tablet out of that batch and had no effects whatsoever. But the dangerous thing is, if you've... I mean, there was another story today in the papers about an 18-year-old rugby player just dropped dead at 18 years old, and you sort of ask yourself, what the dickens have these people got? It is terrible. Strolling, short 5-minute strolls every half an hour boost your health, the experts claim. I was told brisk walking is quite good. It's no good just sort of ambling along, looking at sort of the sunshine and all the rest of it. But you have to. And my friend Chris says, Happy New Year, Maestro. He used to call me Captain, but he calls me Maestro now. And he says Barry Manilow fans have the best name. They're called Familos. Do you know he's 80, Chris? He's 80, and he said to his husband the other day, book me another tour. And so they booked him into Vegas, and then he's got a 27-date tour at the age of 80. I went to see him years ago. In fact, we went through a phase, Dale and I were going to see loads of people. We saw Barry Manilow, and we also saw Stevie Wonder. And that was a bit of a treat as well, actually. In fact, we saw loads of it. In fact, we even went to see Blue at one point because Dale knew Anthony Costa. And so this was where he got drunk and fell between the seats. Couldn't get up. And Dale's going, get up. I said, I can't, I'm stuck. We were at the side of the stage on sort of the posh bits because we're friends of the band kind of thing. And I just sort of fell between the seats. That was where I stayed for most of the car. I was quite happy. Didn't sort of bother me unduly. Nevertheless, also The Incredible Life, lots of people are doing it, of Jeff Beck and the blues rock pioneer, 78. And this unique friendship that he had with Johnny Depp. And you think to yourself, I thought old rockers don't die. I think they just keep going. And no women have been nominated for the top prize at this year's Brit Awards after Best Male and Best Female categories were scrapped. Did they do this for gender neutral or something? So we're not going to say this is Best Male, this is Best Female. We're just lumping everybody into it. Well, no women have been nominated at all, which I find unbelievable. Nominations, Artist of the Year, there's all sorts of people I've never heard of, I'm afraid. Fred Again. Have you heard of Fred Again? That's what it says, Fred Again. That's all I could tell. Oh, yes, Fred Again. George Ezra I've heard of. Green, green grass, blue, blue sky. And I think he's good, but he's only had 2 hits, hasn't he? But they're very good. So, there you go, Fred Again. They've got an official website. Blimey. John Philip Gibson was born in Balham, 1993. He's very young. He dyes his hair. Also, Harry Styles and Stormzy for Artist of the Year. Come on, who you put your money on? Central C, Fred Again, George Ezra, Harry Styles or Stormzy? You think Stormzy? I think Stormzy too. Yeah? You're just agreeing with anything, aren't you, Jack? You don't really care. No. Album of the Year. Okay. The 1975, that's the name of the group apparently. Being Funny in a Foreign Language. Fred Again, Actual Life 3. Harry Styles, Harry's House. Stormzy, This Is What I Mean. Or Wet Leg. You've heard of them? So I've never heard of these people. I've heard of Harry Styles, obviously, and I've heard of Stormzy. And now I think I've heard of the 1975. And then Group of the Year, back again, the 1975. Arctic Monkeys, very popular. Bad Boy Chiller Crew, Nova Twins or Wet Leg. Who can ever call a group Wet Leg? I mean, I ask you. Song of the Year has got some very odd ones, including H and Ashanti, Baby. Again, not a clue, I'm afraid. Cat Burns, Go. Dave, Starlight. There's one coming up now, you'll know. Ed Sheeran and Sir Elton John, Merry Christmas. Yeah, but that's not going to be a winner, is it? Song of the Year. No. That's going to go to Dave. Dave mentions LBC. Does he really? Oh, my goodness. In a song called The Dansk. Wow. You're a mine of information. Absolutely exciting. Thank you so much for sharing that. But also George Ezra's Green, Green Grass is there are loads of songs of the year. Lewis Capaldi, Forget Me. Sam Smith and Kim Petras, Unholy. Eliza Rose and Interplanetary Criminal, Botter, baddest of them all. I wish George Ezra would get it because he writes catchy tunes, but I bet he won't because they'll sort of go, oh, it's too simple. You have to work out what have they got a lot of. If there's an executive's garage full up with singles and everything, that's what they're going to be shifting. That's how it works, actually. I always get to hear, actually, from Professor Jonathan Shalit what it's like at the Brits. He always goes to the Brits. They always have a nice big table. He's just moved offices, actually. I think that's always very traumatic moving, isn't it? I always think so. Anyway, apparently I've got two. Go back into my emails. There's one from Noreen, okay, on my emails, which came in yesterday. And you found it? No, and this is interesting because it's something we were talking about yesterday. And yes, exactly. Yes, please. And then there's another one from the person you've just mentioned, their name. They wrote to me as well yesterday, which is just, I think, underneath that. So I have to do this because I'm always quite excited, actually. And from Noreen, who you know knows all about these groups, somebody asked you about Eddie Mooney yesterday. He's lead singer with the Fortunes. Then he's singing with Dozy, Beaky, Mick and Titch, as one of them is touring in Europe. He was with the Dakotas previously. Now, surprisingly, Eddie Mooney wrote to me. He's got an email up there as well, which I think is just underneath Noreen's. He wrote to me, and I remember thinking, this is so exciting. The person we were talking about yesterday on the programme, Eddie Mooney, he's offered to sing live on the programme for us. I mean, it's just better. And have you found it? You found it? Where is it? Wait a minute. On top. There you go. Hi, Steve. I'm Eddie Mooney, lead singer of the Fortunes. Our fans told me you name-checked us the other night as we're playing at the Minehead 60s Festival. He says, if ever you'd like me to sing live on air, let me know. Isn't that uncanny? You talk about somebody legendary like Eddie Mooney. God bless you. God bless you for that. So Noreen says he's the lead singer. And then when I read it this morning, I got so excited. The actual person we talked about was writing in. Isn't that cool? I told you everybody listens to LBC. Everybody listens to LBC. It's not just Jack and Freddie. Other people listen as well. Let's get the travel, shall we? With Joanne Webb.
Leading Britain's conversation. LBC with Steve Allen.
Morning. Somebody else talking about poor old Gordon Ramsay, the content, and basically they're not fans of it. I don't know why. They can't find either the right content or he's doing the same act. And they go, it just isn't interesting enough. But here's, again, this woman from The Apprentice who's dropped the bombshell because she's now getting publicity and taking it away from the programme. They should never be writing anything about her. She's decided to leave The Apprentice. Forget about her. Just get rid. She's got a business and she made the decision to leave the process knowing that if she stays with it, she'd probably get evicted anyway. And then she wouldn't get any more coverage. That would be it. So what she's done really is just not very pleasant. She obviously thinks she's some force to be reckoned with. But as I say, you can tart somebody up and give them a smart outfit to wear. At the end of the day, you know, she knew what the programme was. I think fake. Also, the week, have you seen The Masked Singer? I never bother about trying to work out who the heck's under these different costumes. I quite like the costumes. I'm just not remotely interested in who is under these things singing. Week 1 of The Masked Singer, Joel Dommett asked Jonathan Ross, are you ready to get 2023 off to the most ridiculous start? I mean, Jonathan, who's looking so old now with some of these outfits, you know, and you look at him and you think, you just look pale. So we've got The Masked Singer. They've got, looks like Birdie and everything else. Oh, that's quite an interesting one, isn't it? I mean, the costumes, I think, are great. But I just don't know why it makes any difference to anybody who's wearing a costume. And it's always somebody who's really naff. There's never anybody sort of major, is there? They say, week 2, Jonathan Ross suggests that Pigeon might be Camilla. I mean, is it just time to, retire him? And another one here, Rita Ora's admission on last Saturday's show, so basically I've got no idea. Sweet of you to confirm, Rita, but it says really wasn't necessary. Because they all sort of come up with stuff and you think, I mean, at one point somebody said, I think it was Jonathan Ross, I think that could be Britney Spears. And I'm thinking, are you put on there to be deliberately stupid? Or are you just sort of thinking this is sort of funny? Because there's no way Britney Spears would travel over here to put a costume on to try and to be identified. I mean, it just doesn't happen. It really doesn't happen. But, we still go, don't we? Happy Valley did very well. And I like the idea that the trolls were out in force for this one. Holidaying with Jane McDonald. And she says, it's no secret I love to travel. I like to do it by myself. And so the trolls started by writing in, but you're not by yourself, are you? You've got your best mate doing your hair and makeup and you've got a film crew. They're such sad people. They really, I mean, really, you couldn't make it up, could you? But I like her. She's very good. She's very good. She seems to have that sort of common touch that she likes talking to people. So she likes going on, because she just lost her husband a short while ago, and she likes going on holidays and likes talking to people, which is great. And she's got a best mate who does her hair and makeup, and she just likes a laugh. I think she's got that common touch. She came in to see me years ago at LBC, and we gave her a disc for selling so many copies of her album, and she was thrilled to bits, and I was thrilled as well. Holly and Philip had a question for this morning, viewers. On Wednesday, would you join a throuple? This is a throuple, which is basically a threesome. You and 2 other people. Apparently, Ian Hyland wants to know, is this the latest competition, guys? And if so, is it free to enter by post, or do we have to pay £2 for a text? A throuple, I ask you. All these things. I know, it's unbelievable, isn't it? Yeah, here is the tributes pouring into a guy called Logan Holgate, part of the youth setup at Super League side Salford Red Devils. He'd also played for the England Community Lions, and he just dropped dead at the age of 18. Absolutely unbelievable. He came from Cumbria. His cause of death has not been confirmed. 18. I mean, that's just, people have aneurysms, they have all sorts of things. And such a shame, such a terrible waste. And a care home resident called Marjorie Bartlett, what did she want for her 106th birthday? Make up your own stories. What do you reckon she wanted for her 106th birthday? She requested... What did she request? A hug? Oh, no, I think she gets loads of hugs. She wanted an Elvis impersonator. That's what she went for a ride in his Cadillac. She is obsessed with bees and credits her long life keeping them and having a spoonful of honey every morning. See, honey, very good for you. The admin manager said there were plenty of singing for her, and the family were blown away. She was born in 1916. She never married. She lives at this care home in Hastings and was joined by her nieces and nephews. She's a joy. She has the energy of a 20-year-old. Oh, God, fatal to say things like that, isn't it? She's got the energy of... Oh, dear. But in fact, she wanted an Elvis impersonator. That's not like asking for something major, is it? Go egg-free. I don't eat a lot of eggs. I'm not really an egg fan. I don't mind scrambled egg. And yesterday, I had rhubarb crumble. I decided not... I bought some vegetables to make sure I'm particularly healthy, but I decided to just have yesterday rhubarb crumble. And they do little pots of it with sort of... And I had it with some custard. It was quite delicious. Unfortunately, because of the sugar rush, it means you're up half the night thinking, oh, I wish I could go to sleep. So anyway, Eddie Mooney, lead singer of the Fortunes. How fantastic. Apparently, Heather says, I would like to let Steve Allen know that the Masked Singer last week was Lulu. Yeah. Those Schoolborough days. Yeah, so that's what it was. So there you go. The Masked Singer was an American idea in the 70s, says Bill. Aha. I thought it came from somewhere else, actually. And Steve says, on Facebook, somebody's made an apron out of one of your tea towels. It's really good. Well, it can't be that difficult. Just put straps on it and it's usable, which is very nice. Very, very nice indeed. More of your texts and emails coming up. And another one here. Steve, one Sunday I'm going to catch the train to Twickenham and have a few drinks in the pubs. Can you recommend any? The Swan. And what was the other one that we quite liked? The Swan and the Balmy Arms. And there's quite a few, actually. My friend Chris says Denise Welsh's son is in the 1975... He's a mine of information. You see, the trouble is if you play music for a living, and he said Tony Hancock's career was momentarily revived after his peak via his famous Go to Work on an Egg advert. So there you go. I live and learn. I bow to your greater knowledge, young Christopher. Thank you very much indeed. And to everybody else, if you're just waking up slowly. Apparently, I was talking to somebody in the newsroom before we started, and Adam said to me, snow this weekend. And I went, what? I hope not. Do you think it's likely? Is it cold? I mean, I thought it was a bit nippy this morning when I came out. Oh, I don't want snow. Don't want any of that stuff they've had in America. Thank you very much indeed. That really didn't do it at all for me. I don't like that idea. Steve, Spaceman Room projector arrived yesterday. I fell asleep looking at shooting stars and swirling colours. I've got to get it, Pete. I thought about it the other day. It's not that expensive. I think I can afford it this month. It's about 31 quid, isn't it, or something like that. And I'd quite like the idea of projecting, up into the bedroom ceiling or the sitting room ceiling, something like that. I quite fancy that idea. But I'm definitely Friday. I have a lazy day Friday. Nobody does anything on a Friday, apart from Jack, who's going to be playing Dungeons and Dragons. It shows how old this game is. Years ago, when I used to do an overnight programme on LBC, I was going out finding stories, and somebody wrote in and said, I do Dungeons and Dragons. So I go round to this house in Hayes in Middlesex, and I didn't know what it was at all, and he was demonstrating how you play it. And I think he was playing it, could you play it over the phone or something like that? Yeah, you could play it over the phone. And he was sort of showing, I mentally switched off, because I thought anybody who plays these sort of there's a name for these sort of games. I can't remember what it is. Stupid, I think. And so people play Dungeons and Dragons. It's like, you can get all these super duper things you play on your television and everything. It was never for me. I used to get sent them all the time, computer games. And I used to think, what am I going to do with that? So I'd give them to other people. Because I never sort of kept anything like that, mainly because I couldn't do it. And I had handheld computer games and everything else. And now the animations are very good. I think, what was that? I had one to do with birds. What was that? Angry Birds. I didn't even understand what it was. I had no idea, but of course they know because they're young. And if you're young, then you play these sort of games. You see, do you know what Tetris is? Oh, right. So we've been playing these things for quite a while. Yeah, I used to play Tetris, and there was another one which was very similar to Tetris. But again, just not for me. I thought it was a sign... Sorry? Batman? Pac-Man. Oh, I know what Pac-Man is. That's the like that thing. But I think it's a sign of a misspent youth. I think you end up becoming very lonely because you're sitting in front of your television just going... And then you think... See, I used to get excited because I think, it's chasing me, it's going to catch me. And then another one appears on the screen. So I had to stop doing that because it was no good for my blood pressure. There's no point in overexciting yourself. It's just not worth it. Not worth it. Smiling William tells the crowds, I'll keep going. You see? If people thought, he's going to be affected by what his younger brother was talking about, you get it wrong. They look absolutely fine. Absolutely fine. They were in a hospital, Royal Liverpool Hospital. And the man who wrote Prince Harry's memoir last night says recollections may vary. I mean, to be honest with you, I couldn't care less. Once it's all finished and it's over and done with, we can all get back to talk about something decent and watch the royal family sort of hopefully grow, which could be quite good. Plus. Cars appeared all at sea in Cardiff. So much rain, it was up above the doors. All these cars, that's what they got. The cars were about quite clearly. You'd have to abandon the blooming thing and reach a deal for the sake of patients' lives, please.
On your radio, on Global Player, and
Play LBC.
Leading Britain's conversation. This is LBC.
We don't treat ourselves. Oh, we do treat ourselves with a meal out.
The Amex Platinum Card. With £300 global dining credit every year, you can eat at the restaurants you've always wanted to try. Representative 704.6% APR variable. Selected restaurants only. Annual fee. Terms apply. 18+, subject to approval.
This is LBC from Global. Leading Britain's conversation with Steve Allen.
Morning, nice to have your company. 4 minutes past 6. It's LBC. I'm Steve Allen with you until 7 this morning, and Nick Ferrari will be here with The Breakfast Show as we take you into the weekend, which is quite nice. And I'll tell you about my fabulous 7 nights of beachside luxury in the Maldives, which is up for grabs. And also all the papers saying exactly the same thing. Let's strike a deal for the sake of the patients' lives. A revised offer, they say, will be tabled to the militant RMT union as early as today. But of course, I should imagine Mick Lynch just likes appearing on television programmes, basically saying the same old rubbish every single time. We need to sort of sort it out, and we need to sort it out quickly. It can't go on for much longer. It's just getting worse. To see the junior doctors as well out there, and the ambulance workers and the nurses and the physiotherapists, it's got to be sorted out. And so, really, ministers now need to sit down with the unions and agree the NHS pay deal. But for some reason, I don't think Mick Lynch is particularly bothered. He's enjoying his picture in the paper every day and the interviews on the television and on the radio programmes and everything else. But they need to sort it out. I don't see any advantage to dragging this out. The answer is, you should sort it as quickly as possible. They might not get what they want, but you've got to... Otherwise, you might as well just say, I tell you what, there is no end in sight. It's going to be like this for the rest of their lives. And they're gradually, the railways, I think one of the papers, or 2 or 3 of the papers the other week, was saying, if they're not careful with the railways, people will find alternative ways of getting in and out of work, and they won't bother with the railways. It's also not exactly cheap to get on the railways at all. Customers are furious, love furious customers. And this is after, and I told you about this a few days ago, Waitrose stopped stocking a favourite crumpet. It's Warburtons, who sell, believe it or not, 124 million crumpets annually. They do a big one as well. They do a giant crumpet, which I've had. Waitrose said the Bolton-based firm's performance didn't meet expectations. Pro-Brexit, Jonathan Warburton, the bakery's chairman, still carries the family name, called the decision a shame. But a Remainer said after backing Brexit, it's only fair they now suffer. A customer called the crumpets a nation's favourite, and another said they'll shop at Sainsbury's, adding, ain't doing without. And so the papers have decided to do taste tests with Warburton's crumpets and everybody else's crumpets and all the other sorts of things. So Waitrose have had a bit of a tantrum going on. So they've said, we're not going to stock them anymore. And that's it. No, I mean, you can buy them in Iceland. Warburtons, they seem to deliver everywhere. They've got these huge lorries which disappear around the countryside, and they do another thing which I find is easier. I don't know whether you've ever had them. It's like a pocket, and you put it in the toaster, and it's already cut for you, so you don't need to try and cut the thing. And you can put ham and cheese and then squirt mayonnaise in. They're really nice, actually. In fact, they're very nice. And I quite like things. And they do the crumpets, and they do the big crumpets, which poke up over the top of my little toaster. But it's still nice. I still like a good crumpet. A lot of people talking about the story we talked about the other day, because in between the never-ending strikes, the energy bills, and God knows, don't ever go by the estimate that they come up with. Read your meters every time. It could save it, like in my case, save me 250 quid. They'd overestimated like mad. But most people now have more than most things to worry about. It's a wonder that the BBC, our tone-deaf national broadcaster, feel it necessary to be the PR wing of Shamima Begin's public rehabilitation. Esther Kraku, the political commentator, says giving Begum a platform will not help the BBC survive. This is the woman who sewed people into their suicide vests. She left this country to join ISIS and says, oh, no, I'm not the sort of person I was portrayed as. No, dear, of course not. Of course not. But as long as you don't come back here, I don't care. I mean, if the BBC want to survive into the next decade, says this political commentator, this is definitely not the way to do it. Everybody said exactly the same. Nobody thinks it's a good idea. But obviously some buffoon at the BBC has gone, oh, let's give it to her. Let's give her a platform. I don't think so. And one of the world's most hair-raising roller coasters is being scrapped, mainly because teens who make up the majority, because you don't see elderly people going on roller coasters. I don't know why. It's always teens. But, I've been on roller coasters. But this particular one is at Lightwater Valley in North Yorkshire. It was once the world's longest adrenaline-pumping ride and remains the biggest. It's 1.4-mile track, which used to go through rural woodland and everything else. Because then you only get so many drops. You've got the big one at the beginning where you go up, and then wow, and then down the other side. And you can find them all on YouTube, because they've got somebody in the front of all these rides who's got a camera running. And so you get the whole feeling of being ill in front, if you were sitting in the third seat for the person in front of you. And so it was recreated, this particular roller coaster, in the hit video game Roller Coaster Tycoon. And it used to get speed junkies, because you get people who go around the world trying out roller coasters. And the more, petrified you are, the happier people seem to be. They want to go there, want to be an adrenaline junkie. But this one has been overtaken by the Steel Dragon in Japan, which is 1.5 miles long, because they only last seconds. I think you should go round twice. Make it so much better. I've been on some inside. I think Thorpe Park have got one inside, and it's dark. And then you go round. Sorry? Saw? What's Saw? Oh, the dark one inside is called Saw. Oh, is it right? Isn't that a film or something, Saw? I thought so. And you go round inside, but then the trouble is, because the little cracks of light appear, you can see the actual roller coaster track in front of you, whereas I quite like it if it's pitch black. There was a very good one which appeared at one of the theme parks, and it was the log flume, and it was at Alton Towers, and you go round and round, and then it goes up, and then you go into this dark room, and then you can feel the boat turning around, or the log, and then all of a sudden you just drop. And that's when it takes a picture of you, just as you're going, which is great. But anyway, after 3 decades, bosses have decided to ditch it. The park features, this is the one in this country, 30 rides, and it attracts 300,000 visitors a year. The owner is the Brighton Pier Group, So this ride is in Ripon, and they say younger families are now their key market. Teenagers less likely to enjoy a day out on the rides. Well, I thought teenagers were doing it. But anyway, it's just brilliant. And they say here it is brilliant. They've got a reviewer who went, and he said you go through trees and all the rest of it. He said it's fantastic. See, I love stuff like that as well. I think it's brilliant. Andrew Bridgen apologised for appearing to compare the COVID jab to the Holocaust, which led him to be stripped to the Tory whip. Another idiot who made it into the House of Commons. And 10 allies of Vladimir Putin were allowed into Britain on so-called golden visas, meant to lure the super-rich. The Home Secretary, Suella Braverman, vowed not to repeat the mistake of the past. Must be Priti Patel, because she seemed to be the mistake of the past, I'm afraid. And she said some could now face immigration action. So we invite them in, and then they go, well, I don't think we want you anymore. So we're going to throw them back out again. Love it, love it, love it, love it. And every day, drivers pay out £770,000 in parking fines. The trouble is there's nowhere to park. There's nowhere to park. There's not only nowhere to park, but the price of parking. If I park my car in Covent Garden, it's going to cost me the best part, I think, 18 quid for about 4 hours. Seriously. 18 quid. And, of course, the wardens are there, neck, trying to get you for everything like that. It's absolutely ridiculous. And, tickets written for councils were up 12%. From 2021, which is a lot, actually. That's why local councils love motorists. They love ripping you off. They can't get enough of it. You're regularly caught out. You've gone over 20 miles an hour. Well, we never had 20 miles an hour. We seem to manage quite well. It's safer to go 20 miles an hour. It might be. We didn't kill anybody before. Do you know they issue daily 20,000 tickets? A day, 20,000 tickets, and the companies say parking rules are there for a reason and should be respected. Do you remember somebody years ago? They parked on their road. It was okay. There were no lines. When they came back, the council had painted double yellow lines around their car, so they were caught. And they went, "What are you doing?" They went, "Well, we're making money, aren't we?" You know, what they should do is actually call for councils to waive parking fees. They won't. It'll never happen. And so they can get the high street back in again so people can go shopping in the high street. Because, if I'm going to have to go shopping, I have to take a bus. No point in taking a car. I mean, I can park in Kingston. But to be honest with you, I'd rather take the car and I can get more stuff in it. But, of course, if you're relying on buses, it's cold, it's wet, it's miserable, it's horrible. The bus is wet, it's steamed up inside. Ghastly. Only Fools and Horses. Patrick Murray has spoken about battling cancer. Patrick was Mickey Pearce in the sitcom. He'd beaten lung cancer in May last year. They've now discovered a second tumour, so he's got secondary cancer. He says, I'm going home today, minus half a liver and a tumour that the wonderful Professor Heaton removed last week. He said, I kept it under my hat that they discovered another primary cancer last year. So we wish him the best of luck. And the other person who makes all the papers today is an ex-footballer, ex-Charlton Athletic player Richard Rufus. I'm afraid I know nothing about football. You could. I mean, I've heard of people like Bobby Charlton and stuff like that, but I'd never heard of this one. He tricked family and friends in a £15 million fraud. He's a crook, bent as the 9 bob note. He spent hundreds of thousands on travel, car, finance, restaurants and shopping after saying investments would be low risk and high return. Claimed to be a foreign exchange broker. Of the 15 million paid to Rufus, investors got back 7.6 million. He was found guilty at Southwark Crown Court of fraud, money laundering and carrying out a regulated activity without authorisation, and so he's gone to prison for 7.5 years. You'll love it in there. It's really fun. You meet loads of people just like you. Crooks. £15 million. I can't believe it, honestly. Do these people think they get away with it forever? Because eventually they get caught. Eventually, there was one the other day who got caught, a drug dealer, one of these local drug dealers. And the reason was he'd gone on one of these Instagram or whatever it was, flashing money. And on the bed, unfortunately, he had his driving licence, and they were able to read his drive, so they knew exactly who he was. So they just went round, and he had drugs at home, and he's gone to prison for a number of years. It's ridiculous. Roger says, how do I get LBC to play on Alexa? Oh, I think you just say, Alexa, play LBC. It's as simple as that. You try it. I tell you, it'll change your life. The big one at Blackpool Pleasure Beach is gut-wrenching. I stayed in Blackpool, and the queue for it, even after the park opened first thing in the morning, was too horrendous. I'm not fighting local yobbos to try and get onto a ride like that. I'm a sophisticated person, thank you. But you go over the edge. I've seen it. It's huge. But, of course, it dominates the skyline there. It is absolutely enormous. Steve, I only buy Hovis crumpets from Waitrose. I think they're the best. I can only find them in Waitrose, says Sue. Oh, no, you'll find them all over the place. Hovis sell to... They don't just sell to them. Sue in Exeter. Do you know, I don't think we've had anybody from Exeter. Why aren't you on television? What, your local aerial's not doing very well, is it? No, I'm not interested. I've done that kind of it. I've done that sort of thing. And to be honest with you, some people crave it. Some people, in my business, people are desperate to be on television. Absolutely desperate. They would kill their grandmother to get onto television. They would, because they think it's the way forward. Oh, I keep missing these time checks. It's because I'm not here. I'm in another country. It's just gone 6:15. I've got the news headlines with Simon Conway.
Leading Britain's conversation, LBC, with Steve Allen.
Morning, nice to be company. 21 minutes past 6 is the time. So don't forget, if you're listening via an Alexa smart speaker, you can send a message to me. You just say, Alexa, send a comment to LBC. Do you know, I turned on the television and watched the other day, and I'd obviously forgotten bits of it. The film Titanic was on, but I didn't know it was the film Titanic. And it was the beginning of the film where they have the old lady sitting there and the big ruby or whatever it is, the diamond that's been lost and all the rest of it, and the picture that he'd drawn of her naked and all that kind of stuff. And I'd forgotten about those bits, and I'm sort of watching it thinking, is this a sort of another bit about the Titanic? And then it goes back into the film. You see the people walking about on the deck and all the rest of it. Chris says, I've just found out that even though there are no train strikes, there are engineering works on my line, so my train's been cancelled. What hope have I got? I know. You can't win, can you? You really can't. I mean, I do worry, actually, that you can't always have everything you want. We do try, actually. We do try. And Steve, I love the show. I started becoming obsessed with LBC in COVID, listening to everybody. And now I listen to you in the mornings religiously. I love it when people say religiously. You think, do you cross yourself before the programme starts? That would be the good way to do it, actually. But radio is, I don't care what anybody says, over the years, it gets more and more addictive. You know, and the more you listen to things and the more you sort of listen to a radio station, you start learning which presenters support which political, not on this programme, but which presenters support which political party and stuff like that. I've never done politics because I don't believe any of them. It's so much easier. It's like, you know, on religion, never start arguing with somebody about religion. You'll never win. It's easier, but you want to align with the one who might be the winner at the end of the day. I don't want to join with sort of people and then you go, well, of course, they're not going to heaven. And I think, well, I quite fancy going to heaven. I want my own cloud. I want to sit up there, get me a pair of wings. You know, I want to do the whole business. Because somebody said to me, do you believe in life after death? I said, have you heard my show? Of course I do. I'm in Turkey, says Tony, and I'm 3 hours ahead. Johnny and Watford say good morning. And Terry is testing his Alexa. Which is lovely. We like things like that. And so I'm sorry about the train strike. I don't know what we've got on today. There must be something. I can't believe we've actually got a Friday and a Saturday where there's nothing going. There's got to be something. Got to be something happening. There's a lovely picture of a daisy. Well, it's not really a daisy. It's a flower that is a bit of a late bloomer. Now, why would I be saying a flower is a late bloomer? When I tell you how late a bloomer this is, when I tell you how old it is, then you will understand. This flower is 40 million years old. And what it's done, it's the largest fossil blossom ever found. It's 3 times the size of other petals, and it's encased in amber. And amber, if I seem to remember, came out of trees. And it then, anything that was caught, and it could be insects, because that's what they did Jurassic Park based on. They said the insect, then we subtracted the DNA from it, and that's how we made a T-Rex and all this kind of stuff. And this particular blossom has been preserved in this, there you go, tree resin. Because I watched them the other day. Have you ever you've heard of maple syrup? I didn't know where maple syrup came from. Trees. They go round, there's this company in America, they're probably all over the place. They've got these trees, and what they do is they get a drill, they drill into the tree, and the maple syrup, or this liquid, starts coming out. So they put a tube in, which is connected up to loads of other tubes, and then they suck out this stuff. Then it goes into the factory, not a particularly big factory, and they then mix it with other bits and pieces, and they do, and you end up with this maple syrup, which the Americans go crackers for. They have it on pancakes, they have it for breakfast. I mean, to be honest with you, it's small wonder they're putting on weight over there. I mean, this stuff must be all sugar, but people love it. And they were showing you how it was made, and it's all this forest of I forget how many trees they've got, and this tubing that is all over the place, only thin, about half an inch across, and it comes out of all the trees, and then they just drill a hole in it. It's like rubber. If you're getting rubber out of trees, you drill into the tree, put a cup underneath, and the tree drips rubber. And they do exactly the same with this here, this tree resin. This amber comes out, and they've got this piece in Berlin, and they've extracted its pollen, because there used to be a shop just on Regent Street, and they had a tree that had been cloned from a tree that they'd found preserved in a bog years and years ago. And they'd taken its DNA out, and they'd grown this prehistoric tree. It wasn't particularly tall, but they were selling these prehistoric trees. I remember thinking, that's a bit cool, isn't it? I thought that was quite nice. You know, it's my world. If I want to live in it, I'm staying in it. I'm quite happy there. I met Neil Diamond in 1989, says Joe. Oh, I'm a big fan of Neil Diamond. Big fan of Neil Diamond. Big fan. Sweet Caroline. Whoop, whoop, whoop. I like any songs where you can join in. You know, that was the fun thing. But, of course, now he's not singing anymore. And he's quite old, actually, I think, now, Neil Diamond. But I've got him at Madison Square Garden. Mind you, I watched Cliff the other day at the Royal Albert Hall, just giving it all, giving it everything. There you go, Neil Diamond. He's sold more than 100. He's 81. He's 81, but he's not very well, actually. He's sold more than 130 million records. I wouldn't like to imagine what he earns from his back catalogue or from the DVDs or anything like that. But I've got him in Australia, where they're very infuriating as an audience. They keep throwing these little paper coils, and they get into his guitar, and he's like, oh, get rid of it, and all that kind of stuff. But when he did Madison Square Garden, you get all the hits, and his band is like Cliff Richard's band, tight, really good, really no messing about, on the money. Absolutely good. Elias in Chelsea. In Chelsea, how lovely. And Steve says, Brian, I used to work for Warburton's in Brimsdown in Enfield, and I've worked elsewhere in other bread factories. I would say Warburton's is by far the cleanest factory, using the best materials to make their bread and crumpets, which is why they taste better. Well, they're very popular. Obviously not in Waitrose's department, I'm afraid, but it doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. Could it be maple trees that they're using, says Guy in the Isle of Man? It is. Unbelievable. From maple syrup. The trees, but you can't eat it straight out of the tree. It's got to go through a process, so they turn it into the maple syrup. It's this pale liquid that comes out, which is good. And David in Shropshire says, do you remember the rude people on airline that couldn't understand that when check-in closes, you've missed the flight? Oh, I loved it. I'm afraid I'm quite into stuff like that. He says, I've never missed check-in. I'd always get to the airport super early whenever I've flown anywhere. Yeah, people get there and they go, listen, well, there was hold up on the motorway. And Jane would stand there and she'd go, well, you know, you can't. I've only got a bag. Why can't I check in? Because you're late. Check-in closed 20 minutes ago and they've closed the doors. Once the captain has accepted the list of passengers, they can't add to it. You know, and they also, very difficult to get people off the plane. If you've got to offload somebody, if they're a bit of a pain, they have to go into the hold to find their luggage and get rid of it. I just leave it on there and say, you'll have to wait till we get back, see if we can find it then for you. But no, people used to argue. They stand there. There was some stupid woman. She brought a cat in. A French woman. She brought a cat in a box. I bring my cat and all that. And she was getting so upset. And then one woman, because she couldn't get on the plane, she said, I know Tony Blair. And she started prodding one of the poor blokes on it. And he said, I was never sure if she knew Tony Blair or one of his cleaners. But either way, she wasn't getting on the flight. You know, because if you miss the flight, that's what they have, you know, timetables for. You know, I had to park my car in the car park. Well, that's your problem. That's your problem. I was told it would be all right. No, you weren't. No, you weren't. But, yes, we used to love it. In fact, you can find all of those all of those airline programs on YouTube. I have to tell you, they're very, very good. And the other one, which is very good, you can find Beadles About on there, which is like the candid camera shows, and you've got all of those, which is very good. Steve, I've got family in Canada, and the maple syrup there is so tasty. We were talking about daisies. One of my happiest childhood memories is my late mum making me a daisy chain. We used to make them as well. And it was quite clever, actually, because what you could do is when I had nails, you could cut the daisies, you pull them off, and then you put your nail into it, and so it made like a sort of a cut from one side of the stalk to the other, and then you thread another daisy through, and then you keep going, and all the rest of it, make daisy chains. Not camp, is it, really? Daisy chains. This was in between playing rugby, I tell you. But the maple syrup is very tasty. I've never had it, only because it's just too much sugar, even for me. But I look at it and I think, I wonder what that tastes like on pancake. I do like a pancake, but unfortunately I'm bone idle. I buy the ready-made pancakes. They do them in all they do them in all supermarkets, and you do the sweet ones, then you can put on stewed apple or pineapple or stuff like that. Bit of squirt of cream. Oh yeah. Might have that today, actually, instead of breakfast. Right, what have we got? 6:30 is the time. Let's get the news headlines with Simon Conway.
Sal loves camouflage print. She's decorated her entire house with it.
Here, boy.
Even her pug Billy has a camo coat.
Billy.
After she finished her renovation, she transferred her outstanding balances onto her Barclaycard, interest-free. Now she's found a way to pay down her debt. Sadly, she can't find anything else. What you buy is your business. Helping you pay less interest is ours. Search Barclaycard balance transfers to find out more. Make money work for you. 28.9% APR variable, subject to application, financial circumstances and borrowing history. T's and C's apply.
Steve Allen on LBC. Text 84850.
Morning. Do you remember the story I told you a short while ago about a cricket club which is facing closure because neighbours complained about balls landing in their garden? There's a number of obviously quite rich people around here, and this fencing is £35,000, which they would have to put up to stop the balls landing in the neighbour's garden. So they were going to close the cricket club down. Well, surprisingly, unable to afford mounting insurance premiums and the 26-foot netted boundary, they banned adult games. One of the grumblers was a former mayor of Wimborne called Kelly Webb, whose large £1.5 million home borders the eastern boundary. Two other neighbours complained, one launching a damages claim for broken roof tiles, but the game ban also sparked outrage amongst the England captain Ben Stokes and the Ashes hero Michael Vaughan. After massive support, the club, formed in 1905, is now confident that crowdfunding will pay for the rest of the netted fence. Club captain George Taylor says some neighbours have now come forward with sizable offers to cover some of the netting costs. So there you go. Mind you, I can understand the problem. You know, you don't want to be sitting in your garden all of a sudden somebody going thwack, and all of a sudden the ball lands on your roof and cracks tiles. You can imagine that could be a little bit of a pain. But, I mean, at least they've resolved it, which is very, very good. Do you know that what we're into at the moment? Celebrity wines, celebrity booze, because you've got Francis Ford Coppola, rapper Snoop Dogg has got fruity wines, Gary Barlow, Graham Norton, and Kylie Minogue. And apparently Kylie's is the most popular rosé Prosecco. As I say, somebody bought me a bottle for the Magic Circle. I was very excited because I don't think I've ever drunk rosé Prosecco. Perhaps I should start getting into it. But I might have that over this weekend. I shall wait and see how it goes, actually. Steve, been listening to you for about 6 years now. Loved your bus stories, says Kate on the Isle of Wight. And don't you hate it when people put their feet up on the seat? Oh, don't even talk to me about that. No, my worst one, which sounds terribly sexist, is people who sit there and get their entire makeup out and start doing the face and the eyelashes and all the rest of it. And you think, why didn't you just wake up earlier at home and do it? Sitting on the train with everybody else is just too disgusting for words. Too disgusting. But love your bus stories, which I can relate to, says Kate. Everybody gets them, don't they? But people putting their feet up. Even on trains, I get it. But there's this old man who gets on. He's obviously an old worker. He gets on at one of the stations I get on. And the moment he sits on the train, he looks dirty. You know, the sort of people who sit there and you think, I don't think you've had a bath. And he gets his phone out and he starts listening to this Polish folk music or something, or it could be Ukrainian. I've got no idea what it is. But whatever it is, you feel like saying to him, can you turn it down, mate? You're being a bit rude. And every morning he does exactly the same thing. So I'm changing carriages from now on because I've decided he's annoying me so much. I was about to get up and hit him over the head with a copy of Woman's Weekly, and I decided not to in the long run. But I mean, he sort of puts you, and you think, and everybody else looks at him, but I always tut. I was like that, but in a very loud tut. He never does anything about it. Still to come, the story about the university who says the word field is racist. And, by the way, brownies. Oh, brownies. As in Girl Guides, brownies, And, it's okay. Steve, we had the same problem at Potton End Cricket Club. A man has taken the club to call because it wants to stop the ball hitting his roof. We've tried everything, and there is already a 15-foot net in place. But, again, it's 20,000 quid to replace. It's pain, isn't it, really? But the trouble is, if you choose to buy a house that's near a village green, you're just going to get people knocking balls. I mean, I can't... It's like, somebody buying a flat or a house around my neck of the woods and going, have you heard the noise from the planes? And you go, yes, that's Heathrow Airport. Did you not know it was there? They've only just put it up. Enjoy it. Enjoy it. Johnny Mathis, apparently, is 87 and still touring. A ray of hope, silver in the sun. And little Julie was talking about... I've lost it, actually. Wait a minute. It'll come to... I have to find all these different bits. But they sort of come in at such a rate. Warren tells me that next week the temperature is going to drop down, I'm afraid, to about -2 or -3. There you go. And, I love it, Jeff. Oh, bless your heart, honestly. No, the militant union was in the paper. That's what they call them. The RMT is the militant union. I don't know. I don't know about these things. So, why don't you write to the newspapers? Might take you a bit more time. And somebody else. So Johnny Math is 87. Can't believe it. I've lost little Julie's thing, but never mind. I'm sure it'll pop up again. Have you tried Laurent Perrier Rosé? Blooming lovely, said Cup Julie. I think I might have tried that. Ian Botham's got wine, says Hugh. Wow, that was right. Thank you. Unfortunately, you were right, Steve. Putting a wet phone in rice didn't work. No, it doesn't. It's an apocryphal story. It always annoys me when people say, just get some rice and put it in there. It's absolutely a load of old codswallop. It really is. Steve, Christine from Cape Town here. How lovely. What a nice place to be. Listen to you religiously, but don't do the cross thing before the show starts. We've got 10 hours of electricity load shedding per day. So listen to your show using the phone data. That's commitment. That is commitment. Well done, you. Well done, you, which is lovely. And, Steve, I used to have 2 McDonald's banana milkshakes on the train home. People are very jealous. But they don't do the banana milkshakes all the time. They sort of bring them in and then they take them out again. But I like them. Because somebody said, what's your favourite milkshake? All of them. All of them. I can't differentiate between milkshakes. I like the McDonald's ones, although I could never understand why you want to buy something you can't suck up the straw. I remember somebody telling me when they first arrived in this country, and he said, we'll have a triple thick milkshake. I said, oh, good. I sat there, my cheeks were like sucked in, and I said, I can't suck the blooming milkshake up the straw. He said, you just have to try a bit harder. I said, oh, it was awful. It really was absolutely dreadful. In the end, I just took the lid off and sort of poured it in. It was much easier. But, no, I like a good milkshake. But the trouble is, I don't like the vanilla. If I was going to have one, I'd have chocolate. Have chocolate. And again, that sort of, gets me. Steve, Johnny Mathis died last year. Did he? Did Johnny Mathis die last year? 87. Probably quite likely at 87, I should imagine. And, but I like the idea. Somebody else saying Kylie Minogue's Prosecco is absolutely delicious, says Stella. We had it on New Year's Eve. Fantastic. Lovely. Very nice indeed. So Johnny Mathis, still going, born... no, he's still going. He's still going. He didn't die, Tim. He's still alive and still performing. There you go. What can I tell you? Got all the hits and everything else. 87 years, born in 1935. Fancy, and you work for the NHS. Bloody hell, you must be a nightmare to work with. We just lost the person in bed 3. What? They're still alive. Don't take them to the mortuary, please. And, They say he's... No, oh, wait a minute. This is country Johnny Mathis. There's an American country singer-songwriter credited with a penny more than... It's not the same person. Different person. Steve, the best thing with a McDonald's milkshake is to dip your chips in. I've heard of people who do that. I've heard of people who dip chips into milkshake, which I don't think is particularly good, actually. Some people on transport, Steve, are absolutely awful. Please don't hate me. I observe all the travel etiquettes, but on a day where the weather's awful and my hair's a mess, I have to take my little comb out and comb over it. No, you get a hat. And you put the hat on, you tuck it all up inside, okay? And then you only... So I don't think people should have to see your hair on the train. They had a big argument in Big Brother a while ago when it was going. And one of the girls there was brushing her hair in the kitchen, and this other girl is screaming obscenities at her. What do you think you're doing? This? Oh, dear, it was terrible. And she said, I brush my hair where I like. And it was just dreadful. She said, we're eating in here. Go and brush it somewhere else. And the arguments that ensued, such vile people. But no, definitely not brushing your hair on the train. Fringe or not, thank you very much indeed. I get it here. You get it one of the boys who start messing about with his hair and trying to, but no, definitely not. Steve, I was trying to de-ice my windscreen this morning with a coupon card. Sadly, I only got 15% off. Next week, -2, -3. And this week, Freddie I think he's wrong. I'm hoping he's wrong anyway. He said snow this weekend. Warren said snow this weekend. I think it's going to get cold, but I just hope it doesn't go that cold. Thank you very much indeed. Still to come, this fantastic holiday that we've got on offer for you to make some money for Make Some Noise, and I shall tell you about that in a moment. And if I've got enough time, it's an F word. This one, not one that normally causes offence, but this time it has caused offence. And what are the brownies up to? Well, they're going to get a woke rebrand. Knock me down with a pencil and call me Susan. I can't believe it. We'll take a short break. We've got the news headlines for you now with Simon Conway.
Steve Allen on LBC. Text 84850.
Morning. Well, if it's true that the weather is going to take a downward turn, which they did predict about a week ago, and it's going to go down -2 to -3, how do you fancy winning 7 nights of beachside luxury in the Maldives? Sounds good, doesn't it? You and a friend or partner will stay at the Kuramathi Resort in a beautiful beach bungalow with speedboat transfers and return flights. You could go snorkeling to spot turtles, take a swim in a beautiful oceanfront infinity pool, or enjoy the sunset from your own hot tub. All of this thanks to Kuoni Travel. Check out the pictures on the internet. You'll love it. For your chance to win this fabulous holiday, text HOLIDAY, HOLIDAY, and send it to 84850. It's triggered by the word holiday. Okay? A voluntary donation of just £3 from every text supports Global's Make Some Noise. You've got until 8 p.m. on Tuesday, the 28th of February to enter. Standard network rates apply. You've got to be 18 or over. And to see the list of participating global stations and full terms and conditions, go to makesomenoise.com. To be honest with you, the weather's so blooming miserable, isn't it? The one thing you want to do, you imagine sitting in a hot tub, another pina colada, if you please. Just sit there and just soak up the sun, do everything. It's beachfront, so you know that it's going to be absolutely fantastic. Steve, try McDonald's apple pie in a McFlurry. Just drop the pie in. Do they still do McDonald's apple pies? I used to quite like those, but you had to watch the filling. It was boiling hot, wasn't it? Because I forgot they deep fried these things. But different level, says Doid. Thank you. Lorraine says, I've recently been diagnosed with type 2 diabetes. Tubsy, are we? Are we Tubsy person? Was it that? And how long have you been diabetic? Oh, donkey's years. Dave says, I've just finished reading Harry's new book. Excellent. No, you haven't. You haven't read it at all. You're called Dave. Nobody called Dave is going to read Harry's book. If you're called Tarquin or somebody like that, then you might be. But not called Dave. That's just not going to be happening, is it? But nice little story, I suppose. Steve, I drink non-alcoholic Prosecco. It's the same delicious taste without the headache and cost. You see, I never got
headaches and stuff like that with drinking Prosecco. I have tried. I did have it a short while ago, non-alcoholic Prosecco, which was it tasted fine, but you didn't get sort of. But I didn't get any headaches or anything like that. Mary in East Yorkshire says, add a double espresso to your vanilla milkshake. Gorgeous. Oh dear, really? They're very good double espressos. Very good. And see, forget rice. I fixed a wet phone by sealing it in a jar with a sachet of silica gel crystals. They come in the electronic cartons. Oh, God, you find those. You buy something, and then there'd be a little sachet that said silica on it. And I remember thinking, what the dickens is that? And it was basically taking the air out. But no, the rice thing, I'm afraid, doesn't work at all. So no point in going for that one at all. Steve, you're really good describing things. I can hear that European folk music, and I've got a pain in my cheeks trying to suck the triple milkshake through the straw. I don't know why it was supposed to be such an achievement. Because they've changed their straws. They're not made out of the same thing that they were. They've sort of become sort of more eco-friendly, which is good. So anyway, brownies. This is brownies, Girl Guides, brownies. They've been around since 1915, but in Canada, they're going to get a rebrand. Girl Guides will now call them Embers, as the name brownies is deemed harmful to ethnic minorities. Embers are full of potential, and when they work together, they can ignite a powerful flame, the organisation have said. The decision to axe the name brownies was made after current and ex-members said it was a barrier to belonging for radicalised girls and women. Group leader Jill Zemamitis said the move reflected the fact that girls experience racism and felt they weren't welcome in Girl Guides. Since the move, families have been signing up for the first time because the name is more inclusive for their daughters. So I wonder if that will happen. This is in Canada. I wonder if it will happen here. Should be quite I've never thought about that, actually. It's just we've always thought they're brownies. Of course, now you realise the implication. And as F words go, I don't want to embarrass anybody this morning or annoy anybody. It's not one that usually causes a great deal of offence, but the word field, F-I-E-L-D, has been cancelled by woke department bosses at a top US university over supposedly racist connotations of slavery. How they get these things, I've got no idea. In a letter to staff and students headed Department Name Change, the University of Southern California's School of Social Work vowed to axe the term and replace it with the original Latin word practicum. So you can't say field, you have to say practicum. The memo, which has been widely mocked online and enraged free speech champions, argues that phrases such as going into the field or field work may have connotations for descendants of slavery and immigrant workers that are not benign. So going into the field. So you can't say you're going into the field. I have to tell you this is not in this country. Under the edict, the Field Education Department has become the Practicum Education Department, and references such as field-based study will be replaced. Whilst department chiefs insisted the move is to reflect anti-racist values and honour and acknowledge inclusion, it baffled many. The memo said the change supports anti-racist social work practice by replacing language that could be considered anti-black or anti-immigrant in favour of inclusive language. But the Free Speech Union, founded by Toby Young, says the idea that the word field will traumatise the descendants of slaves because their ancestors worked in fields is something a comedy writer might inject into a sitcom about the loony left. Well, that would probably be rejected as too implausible. Have you ever heard of such a thing? I mean, I haven't used the phrase and expression, for a long while. I can't think when it would ever feature. I'm just nipping out to the field. I never thought about it, actually. Oh, wait a minute. So you obviously can't say, oh, how are those horses doing in the field? Do you cut the grass in the field? Oh, no. Getting a bit, well, God, it's over there and it's not over here. Nick Ferrari is going to be talking this morning about the heart patients now waiting 90 minutes for an ambulance. It's a new low for the response time. I've never in my entire life have I ever had to order an ambulance. Because I've always thought most of the things I've had wrong with me, I can go and sort out myself by going on the bus or driving. Going on the bus is easier, actually, because the bus, in my case, drops you right at the hospital front door, which is brilliant. So the Crumpet Wars. Way, matron. Waitrose and Warburtons in the standoff after Waitrose axes all products from the Northern Bakery. So they've done a taste test, and they've tested Warburton's crumpets, and they've tested Waitrose's sourdough, which apparently gets 5 out of 5. The Warburton's crumpets didn't get a rating at all. Well, they gave it 1 out of 5. Sainsbury's Taste the Different sourdough got 4 out of 5. Tesco's got 3 out of 5, and Hovis got 5 out of 5. And these are the crumpets that have replaced Warburton's at Waitrose. They don't claim fancy flourishes. They're simple and modest with plenty of holes. And it's obviously important, the holes, isn't it? If you're having a crumpet, so the butter can drip through. They say deliciously crunchy underneath, pillowy on top. They come with a dip in the middle, meaning you can add lashings of butter and it'll stay on. Well, you shouldn't be taking lashes of butter. It's really bad for you. Very, very bad for you. But they have done this review. It gets 5 out of 5 for Hovis. Hovis crumpets. So, and I don't like sourdough. I think it's pretentious old rubbish, I'm afraid. I've seen all these places and they go, oh, it's like, you're like sourdough. No, I've tried it. I thought it was absolute rubbish. I didn't like any of it at all, actually. 84850. Mary says the Frey. Wait a minute, I've lost it now. The silica takes the moisture out of the air, not the air out of whatever it's in. But if you put it in a sealed jar, it's going to be taking the air out, isn't it? So that's how it would work, actually. Mike says, what do we do about the Frey's paddy fields? Well, we used to have them in Hong Kong, where the rice fields are called paddy fields. I don't know, really, what we're supposed to do about that one. I just lose track, actually. I remember years ago we used to have this, and it goes back ages, where you couldn't say blackboard or manhole cover. They were the two things. I'm thinking manhole cover. And now they call them something else, and I can't remember the other thing. All the papers full of Lisa Marie Presley, but they don't have the fact that she died. They've just say she was rushed to hospital. She has, in fact, passed away. She was married to Michael Jackson in '94, and as I say, a lady with a great deal of history. Listen, have a go for the holiday. And Ellie says, have a good weekend, which is quite nice, actually. I like the idea. And in fact, somebody says, I'm listening to you on my way to Stansted. I decided to go on holiday on Friday the 13th, 55 years of age and wearing a 13/14 hoodie. What's that? 13/14? Is that the size of it or something like that? Are you sure you should fly on Friday the 13th? I'm not sure about that. I worry about these sort of things, but luckily I'm not superstitious. And somebody says, going to Italy, no sourdough bread there. Ciao. That's Ciao Bella. If you're listening to LBC and you want to catch up again, then all you have to do is go to get the whole show podcast. You download Global Player for free from your app store, or you head to globalplayer.com, and there's thousands, and it won't cost you a penny piece. Have a great weekend, everybody. Wrap up warm. I'm back with you Monday from 4 a.m. Nice to be company. It's coming up 3 minutes past 4. Here we are, Monday morning. I know, rotten start to the week, isn't it? A little bit of rain, a little bit of cold, a little bit of snow, a little bit of sleet, a little bit of just about everything. It's the only good thing you can say about this country, isn't it, at the moment? All the seasons in one day. All the seasons, you're going to get sort of a little bit of snow here. There's some lovely pictures of snow in the Outer Hebrides and places like that, which look beautiful. It never settles in London, only on very, very rare occasions, because all the buildings keep the temperature up, so we don't have to worry about it. Ekin Su could be kicked off Strictly Dancing on Ice Splash, whatever it's called, can't remember. I thought she did quite well, actually. I didn't even know who she was to start with. And then they said, oh, it's Ekin Su. And I thought, oh, brilliant. Another dreary Love Islander. Because that's back with us, returning, very sadly. Another bunch of no-hopers, I'm afraid. And an apprentice candidate. Oh, dear. This is one of the ones we mentioned before, actually. Another one of these people who sort of overinflates themselves. This one has sparked fury after Nazi memorabilia was sold on a marketplace that he was looking after, and you think to yourself, are you completely stupid, thick, dim, or whatever else? He says, oh no, it was sold by a third party. It doesn't matter who it was sold by, it was sold. Okay. Dad goes out walking with dog. We've heard one of these before. Dog gets bitten by a snake, dog dies. It's an adder. Because I thought originally it'll be somewhere, abroad where these snakes, because snakes come out in the daytime, sit on rocks. Well, I say sit on rocks. They lay on rocks because they need the sun to heat them up. Otherwise, so that's why they lie on rocks. And I couldn't tell the difference between an adder, a grass snake, slow worm or anything else like that. I've got no idea. I just avoid anything that's got a tongue that moves in and out. Thank you very much indeed. Andrew Castle confesses to chasing a burglar naked in the streets. I always knew he had a penchant for taking his clothes off and running down the road. And this is after somebody shoved a fishing rod through his letterbox. They were trying to pick up his car keys. That's what they do, because most people leave car keys on a hall table, whereas I don't. So that would be a bit of a waste of time completely if somebody said, I'm going to go and get a fishing rod and sort of stick it through Steve Allen's letterbox, because A, it wouldn't happen, and B, we'd have you on camera, because we've got so many cameras. Do you know that one child goes to hospital every 20 minutes for self-harming after drugs or drink? One child in hospital every 20 minutes. Terrible, isn't it, really? Will the King talk peace with Harry? Oh, Harry's such a child, isn't he? I'm so bored with it. I really am. And when you've listened to Harry attempting to read the book that he had ghosted for him, it sounds even more ludicrous. But it's I can understand where he's coming from in a certain aspect, but at the rest of the time you think, why don't you just grow up, for God's sake? It really is a bit tedious. What else do we get? Oh, Greta Thunberg kicked off a coal protest site in Germany. She got arrested. They kind of lifted her up and sort of carted her off. I didn't think that had ever happened, actually. I'm not a huge fan of hers, but listen, as long as she's happy doing what she does, that's all right by me. An emergency crew had to smash down the wall of a flat to rescue a heart attack victim, which seems a bit dramatic until you realise he was 50 stone. 50 stone. I can't even imagine what 50 stone looks like. Certainly a lot, because there's a woman of 20 stone in the paper today who had to lose 9 stone because she couldn't fit into aircraft seats. And I've heard of people being moved on aircraft to balance the plane up. If you've got somebody who is as big as 20 stone or 50 stone, you can't just fly in a normal... They've got to move you to the middle of the plane so it balances. Surprising though it may seem. Light at the end of the tunnel for the rail strike, so that's good news, isn't it, really? And 2 in 3 voters think the NHS offer a bad service. Well, poo you. Can you imagine complaining about something like that? I think it's the best service in the entire universe, and I speak as somebody who's used the NHS religiously over a number of years. So 2 in 3 people think it offers a bad service. What bad service are you looking for? I've seen some bad people being served by the NHS, but I've never seen the NHS giving a bad service. Why would they? They're trained to do a job. I've seen it on the television. There was one of those, call this number for an emergency. There's 24 hours in A&E, and there's a woman in there. And she said to one of the consultants, listen, she said, we are stretched to capacity. She said, we've got nowhere to put people. We don't have any more room. And then the emergency phone rings. Ring, 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 ring. So she picks it up and goes, okay, we'll do our best. And then she goes, trauma, 8 minutes. Somebody outside a pub been stabbed more than 20 times. So they have to bring him in and he gets precedence over other things. So if you go in for the NHS and you've got something that's the matter with you and you don't get to be seen, it's because somebody takes precedence over you. That means that they're more serious. They've got all sorts of things that are wrong with them that need to be sorted out. They had a bloke who... He had, what did he have? It was something like, I think it was very similar to my friend Dan. I think he had problems with his gallbladder. And the consultant is talking to him. And he's a fairly ancient man. His wife, they'd already phoned at home. But she was going, oh, right, it'll be all right. And he wasn't all right. And they'd said to him, listen, you're going to need an operation. We can't force you to have an operation. You have to agree to have it done. He said, and it carries risks. He said, but you need this operation to sort this out. He said, otherwise, he said, there is a good chance that you may not survive. And you think, and this bloke at the moment is on oxygen and he's breathing and all the rest of it. And he's going, oh, God. So how soon do I need to have it done? He said, we'll do it today. He said it needs to be done today. And you think they're dealing with this all the time. So when they get prats who go into the NHS and start kicking off, you think to yourself, why don't you just do one? Because people like you are just, you don't appreciate it. I would actually be like America. You're out. We're not serving you here. I'm terribly sorry. That's why. Can you believe in some hospitals they have to have security guards in because the public are so revolting? That's bad. That is very bad. Katie Waisel, she was on X Factor years ago. She's apparently training to be a lawyer. Why? Don't believe this. Because she wants to sue Simon Cowell's company for not looking after her. And I'm thinking, I think this is a bad move. I really think this is a very bad move. I just don't see any hope in sight for this one. Because I thought all these people were given as much. It's like if you win the lottery, you have as much help as you need for as long as you need. So when you got that dreary old Jane Park, I wish I'd never won £1 million. Yeah, we wish you'd never won it either, dear, because you've droned on about it ever since. It really just drives us insane. And so they offer you this advice, and people just don't want to take it. If you've never had money, like Jane Parker never had money. So, of course, she was a bit simple with it and just went out and bought a house, bought a car, bought this, had her boobs done, had this done, and you think to yourself, you're just not adult enough to be in the real world. I mean, it was donkeys years ago. She was 17. She's about 30 now or something. So for goodness sake, you have to sort of learn to grow up and be an adult. She's had various boyfriends and different bits and pieces. Just basically, she wished she'd never had it because she wasn't adult enough to deal with it. But they offer you the advice. They'll tell you how to invest the money so you've got money there for the future. But no, people don't want to do that. Very few people take the advice that Camelot offers. All they want to do, give us the money. Give us the blooming money. We're going to go and buy cars and be flash. And in a lot of cases, the marriages split up. If it's husband and wife, the marriages split up because all of a sudden they've realised, why do you want to stay with this old bag? You can take half the money. If it's serious money, if it's like 30 million, 40 million, people can live very, very well on that. And if it wasn't for Jane Park's parents, I think she wouldn't have any money left at all because she was just stupid with it. But she's droned on about the same story for such a long time. And you think, well, I'll tell you what, why don't you just give it back, dear? Give back what little bit you've got left and go back to sort of maybe working for a living. That would be interesting. What was the other one? Oh, Rishi backs the new police crackdown on the eco-mobs. I'm so bored. Aren't you bored with the eco-mobs? Oh, let's glue ourselves to a road. Good. I tell you what, do it in this weather. Go on, I bet you won't. You'll wait till the sunshine comes out and then you'll be a pain in the rear end. No, you go out there. Go do it now. Go and chain yourself to a motorway bridge. Nobody cares. Nobody cares. Annika Rice has moved out, but the funny thing is, she lives down at Barnes, and she's got it's nice. It sort of overlooks the river. There's a wall, and then you sort of get, or as I say, not necessarily the River Thames, but more a mudflat for most of the time, as the Thames is tidal. And they've printed a picture of basically 4 other people's houses. Hers is just one of them there. And it's not the biggest house at all. And so it makes it look as though she's worth a fortune, because if this was all one house, it would be worth about 15 million. As it is, it's worth about 4 point something. She had it up for 4.9, I think, and then it sort of dropped in price. But it's the image of this house. You go, wow, she's got a huge house, hasn't she, on the River Thames? And the answer is no. That's 4 other people's houses as well. And Jay says, I'm undergoing cancer treatment. I agree with you. The NHS are the best in the world. I agree. I'll tell you, if you're one of those people who doesn't think they are, sod off and go and get treated elsewhere. Why don't you go and pay for it? But they won't, of course. They won't. Have you seen the snow tonight? No, it's too wet. Too wet. Even if it did snow tonight in London. Sorry, runny nose. How awful. Nothing would happen because it would just turn into puddles. It needs to really snow hard for anything to be here, and it's not going to do it at the moment. It really isn't. But it doesn't matter, does it? Listen, 1 minute snow, the next minute not. You know, of course, that if you're listening via your Alexa smart speaker, you can send a message to me. You just have to say, Alexa, send a comment to LBC. It's all you have to do. It's as simple as that. And we might tell you later on in the week, because I did it last week for you, that fabulous holiday to raise some money for Make Some Noise. But just say, Alexa, send a comment to LBC, and you pop up in orange. There's all these different colours here. It's like working in one of those kaleidoscopes. It's all different colours, and all of a sudden I have to recognise what different colours do different things. So I'm struggling a little bit with it. I'm trying to get my head around the fact that Andrew Castle chased a burglar naked in the streets. I mean, doesn't he wear pants in bed or something? I mean, you would think that would be the kind of thing. I do like the idea that there's light at the end of the tunnel for the rail strike. That'll upset old what's his face, won't it? He'll be furious. Yeah. What's his name? Mick Lynch. He'll be very upset because he loves getting his picture in the paper and another boring, tedious interview that we've heard a million times before. So come on. And the villages. You might live in one under assault from developers. Let's put up more houses. Just what we need. More things that people can't afford.
This is LBC with Steve Allen.
Morning, everybody. 17 minutes past 4 is the time. It's Steve Allen's Early Breakfast on LBC. And Elizabeth says, love the show. Michelle says, I had lung cancer and the NHS looked after me. How can people criticise it? I don't know. They must have found the dregs of society. Oh, we don't like it. 2 out of 3 of us don't like the NHS. And you think, well, I'll tell you what, go somewhere else then. We don't want people like you. We really don't. I've seen dreadful, people behaving very badly in hospitals, NHS hospitals, not good. Milk. For my poor tea goes cold here. Nina says hi, and somebody says, listening in Australia on my Alexa and enjoying the programme. Thank you. Well, we haven't really got into it at the moment yet. We will do. We will do. Steve, I've downloaded, says James, your podcast with Ian Dale for my round trip to King's Cross this morning. Very excited. Yes, it runs nearly 2 hours, and apparently it is his top podcast. Don't ask me why. I thought that was the oddest thing. Corey told me. He said you're his number one podcast out of people like Keir Starmer and everybody else, and I'm the number one, the most downloaded podcast. It's unbelievable. How does this happen? The answer is we have no idea. No idea at all. Trevor, good morning. David, good morning. And Laura, good morning. And everybody else, good morning, which is good. And somebody else from Sleepless in Pool. Hope you had a good weekend. After listening to Friday's programme talking about Prosecco, did you crack open the Kylie Prosecco Rosé? I didn't, and I'll tell you for why. Because I thought, if I really like it, I've got to find out where they sell it locally, so I can continue drinking it. It is apparently supposed to be hugely successful. So Sleepless in Pool, thank you very much indeed. An adder, says Pete, has a diamond-shaped patterns on its back. Think I'm going to hang around? Hang around looking out for it. Wait a minute. Adder, can you just sit there just for a little minute? Oh, yes, diamond-shaped things. No, thank you. No, thank you. Snow is okay on Crimbo only, says Paul. Yeah, I think we are going to get it, but I don't think it's going to be down London. I think it's going to be up the country, as it were. And my husband Martin is new to your show, Steve, and will be listening to you this morning on his way to work in Dunstable, travelling from West Raynham in Norfolk. I introduced him. Oh, thank you. Whole blimey, cartons of it. I mean, how much milk do you think I'm going to drink? God in heaven, I mean, really. I ask you. Thank you, Freddie. Cheryl says, Martin loves to hear your honest opinions. Our son Dean listens to you. I got him your tea towel for Christmas, which he absolutely loved. I was disappointed to see your magic mug had sold out through the Magic Circuit. Yes, I mean, I mentioned 2 things last week, and a friend of mine said, every time you mention something, Steve, it sells out. So I did point out that the Magic Circle mugs, there were 4 left. They vanished immediately. They got sold straight away. And a friend of mine said, did you mention egg whites? Because you know you can buy just egg whites in the supermarkets now. You don't have to buy the fattening bit in the egg, and people use it for making omelettes. And I said, I did mention it. He said, because my local shop's bloody well sold out of them. He said, every time you mention something, people start going for them. I said, well, for those people who don't want to, eat the egg yolk, and just want the whites, to save you separating them and having to throw the blooming things away, you can just buy whites. They come in sort of like a sort of plastic bottle, I think, actually, or something like that. Whatever it is, it's very good for you. Very, very good for you. No snow in Brighton, says Sharon. Oh, don't you worry. You're going to get some, I tell you, eventually. And wait a minute. Listening from Thailand, cool season here. Only 33 degrees today. Now, you know me. You can't tempt me at all with sort of heat. -4 degrees here, and the car's like an ice cube. What's the chance of it thawing before lunchtime? Going for a wee biopsy, says Rebecca. Oh, that should be a nice, easy thing to do, shouldn't it? I've got a friend of mine off to the doctors this morning for a little procedure, so we've got our fingers crossed there, which is very good. Funny thing is, people just don't want to go to see hospitals. They don't, especially men. Men are the worst. Women. You can't move for women in hospitals. They're sort of there all the time, and they go, yeah, I'm going to do it. Because it's almost like a social. It's like going to get your hair done. You go there and you sit in there. What are you in for? Oh, right. Oh, yeah. Yes, I've been here before. They're very good. Very good. I found myself doing the same at Kingston Hospital, because I have 3 different hospitals that look after me for different bits and pieces, for the diabetes, for the eyes, for heart, and all the rest of it. And And it is. It's like going into a waiting room where you can have a cup of coffee. And you sit down and chat to people, and then they call your name. Stephen, like to come through. I always feel important. Now everybody knows your name. You know, you go through there and it's great fun. They call me Steve now. They're well aware of what I do for a living, I think. You can't hide it anymore, can you? But it's lovely. I mean, it really is lovely. I mean, I'm not a big fan of hospitals. I sort of get a bit worried about it. But the work that they do and the job that they do is exemplary. I couldn't complain about it at all. And I've done both. I've done private and I've done NHS. And I have utmost admiration for them. You know, and as I say, when I went in for my little procedure in a local NHS hospital, I've been private as well, where they did the actual procedure, and the abuse that the NHS staff were getting was I couldn't believe it. I remember sitting up in bed thinking, and there was somebody on my ward. There were only 6 of us on the ward, and this was a bloke. What a complete prat! Seriously, and you know, in the end, the doctor came in and said, "What do you want us to do for you? Because if you don't want to be here, you can leave now. And we'll wash our hands of you." And I thought, oh, kick him out. It was a nightmare. He kept standing up and then collapsing, but he wanted to keep going outside for a cigarette. I mean, he was a complete idiot. He turned up with his mummy, who left him a sandwich as well. I mean, a complete idiot. He was so rude. I'd have just gone, we don't have to take this. You know, you see it on the buses. Do not abuse our staff. Because if I was a bus driver or a conductor or something like that, and somebody starts kicking off, I'd be going, turn the engine off, sit here. Until you get off this bus, we're not going anywhere. You can sit there as long as you like. You know, I think it's absolutely outrageous the way people get treated. And they have to put all these signs up, you know, saying if you abuse our staff, you know, we will take action. But you get stupid people, the drugs. I went into Waitrose in Richmond the other day, and I was looking for giant tea lights. Because I like the 10-hour tea lights. They do little piddly tea lights. You get a bag of them for, I don't know, £3 or something. But I wanted the big ones, which I think are £6.50 for 12. And I used to get them from Waitrose. And I went in there. I didn't have them in our Waitrose, didn't have them in Richmond's Waitrose. And there's a bloke in there. And he's got the dirtiest hair I've ever seen. I mean, just disgusting. And he's looking there's a cabinet, glass cabinet with slidey doors in, where they've got croissants and pain au chocolats and everything else. And you know when you get a feeling that somebody's going to nick something, you just get a feeling about it. And strangely, I was sort of looking at him thinking, you're going to pinch it. I know you're going to pinch something. But anyway, standing between him and me was a security man. And he obviously had exactly the same idea that this bloke's going to nick something. He just looked like he was going to pinch something. Because, I mean, I see shoplifters every single day of my life. I can't help it. I'm strangely attracted to them. The weather here, Steve, between Aberdeen and Norway is rather choppy. How lovely. And Steve, after spending, says Jonathan, 2 years free of COVID, I've now caught it. And I feel like death, but you're just about keeping me alive. Dreadful, isn't it, when you haven't had it before, and you've been, I mean, I'm touch wood, plastic, Formica, what the heck have I got? I have anything like that. I haven't had anything at all. Steve, I really tried not to, but I succumbed to your suggestion, says Anushka, of Graham's Gold Smooth milk. It's Guernsey milk. And she says, I drank it all at once, and I'm sure I will again one day soon. It is a bit addictive. It is a bit. I've seen it all over the place for sale. It's very nice. In fact, it's too nice. But I prefer it when it's smooth because they've mixed the cream into it, and so it's creamy Guernsey milk. It's like full fat. I know it's full fat. I mean, I'm a fool to myself because I shouldn't be having anything full fat at all. But I don't have it very often. I have it very occasionally, and when I do have it, it's like yum 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 yum. And I need some water at home because I've given up drinking out of the tap. I don't know why. I don't know. I get peculiar. So I buy little bottles of water, and they do 2 for £1 in Iceland. But if I buy them on a Tuesday, I get a 10% discount because I'm a pensioner. So I'm a big fan of 10% discount. I tell everybody. It's good. Shane says, a new TV channel started in Sydney yesterday, and they showed one of your favourite movies, Mr. Holland's Opus, and I thought of you. It's a great movie. Have you seen it, Mr. Holland's Opus? Oh, it's really good. It came out years and years ago, and it's about a school teacher in America, and he's the music teacher, but he's always wanted to write his own opus. Anyway, cut long story short, he has a son who's deaf, and it's really, really good, actually. It's really, really good. And he writes this opus for basically himself and his son, and he loses his job, and so he's taken all his stuff out of the office. It's really good at the end of it. You can just find the end bit on YouTube. It'll sort of really get you. And he's walking with his wife and his son through the school, and he can hear this noise. He said, "What is that noise?" He goes, "It's coming from the auditorium." And he opens the door, and there's the entire school assembled for him to say thank you very much indeed, and they clap him and he's like, "Oh my goodness, what is this?" And anyway, then the headmistress makes an announcement and says, "Mr. Holland, we know that you wrote an opus, and it's never been performed, and we want to perform it for you today." And it's terrible, really. The curtains part, and there are all his students on stage in this orchestra, and she says, "Would you like to come up and conduct your opus?" And he goes up there. It's brilliant. It's brilliant, seriously. Gets me every time. But it's an old film, 1995, I think. Richard Dreyfuss is Glenn Holland. If you haven't seen it before, just watch the last bit on YouTube. I promise you'll be going, "Oh." Only the Americans make things like that. It's like that Field of Dreams with Kevin Costner, you know. If you, what is it? What's the line? If you call them or something, they will come, or if you, something like that. I know I got the star of the film to do it for James O'Brien. If you build it, they will come. And of course, he died only not so long ago, actually, the star of the movie. And I watched it. Somebody said, "You need to watch it, Steve. You need to watch it." And so I watched it, and it's the story of a field of dreams. It's a field of corn and a farm, and these baseball players that come back from the dead, and he builds this place for them to play in, and they all come back. And one of them's his father, but his father doesn't know that it's his son. It's one of those sort of films. They all came from different sort of parts of the game. It's brilliant. I love films like that. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. Steve, I don't know about you, but I've never heard one constructive word from Greta and her doom and gloom merchants. Listen, she's got immeasurable coverage, hasn't she, about just about everything she does. But I don't know anything about her. I'm sure she's a wonderful person. Janet says, "I was supposed to have surgery 2 years ago. I'm still waiting, and I'm very unwell. Not everybody has a positive outcome with the NHS." Well, listen, if they don't think that you're important because you're not, you might think you're very unwell, but they will say you're not important. You have to wait your turn, whether it takes 2 years or 3 years or 4 years. You can always go private. You can always pay for these sort of things, can't you?
What's a skill you really wish you'd learned earlier? Cooking? DIY? What about being good with money? Help your children learn money skills with Kite, the debit card for kids by Starling Bank. They get an app to track their balance and practice budgeting, but the card is also linked to your account. You're notified when they spend, and you can set spending limits. Confidence with money is priceless, and that's why Kite is now free. Search Starling Kite today, the free debit card and app for kids.
Steve Allen on LBC. Text 84850.
Morning! For tea lights, head to Robert Dyer's. No. They see prices 8-hour pack of 100, $9.99. No, I'm looking for 10-hour, and they're the giant ones, and they're £6.50 for 12. Angel says, love your programme. Where'd you get 10% off for pensioners? Iceland on a Tuesday. Only on a Tuesday. Paul says, I've lived in the same house for 30 years, and last night was the first time I took the car keys upstairs. I think, to be honest with you, anybody who leaves them on the hall table must be an idiot. All they do is they push a stick through with a magnet on the end, they hook your car keys off, and they just drive off with it. Surely. I always think having a Rottweiler maybe in the car would be a bit of an adventure. They did bring out cars ages ago in South Africa, and because they were getting so many people who were getting their cars robbed at traffic lights. It happened in America. People were picking up their hire cars, which were emblazoned with, you've rented a car from whoever it happened to be, and they were targeted by thieves. They would pull into traffic lights, somebody would wrench open the car door, they'd take their suitcases, knowing that they had money and stuff like that in there. So they had to start taking all the labels off all the hire cars. But in South Africa, because there were so many problems with carjacking at traffic lights, they built these cars with like flamethrowers underneath. Seriously, I'd never heard of anything like this, but it must be quite a serious problem. And so basically, you would have a little tank full of sort of petrol, and they could put flames out the side of these cars. That would put people off. The other one that they had, which I quite like more, was somebody would jump in your car and drive off. The car would be like a bait car. They use them in America to make television programs. And it's a car usually a 4x4 by the side of the road with the keys in it. And so you get would-be thieves who get in it. They go, it's got the keys, it's got the keys. And they start rummaging around to take it, and they go for a drive. What they don't realise, well, they do eventually, is that the car is controlled by the police. So in other words, at a given moment, the police can lock the doors and stop the car. And you see the people in the car, because it's got little hidden cameras in there, going, oh, God, it's a bait car. And the next thing you hear the police going, put your hands up, get out of the vehicle. And they get arrested for thieving cars. Although basically, because they've given them the opportunity to nick things like that. But the one they had in South Africa was another one. The doors locked and gas was piled into the car to send them to sleep. So they were going to go to prison, whichever way. But, people who've got nothing to lose, I suppose, think they can do pretty well with that. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. Guess what's back in fashion? Jumpsuits. I mean, as far as I was concerned, they never went out of fashion. It's the all-in-one suit, isn't it? I don't really know why they ever sort of disappeared, but apparently they're all back in again, which is very interesting. Also, the soldiers who carried the Queen's coffin are living in squalor, apparently. They've got all sorts of problems. That is outrageous, absolutely outrageous. 750,000 families in this country have no savings whatsoever, nothing. They don't have any save. And you start thinking to yourself, what it must be like to live, in basically a state of poverty where you can't afford to buy anything. And I look at the prices of stuff. I was in a shop in Marylebone High Street the other day, and it's one of these sort of delicatessens that sells everything. They've got fish, they've got meat, they've got avocados, they've got just about everything, and cheeses, and a little block of cheese. They're obviously specialty cheeses, not for me. 12 quid. And I remember thinking, oh my God, this is going to cost you an absolute fortune. They've got everything. There's nothing they don't have. I buy vegan chocolate in there, which I give to somebody at work because they're vegan. So they do vegan chocolates. And it's about the only place I've ever discovered, apart from Amazon, where you can buy this stuff online. And my tea lights arrived yesterday, the giant ones. I'm very pleased about that, because I use them because they last so much longer than the other ones. I mean, I can make a tea light last about 3 days, which is not bad, whereas the little piddly ones are about as useless as, the chocolate Fireguard. And I bought this little man who looks like a spaceman, and he projects stars out of his face, out of the black visor. And that arrived yesterday as well, so I can't wait because apparently I didn't know how you operated it. And you charge it up. It's got a USB, and I've got one of those little boxes which plugs in about 8 different USB things, which I thought was an absolute godsend. And Steve Wayne, my trolley dolly friend, he says, driving to Heathrow in the wet and far too early, but cocooned in my warm car. What more could I ask? Where are you going? You're obviously flying early this morning. See, that must be quite nice, but I know if it's miserable outside, it's like, bit yucky, isn't it, really? But I wish you a safe flight, and I'm glad that you're cocooned. See, I did that the other day. I took the car out when I always go out for brunch on a Sunday, and my car heats up really quickly. So much so that every time the friend gets in the car, he always goes, "It's so hot in here. It's too hot, Steve. Way too hot." But quite nice at the same time. Wendy says, "I can't sleep. I can't sleep. I'm very anxious as I'm going to the dentist to get my root canal done. Have you had yours done before? I have. I don't enjoy it. I don't enjoy it. You know why? Because at one point they put in dental dam, which is like a sheet of sort of rubber to isolate the tooth, and I don't like it. That's invasive as far as I'm concerned. So I have had root canal done before, and then when they did it, they sort of put a thing in your mouth to take an implant so they can, and all that. It's so fiddly. So fiddly. Everybody hates it. But listen, if it needs doing, it needs doing. Just, I mean, what did I go for sometimes? Somebody gave me some tablets which sort of took away the pain and also the anxiety bit. Because that's the thing. When you go to the dentist, you know, you sit there in the waiting room and you try and concentrate on an old copy of Country Life magazine, you know, as you flick through it. And all you can hear is woo, woo, woo. And you think, oh my God, fathers, that's going to be me very shortly. And then the dentist pokes his head outside the door, goes, with you in a minute. Woo, woo. And you think, which made my mouth go all funny. And I absolutely hated it. You know, you sit there and you can't concentrate. You're just flicking over pages thinking, perhaps I feel better. Perhaps I don't need to see the dentist. Thank you for this old one. You know Rick Astley's bringing out a board game. You know the rules, and so do I. Good old Rick Astley. Yeah, you're bard. We like Rick Astley. He lives down the road from me, actually. I don't know where. I think he's in Richmond. Have a good slurp on the old tea. I love it because it winds one person up every day. So I always do it because that's what wine people do. If you ever you're tasting wine, they slurp it. They go like that and then spit it out. I love it. I do it with tea, which is great. James says, finally, somebody else who's seen Mr. Holland's Opus. Brilliant film, but I can't find it anywhere. You know, find it on Amazon. I've always found it on there, unless it's out of stock at the moment. I'm sure we shall find it. It's one of those. I mean, it's so old in terms of films. It's. I just thought it was so good. I mean, I do have a copy of it, but I'm not letting it out. Not on Amazon. Disney Plus. Oh, what's that mean? What's Disney Plus? So. Oh right, and it's on there. Oh right. So there you go. It's on Disney Plus. There you go. And Steve says, Andy in Crawley, just some advice if your dog's bitten by a snake. No good talking to me. I don't have a dog, and I certainly wouldn't go anywhere there'd be snakes. Firstly, pick the dog up and carry, and that will slow the poison being pumped around the body. Phone a vet, ask for anti-venom. They should know the nearest vet that does. If they don't, it would save time. And possibly your dog, says Andy. Yeah, I mean, depending on how big the dog is, I would think, determines on how long it's going to survive. Heavy hailstones, says Ray in Essex. Well, they deserve them. They deserve them. I mean, come on, hailstones. I've been in the car before where all of a sudden you hear this noise, you think, what the heck is that? And it turns out to be hailstones. But it's lovely. Steve, it's raining very hard, says Anthony in Battersea. I just opened the door to take the dog out and he ran straight back to bed. Oh, not surprised. Why? If you were a dog, why would you want to go outside? You know, they always go, it's like my dad used to, when we had a cat years and years ago, he would open the back door so the cat could go out. If it was raining, the cat sat there. My father would have to push it, you know, manually outside of the door, and you could see the cat, you know, sort of going, I don't want to go outside. And then eventually, when it did go outside, it would run straight under the car, which was parked outside the back, and just sit there looking at my dad, thinking, you swine. You swine. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. And I think Joey Essex has had ice skates on before. I'm not buying that wobbling fake intro prior to his first performance. One of them was on there. Somebody was in The Wanted. And he quite clearly, he couldn't ice skate for toffee. I mean, he was going so slow, so slow. And I thought to myself, well, I don't know, actually. I don't know whether that's actually going to help him win. Probably not, actually. But Joey Essex, I mean, the trouble is Joey Essex is like a has-been from years ago. You know, you see people, I watch these programmes on the television, they go, oh, it's a celebrity version. And I sit there racking my brains as to who these people are. You know, and then they go, oh, they were sort of once in Brookside or something, or they've been in Hollyoaks. You go, nobody knows who they are. They really don't. Steve, I'm also driving to Heathrow. sagely stopped at the garage while sending this. Sadly not for a holiday, says John in Croydon. I work there and going in early to go to the gym before work. Too many Christmas indulgences. Well, that's the trouble. I don't know why people do that. Why can't people just eat normally at Christmas? You know, when people say, oh, I overindulge, you go, why? It isn't like we're running out of food. You know, there was loads of food around at Christmas. I mean, like tons of food. And yet people go, I overindulged. And you go, were you just really a couch potato? Where you just stuff your face with food and then just pig out on the settee? Which sounds quite nice. Steve, is a onesie not just a pumped-up jumpsuit, says Mark? I think so. Shell suits, will they come back into fashion? I do hope not. I generally sort of, if I pass anybody wearing a jumpsuit or anything, I always go like that. And then when they look round, I've got a big smile on my face, you know, just to make it look pretty good. So that's what it is. And another one here. Friends of ours had their Range Rover stolen from outside their house. 2 days later, it turned up, fully valeted inside and out, with a note of apology plus 2 theatre tickets. Oh, this is an apocryphal story. This is not a true story. Not a true story, Joe. This is the story of somebody who had their car scratched. They parked outside Harrods, so the story goes, or anywhere else you can think of. And they came back and somebody said, I'm really sorry, I hit your car. I will pay for it. Here's my number. And by the way, here are 2 tickets for the theatre. So the couple think, oh, that's quite sweet. So they go to the theatre. When they come back, they've been burgled. Yeah, it's not a true story, I'm afraid. Snowing in Reigate, you deserve it. Definitely. Another one is a load of people driving to Heathrow this morning. Something's obviously going on at Heathrow. There are planes taking off. Love Island returns, sadly. It'll be another bunch of no-hopers.
This is LBC with Steve Allen.
Morning, Steve, says Steve. My wife and I have taken you with us to Laos. Having a spot of lunch, loving your show with great views. So he sent in a picture of the wife. And it is great views. Although I can't imagine what it must be like to be listening to the radio, sitting down having your lunch. Slightly bizarre. But it looks very nice, Stephen. Look at that beautiful view. There's some gorgeous places, aren't there? Some gorgeous places around the world. I was looking the other day, and I was looking at this. Oh, I know what I was looking at. I was looking at this place where we're offering a lovely holiday at the Kuramathi Resort to make some money for Make Some Noise, which I'll tell you about probably tomorrow or the next day. And I was looking at these beautiful beachfront bungalows, and I was looking at the sit, and I was thinking, my God, there's some lovely places. You know, if I was sort of so inclined, not that I would be actually, because I don't really do holidays. I know it sounds really ridiculous. I don't see the purpose of a holiday. It takes you ages to get there. You've got to pack, unpack, and then you got dirty socks and all the rest of it. And then you sort of think to yourself, okay, so what are we going to do on holiday? And people say, nothing at all. You just lounge. And I thought, well, perhaps I could just eat, or perhaps I could just drink. And then you think, oh no, if I drank too much. Can you imagine being drunk by 1 o'clock in the afternoon? Nightmare. Absolute nightmare. But I quite like it. My friend Ian over in Dallas says, has Perdita messaged recently? He says, I've just read the new season of Magnum, which of course she is starring in, is much sexier. Well, there you go. But he also received from some friends of his one of my magic mugs. He says, Steve Allen is the Christmas gift that keeps on giving. The magic mugs, you know, where they're black, and then you pour in the hot water, and a picture of myself appears with, you know, Steve Allen. I can't remember what the slogan is on it. Something about Steve Allen makes your magical mornings. And Wendy says, I listen to you every day on podcast as you're one of my favourite LBC presenters, as well as Nick Abbott and Clive Bell. I'm not sharing. I refuse to share. It's okay. The amount of people who say to me, why don't you do a show with Nick Abbott? You're joking. That'd be a nightmare. 2 different people, double-headed programmes, you know. I did used to use Clive on my programme many years ago. He will remember, of course, back to Gough Square days. He used to do a book review. And he'll remember King Solomon's Mines. Is them there are diamonds and stuff like that. But I've never done a show with Nick Abbott. And I shouldn't imagine ever will. It just is not going to appear, even though we both have tremendous numbers in the downloading podcast department, you know, like really, really good numbers. So this woman got stuck in a plane seat. because she was 20 stone. I mean, I don't know how big. I can't remember. I mean, I've sat in plane seats before. I've always had loads of room, but I don't weigh 20 stone. And so she decided that she would shed weight so that she could fit in the plane seat. So she lost 9 stone. So she's down to whatever it is now, 11 stone. I mean, that's quite a bit of a difference, isn't it? I bet you anything it'll be one of those stupid things that she's linked into one of those diet companies where they go, oh, so-and-so took the, I'm going to lose weight kind of things. But no, so she lost 9 stone so she could actually fit in an aeroplane seat. Nothing worse is you imagine trying to get in there and going, I can't get my bum in this aeroplane seat. And they go, yeah, well, in fact, if you go to theatres, that's even worse. Because most of the theatres that we've got in London are Victorian. And the Victorian people weren't as big as we were. They were actually a bit more petite. So they were able to sort of get their little bottoms in. But when you see the size of some of the people going to the theatre now, you only have to look at them and think, oh, God, you're in for a squeeze, aren't you? I went to the Donmar Theatre, have done on numerous occasions, and upstairs they've got bench seats. So they're not sort of divided off. They just go, this is the bench that you're sitting on. And I remember getting up there and there was an American woman and she was sitting on the seat and she was most of her bottom was in my seat. And I remember having to say, can we move up a little bit? I was perched on the end of it. It was just absolutely a nightmare. I left in the interval. So much easier. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. So Harry envied Wills's sausage. Apparently... Harry was made to feel less important. This is what the Princess Diana's former servant, Paul Burrell, the man who basically sold her down the river, most of it fantasy, pure fantasy. And apparently William got more sausages at breakfast than Harry did. I mean, can you believe the rubbish? I mean, Paul Burrell, who's traded on this for such a long time, really, used to have a flower shop, but... Paul branded Harry's words rich, adding, Harry knows full well how devoted I was to his mother. But Paul made his blood boil when the butler released his memoir, A Royal Duty. Well, Paul Burrell milked it for everything, and that rubbish about, oh, Diana called me her rock. There's no evidence to suggest this at all. Nothing. We've trawled through everything, and it's just what he's told you. But as I say, a bit creepy, I'm afraid, Paul Burrell. I did go out for dinner with him one night. And, he was Paul Burrell. Anyway, so here we go. Love Island returns. Another bunch of no-hopers. Tanya, Tanyelle, Harris and Shaq, Anna May, and Maya Jama is a big lure. No, not really. They're just giving her loads of publicity. But all she is just a very average presenter, as you will be discovering. Olivia says she's a real-life Bond girl. Well, she's not really. It's a little bit of a lie, actually. She's an actress. Her name is Olivia Hawkins. She's a real-life Bond girl because she appeared as a waitress in No Time to Die. That's not a Bond girl, dear. That's called a servant. Okay, you weren't a Bond girl at all. And she's danced in rap videos. So in other words, talentless. Totally talentless. Okay, waitress, come in, darling. Can you just bring that tray from there to here? Okay, that's it. Am I a Bond girl now? No, dear, you're not a Bond girl. But you know what she was famous for? Walking round the rings, holding up a number in a boxing ring. Round 3, round 4. She thinks she's a Bond girl. Hilarious. These people, as I say, they tell lies like there's no tomorrow. They really do. Anyway, the new villa's been hit by a storm. Well, that's good, isn't it? I'll tell you. Could add to the excitement, I hope. And what else we got? Miss Universe, Bonnie Gabrielle, shows off her crown. She's an interior designer. I can't believe they're still doing these things. Totally sexist. I remember the Miss Worlds. Do you remember the Miss Worlds at the, where was it, Royal Albert Hall, where the protesters started throwing flower bombs onto the stage? Oh, yeah. It became quite heated in this country for sort of people who would say you shouldn't have these sort of competitions. And the Morleys used to put them on. It was Miss World or everything else, and they would turn up over here. And... It was just considered very sexist, but they had all the women's libbers throwing flower bombs onto the stage. It was like basically a scene out of what was that? Carry On Girls. Carry On Girls was a film, and the local councillor didn't want anything like that to take place in Well, it was filmed in Brighton, actually. And so they made it as difficult as possible for all the girls to succeed. Looking forward to Saturday, says Freddie. We're off to Canterbury to see Rula Lenska and many others starring in the Marigold Hotel. How lovely. I love the Marigold Hotel. I love it. Absolutely love it. I think it's really brilliant. Really brilliant. Andy says, it's not pleasant outside. I'm up early with my 10-month-old son and I'm struggling with pneumonia. Been hit twice over Christmas. Well, you must be mixing with people who've given it to you. You can't pick it up by yourself. It has to be with sort of somebody else there, which is interesting. And Jackie says, William probably got more sausages because he was older than Harry. No other reason. I know, they're making a big deal about it, like it's something to really worry about. I mean, who gives a toss what they have? It's like saying, I think we counted the cornflakes and you discovered that Wills, or Willie, as he's called, apparently that's what Harry calls him, he calls him Willie. And he would sort of complain about things like that. He complained about the room, didn't he? He complained about the flat he was given. It was only 2-bedroom, you think, oh, shut up. Goodness sake, what a whinging old so-and-so. And Middleton's company's gone bust. He raked in 2021, 4.5 million, which seems to me like an enormous amount of money. Then he was fired from the Channel 4 show over his personal conduct. He was forced to liquidise his main company. And he's basically not bothered paying tax, 1.2 million to HMRC. You know, and yet he went and took in 4.5 million. What have you done with it, love? What have you done with it? Because we're going off you very quickly, actually. So it's gone bust owing 1.2 million to the tax man, which is funny, actually, because I have nothing but admiration for the tax man, because HMRC has just given me a tax rebate. Well, it wasn't so much a tax rebate. Well, actually, it was a tax rebate. It was money that shouldn't have been deducted because of various issues, and so they paid it all back into my account yesterday, because I went to check my accounts on my telephone, because I'm up to date with how it all happens, and all of a sudden there was more money than I thought, and I went, where's that come from? Checked it, HMRC, so big up HMRC, you know. And if somebody owes tax, go after them, chase them, you know, make sure they start paying. I never understood why Jordan went on 12 holidays one year and she's a bankrupt. Unbelievable.
Here in the UK, we sell amazing products and services the whole world wants.
At the Black Farmer in Devon, our produce is enjoyed on both sides of the Atlantic.
We're McKinnon and Saunders from Manchester, and our puppets are watched on 6 continents.
So whether you're new to exporting or experienced, explore global growth for your business with free support from the UK government. Access information, training, events and expert advice to help you find new customers overseas. Visit great.gov.uk to get started.
This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation with Steve Allen.
Morning, Isaac says, carry on, girls. Thurcombe, the fictional seaside town of Thurcombe. Yeah, but they filmed in Brighton. It was filmed in Brighton. That's where I think Barbara Windsor played Miss Easy Rider, and which was very good, actually. It was quite nice, but they were totally against. The local councillor was totally against these girly things, and Sid James thought it was an opportunity to sort of get to a little bit of totty in. But it was a very good little film, actually. In fact, you can buy the whole box set of Carry On films for under 30 quid. It's very good value. Do you remember I told you about the woman who was so big she got stuck in the plane seat, has finally beaten the bulge? Jill Rutherford weighed 20 stone 10 pounds at her heaviest and once split the seams on her size 26 trousers. She was pushed to change after a double blow of getting stuck on a flight to Dubai and receiving a diagnosis of cancer. Jill says the flight was so humiliating I didn't get up and use the loo for the entire 11 hours. Do you know how old this story is? 7 years old. 7 years old. I mean, God in heaven, they must be scraping the barrel at the sun. Apparently, the mum of 2 is now 11 stone 10 and a size 12, but 7 years old. This was 2016, this story. Unbelievable, isn't it? You read this sort of stuff. There's a woman here. This is a city destroyed by X-22 weapons. This is mad as a broomstick Putin, who, to be honest with you, if this had been anybody else, he'd have been tried for war crimes and hanged by now, I would have thought, because what he's doing, he's setting off bombs, which are normally used to destroy ships and things like that, and this is just destroying this town. But he doesn't care because he's a megalomaniac and he does what he wants to do. But there will be payback time. There will be payback time at some point. When? I've got no idea. Every time he sort of goes there, you think people in his country must be turning against him like there's no tomorrow. The Apprentice candidate is Gregory Ebb. Now, we had another story about Gregory Ebb, and I can't remember what it was. I'm sure it'll come back to me. But anyway, he sparked fury just by being on the programme, I should imagine. He's very annoying. He's annoyed me already. After Nazi memorabilia was sold on his online marketplace. He was slated by Jewish groups. They accused it of facilitating the sale of artefacts synonymous with death to sick collectors. On the day the BBC One series returned, a German officer's dress dagger sold for £725 on Shropshire-based Ebb's Raven Yard Antiques marketplace. Dates back to before the war, when Hitler was Germany's chancellor, and features a swastika, the symbol of the Nazi party, uploaded by a seller called McDermott and sold on January the 5th. The campaign against anti-Semitism said it was wrong to profit from such a sale. The Board of Deputies of British Jews said it would distress the relatives of Holocaust victims. The site apparently is an eBay for antiques where users can sell items. Ebbs has said his antique knowledge would help in the boardroom of Lord Sugar, who is of course himself Jewish. Last night, Ebbs told The Sun, "I apologise for any offence caused." You must be really thick. I love the way they sort of do something. They go, "Oh, apologise for any offence." You didn't think that there'd be any offence caused? He says, the item was sold by a third-party vendor. Yeah, on your site. On your site. The type of memorabilia is not something I would personally sell or stock. I'll be looking to implement stricter vetting for third-party vendors. You really are stupid, aren't you? People like you make me sick. You just come up with a feeble excuse like, "Oh, I'm sorry about that. I didn't have no idea they were selling a piece of Nazi memorabilia. Lord Sugar's Jewish. Good Lord above. Who'd have known? Who'd have guessed?" These people, honestly. Steve, just boarded. Here we go. The 0502 Thameslink from Purley, 0412 Brighton. As we head into the city this Monday morning, first mince pies. And now look, says Mark, in Purley. The cake shop. Oh, look, Morrison's fresh cream hot cross buns. Fresh cream hot cross buns. Sorry. That is just appalling. Fresh cream hot cross buns. $1.89 for two. I don't need to see things like this at this time of the morning. My friend Chris is with the jumpsuit gang. I knew he would be. I could just tell, young man. Actually, the funny thing is, jumpsuits were very. Dale used to have one, and it was camouflage, and it was a jumpsuit where the zip went all the way down, all the way down. When he first wore it, I remember thinking, what is that? What is that? I've actually got a pair of trousers that were never worn. 2 pairs of trousers. Camouflage trousers that he bought. Every time I went round there, I ended up staggering home with all these blooming clothes. I've got loads of them. But, Chris, you look very good, actually. I'm not sure about the yellow shoes with a blue jumpsuit. I'm not sure about that. I might have to, oh, my Lord. And so it's the gang. Oh, my goodness me. Look at us. Look at this. My God, they're a good-looking gang, aren't they? Very good-looking gang. I like the idea, actually. I like the idea of you're all listening to the programme this morning, you know, being that sort of person, I'm afraid. It's only because it's such a miserable blooming day. You're not at work already, are you? It's a bit early for you, Mr. Chris. He used to send me videos of himself driving into the car park. And I'd think, you know, he's working in a few minutes' time, and I used to worry about it. I worry about all of these sort of things because I'm sort of somebody who turns up so early. People go, "What do you do?" I've had drivers who've said to me, "What do you do when you get to work?" I said, "Well, I like to read the papers. I like to have my cups of tea. I like to put my feet up. I like to have a little chat, go down to the studio, see how the producer's doing. You know, we catch up on a few little bits and pieces. And before you know where you are, I'm recording my little bit extra, and then we've got to sort of do the mapping out of the programme. And I know you'd never believe it, would you? You'd never believe it's actually mapped out, but it is in its own little way. And then by the time you do that, it's time to start work. So, you know, there's not really I mean, I just wish that the canteen was open at this time of the morning because we could have had hash browns and sausages and everything. It opens at 7, I think. I know, but the trouble is I've got to go, haven't I, at 7. I have to pick something up on the way home. Every time I'm in, if I have sort of a meeting in the building, I always nip up to the canteen and I've started increasing it. 4 hash browns and 4 sausages. And I've eaten 2 of the items before I've even hit the lift. It's really disgusting. It's really terrible, but I don't care. I don't care. They were once chummy on the celebrity circuit with a bunch of mutual A-list pals, but since Stella McCartney and Vicky Beckham launched their fashion empires, although in Victoria Beckham's case it's not a fashion empire, it's a fashion disaster, everything appeared to change and they are now fierce rivals. Well, I don't think Stella McCartney needs to worry about Victoria Beckham. She's £66 million in the red. You know, they say after... Stella isn't normally that bothered about having big-name supermodels, but after she saw Victoria book Gigi and Bella for her first Paris Fashion Week show, she also booked them. A few days later, the supermodel sisters were on the runway for Stella. I mean, but the trouble is, unfortunately, Vicky's not selling anything. Just because she puts these people on the run, she hasn't got any idea. She's 66 million in the red. I don't know how you run a business like that. But apparently, you know, it's a bit of rivalry. But the person who's going to win is going to be Stella McCartney. It's not going to be Vic. I'm really sorry to tell her that because, you know, she's obviously just sticking her head in the sand. Steve, didn't Mark in Purley's train used to be at 0501 from Purley down the road in Croydon? Oh God, I don't know. I mean, don't know. I mean, perhaps it's running late. Elaine says it's snowing in Edinburgh. Well, so it should. So it should. I mean, I'm looking at a picture here, lovely picture, and this is Cumbria, in a place called Nenthead, and other areas struggle with the floodings all over the blooming place, but they've got -10. Parts of St Ives were deluged as a great ooze burst its banks, clue being the Great Ooze, but snow sweeping into northern parts of England, and it did half look pretty. I don't want to be in it. I don't want to be in it because I think that's sort of unnecessary, actually. Dan, you know, he had his gastro thing sorted out, but he said sleep is becoming less broken overnight, only woken twice tonight. Carry on, Cleo, he says, and now listening to the show. The pain is easing gradually, and definitely seeing the result of the work done. Danny back to work and the girls' school today, so a slow walk to town to people watch and grab a coffee. See, I think people watching is the best thing ever. I have the most fun people watching. I do it on the train. I do it all the time. I can't help it. I always think I'm like a Victor Meldrew. I'm a miserable old git at the best of times. But I just like watching people. I look at some people sitting on the train. People on the buses fascinate me. You know, and you don't like to be seen to be staring at them. But I do. I've got mirrored sunglasses now, just so you can look at people without them knowing. Makes it even worse, doesn't it? The emergency crews. I only mention this because my friend Chris is super duper fit. He is running super. Literally. We used to bump into each other at screenings and stuff like that, and he would have run in for them. I mean, seriously, super fit. I mean, way fitter than I could ever imagine I would like to be. But this is a bloke who's called, well, he's in Acton, and the operation began with a 999 call to rescue him. It took them 17 hours. They had to knock a wall down. He's 50 stone, and he had a heart attack, because if you're carrying 50 stone, the pressure on your heart is immense. You are an accident waiting to happen. At one point, I mean, this is where it really annoys me. I'm sorry to be annoyed about this. 20 firefighters, 15 paramedics, 5 cops, an urban search and rescue team who normally deal with earthquakes. There's 40 other residents live in this place. So they wasted the time of 25 firefighters, 15 paramedics. He's 50 stone. Didn't somebody think about maybe a diet would be a good idea? Anyway, apparently neighbours told how he lives on takeaway deliveries. Of course, why do you think he gets to this size? What do you think it is, wind? Of course not. Now they've had to take half the building apart. There's other people in the building that are sick and have to pay for it. I'm not surprised. I'm pretty sick of it as well. 25 firefighters. You know, I mean, it's just ridiculous. They were summoned at 9 to knock down the outside wall. Then they had to build a plywood ramp and use ropes to hoist I mean, it's just appalling. You know, I know America's got a huge problem with these overweight people who just get to be of God. be of gargantuan size. 50 stone is clinically obese. And he had a heart attack. Well, quelle surprise. There's a surprise. But it's the fact it took so many... 15 paramedics. I'm sorry, do we have a glut of paramedics all of a sudden? No, we don't. No, we don't. Steve, this is one that says, you mentioning the Carry On films makes me think of my dad's favourite, Carry On Abroad. Els Bells it was, wasn't it? I got lucky a few years ago. I bought the complete Carry On collection for £2.50. It's not much more than that now. It's not that much more than now, but Els Bells, I loved it. It was filmed in Camber Sands, I think. Was it somewhere like that? Anyway, it was. They didn't spend any money. They were doing them on the cheap. The only thing that was expensive was the soundtrack with the orchestra.
Leading Britain's conversation, LBC, with Steve Allen.
Morning, trust you well. 18 minutes past 5. Just in case you were sort of wondering about these sort of things, Rich and Julie from Orpington in Kent, they reckon it's snowing there as well, and it was James who bought the Carry On films for £2.50. Apparently, it was 0501, and then at the beginning of the year, it changed to 0502. Irony is, says Mark, it still leaves Brighton 0412 and arrives at my destination at Farringdon at 0536. How does that work? Oh, I've got no idea. Listen, I mean, I'm just happy that my train leaves on time from Waterloo. It used to be the 7:28. It was so much better. But now it's 7:33, which gives me that little bit extra. If one of my buses is running a bit late, then I sort of and I have to pick my skirts up and move a little bit faster. I'm just a bit annoyed that they don't do those potato waffles at McDonald's, because I used to like packets of those. If I thought I had enough time to actually get it. So sometimes I have a giant sausage roll from the pasty company. I mean, whether it's meat in there remains to be seen, I think. It's certainly got something in there, but what? I've got no idea. Steve. So Richard Julie from Orpington in Kent. So it's snowing there. I don't think it'll settle. It's not, I don't think it was cold enough this morning for it to settle. I see that movie star Michael B. Jordan, once dubbed the sexiest man alive, is said to be enamoured with a bikini pin-up called Amber Jepson. She's got one of those vacant looks on her face, like, you sort of think to yourself, and you think that's a sexy look, do you? Well, it probably is for somebody. His head has been turned, and they've enjoyed multiple chats. It is lovely. I don't even know who he is, actually. I've never heard of him before at all. But Jordan, apparently, Michael B. Jordan, is the latest film star to invest in football. Because they've got so much money, all these people, haven't they, really? But as I say, he's sort of, she doesn't look as though she's capable of a conversation, really, which is probably doing her a disservice. Shows she's a bikini pin-up. In other words, she just wears a bikini. And that apparently makes you a celebrity nowadays. So good for them. I tell you honestly, anybody can become a star nowadays. I reckon 95% of you listening can all become celebrities. You really can. It's not difficult. Just appear on Love Island. It doesn't matter who you are. Any old bimbo can turn up there, and himbo and all the rest of it. And what have we got here? Patrick Murray. He's getting a lot of coverage. He's the one I told you before. He was in Only Fools and Horses, and he was Mickey Pearce. But he's obviously got a new agent, because every time I open up the papers, there's another story about him. And he says his recent cancer op saved his life, and he now wants to revive the sitcom with Sir David Jason. Well, Sir David's in his 80s. He doesn't want to revive it. He doesn't want to revive it at all, because a lot of them have gone. I mean, the writer, John Sullivan, of course, the fabulous John Sullivan, John Challis, Roger Lloyd-Pack, and but Nicholas Lyndhurst is going to feature in the reboot of the American sitcom Frasier. I didn't know there was going to be a reboot of Frasier, and he's going to be in it. He's taken time away from acting following the death of his son Archie in 2020. Nicholas admits that he's unsure. Sorry, Patrick says he's unsure if Nick Lyndhurst would reprise his role of Rodney Trotter. I shouldn't think so. It's not going to look right, is it? I mean, sometimes you have to let things go. I mean, I was a big fan of the programme anyway. Matt says, do you ever have a day off? Been listening for a long time and don't recall you ever not being on the radio. I do have time off, mainly for illness. But I generally don't take time off per se. If somebody says, oh, you're taking a week's holiday, and you go, yeah, and you go, no, No, I wouldn't know what to do on a holiday. I really wouldn't. I mean, I'm not the sort of person to lie there covered in ombre solaire or any coconut oil or something like that. And I don't sort of really want to jump into a swimming pool with a load of other people. I don't want to go into the sea because I might swallow salt water. And also, you might tread on the stones. Ow, ow, ow. No, definitely not. So, no, just don't do holiday. Quite a few people don't do holidays. They don't find it there's nowhere I want to go. If I was specifically going somewhere, I've done Rome and Hong Kong and Egypt and Germany and Austria and Yorkshire. I've done loads of different places. And there's nothing else I really want to see. At one point, I had a hankering for Machu Picchu, thinking that would be quite nice. And then somebody said, well, wait till it's a lot safer, different bits and bits. So I thought, okay, I'll leave Machu Picchu. And then I thought all these places I wanted to go and see, like the Forbidden City. I thought I could go to the Forbidden City in China. And then I thought, just buy a DVD, Steve. You can see far more on the DVD than you'll ever get to see if you actually go to this place. And, sorry? Maldives? Well, yeah, you see, I quite like the idea, but I'm a bit boring on holiday. I don't want to do anything. People say, when we went to, where did we go? Lanzarote. We went to Lanzarote. That was dreadful. I hated that. It's all volcanic. So it's all black sand everywhere and very sharp bits and pieces that have come out of the volcanoes. And I thought it was the worst place on earth I'd ever been to. I couldn't think of anywhere worse. When we came back, I think we all roughly thought the same, apart from the fact the weather was miserable. And if you go on holiday and you get mizzy weather, it kind of ruins it because you're thinking you go somewhere. Like, when we went to Gran Canaria, the weather there, we went for 2 days to start with, and that was sensational. That was hot, wonderful, the food was great, everything. Went there a couple more times, lovely. And then we got the bad weather, and that was about as miserable as it got. I got food poisoning. Oh, God, it was terrible. Get out of bed, I didn't have the energy. And 84850. Another one says, people watching on the train was interesting years ago with most looking bored, but now everybody's got their head buried in their phone. Well, that's what I watch, Roger. I watch them buried in their telephones thinking, I like to peer over and see what they're doing. What they watching? What they do? What they look at? Oh, my God, can't believe it. People watch the most dreary things, actually, as you can well imagine. Somebody says, I love your programme, very entertaining. And I believe you drive a Bentley. I currently, says Danny, drive an S-Class Mercedes. However, he says, I'm torn between the current S-Class or a Bentley Flying Spur. I've never looked at an S-Class. I did used to rent Mercedes some years ago. There's no comparison. A Flying Spur, really, it's streaks ahead. It's nice, and so that's the best. In fact, it doesn't actually look unsimilar. The Mercedes, that's a 4-door. But if you look at the Bentley Flying Spur, here we go. It just sort of looks just a lot better. It's got a bit more going for it, I think. It's class. It's got class written all over it. I love the way that whenever they show the interior pictures, it's a left-hand drive. I looked at a left-hand drive. I thought I could never drive a left-hand drive, but all the interiors all roughly the same, apart from little bits of tweaking that they've had. I think you get more comments from driving a Bentley Flying Spur than you probably would driving an S-Class. I don't know. I have driven S-Classes, but I'm on my 3rd Flying Spur, so I quite like. It's the colours I go for. I don't know why. I'm just sort of obsessed with. Well, I've got fountain blue at the moment, which is a very, very nice colour. Fountain blue. There you go. See, I quite like that colour. Oh, there's my car. There it is. There it is. I think they just look nice in that. There's just something about it that you sort of think. And also, the two things it's got to be for me: right colour and 4-door. I cannot do 2-door. The reason being, if you're going out with friends, you've got to move the seat so somebody can get in the back. And then I always think it's a bit dangerous just in case there be an accident. But fast. I should Coco. My God, I tell you. Oh, these look quite nice. A Lamborghini. Why are they always doing them in such yuck colours? Bright orange, bright blue, bright green. Oh, no. And they've got these scissor doors, which I quite like. It makes it look as though it's something out of Batman. And the funny thing is, I'm not a car anorak. I really am not. People say, I bet you're a petrol head. I go, absolutely not. Absolutely not. I'm so far away from being a petrol head that, I buy the car. I don't even test them before I buy them. I just see them and I go, I'll have that one. Such is my faith. Lanzarote is Gran Canaria. No, absolutely not. No, we went to Lanzarote. It was ghastly. Horrible, horrible. Gran Canaria, completely different. Jack says, great to see Brian Turner back on telly. He appeared on James Martin's Saturday Kitchen. James Martin's doing his one-man show around the country. He was talking to Alan Titchmarsh about it. And he was sort of saying, he said, I play a bit of guitar. He said, and I do a few stories and a few comedy bits. He said, and it's going down really well. I thought, I know the feeling. Steve, says Anne, knowing how much you like a bargain, M&S smoked haddock chowder is on offer, £5 for two instead of £3.40 each. Well, that's me sorted out. You know, the trouble is with it, it's got loads of salt, and it makes you so thirsty. So thirsty. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. And we'll take some more of those in a moment. Just having a quick look here. The BBC are looking for candidates for a new series of DNA family secrets. Oh, God, the presenter Stacey Dooley. Well, that's me out straight away, I'm afraid. What else do we have? When Ryan Reynolds and actor pal Rob McElhenney, is it? They've taken Disney's cameras to North Wales. It did a lot more than just boost Wrexham AFC. It did everything. And if John Torode wearing Lycra is your cup of tea, gets set for a veritable breakfast buffet. He's back in his skin-tight cycling gear to saddle up for another series of his Torode on the Road for this morning. This time, Northumberland he'll be doing. And also the home of Earl Grey tea. Didn't know there was such a thing as the home of Earl Grey tea. Well, lovely idea. I'm all in favour of that, actually, seeing as that's what I'm drinking. This morning, I'm drinking Earl Grey tea. I only have one thing in common with Harry, says Anna Roberts. We both love sex outdoors. Ooh, I don't know. How tacky is this? 40% of people say they've romped in public in the past year. Oh, my godfathers, honestly. What's the world come to? We don't want to hear about things like that, do we? Very upsetting if you're not getting anything recently. I mean, I shouldn't imagine Harry's had anything in a field for many a year now. But I should imagine Meghan's gone, in a field? You mad? Good Lord above. We've yet to inherit a palace. And Steve, Roger says the big difference between an S-Club Mercedes and a Flying Spur, in the Bentley you won't look like a taxi driver like a Mercedes driver does. Oh, God. I'm not starting that row. That could be. I mean, the trouble is, if you go to Austria, every car is a Mercedes. Every car is a Mercedes. People are obsessed with Mercedes. I haven't seen anybody doing a Flying Spur yet, but I'm sure the time will come.
Here in the UK, we sell amazing products and services the whole world wants.
At the Black Farmer in Devon, our produce is enjoyed on both sides of the Atlantic.
We're McKinnon and Saunders from Manchester, and our puppets are watched on 6 continents.
So whether you're new to exporting or experienced, explore global growth for your business with free support from the UK government. Access information, training, events and expert advice to help you find new customers overseas. Visit great.gov.uk to get started.
Steve Allen on LBC. Text 84850.
Morning. Dawn Neeson was up even before I was up this morning. Even before I was up. Presumably writing the column and all the other bits and pieces she's got to do. So, because she even mentioned, she said, I'm up even before Steve Allen's show. And I thought there's a bit of a rarity, little bit of a rarity. And but there is a story in the Daily Star today, actually, which is the same one we've already mentioned about the food addict who got stuck on the plane seat. This story is 7 years old. And self-confessed secret eater, well, she thinks so too, at being 20 stone, Jill Rutherford. I mean, why are you not telling people how old this is? She makes it sound as though it's just recently happened. She was black and blue when she flew from Dubai 7 years ago. Good Lord above. Mind you, Matt Coco Hancock has been offered a free hair transplant by a Turkish cosmetic surgeon. Apparently, the former health secretary denied last week he jetted out to Istanbul to get his barnet and teeth sorted as he embarks on a celebrity career. How dull. How dull. Let's not bother, shall we? Let's not bother. Kim Jong-un has a cushy new money-making plan, flogging hooky designer gear to his country's elite. He's importing fake Chinese gear. The knockoffs are sold in department stores, for more than $400 to the D'Anjou or wealthy class. Oh, honestly, poor old soul. He could go on a diet, couldn't he? Perhaps he could have put himself forward for Weight Watchers or something. And do you know that young people are ditching God and turning to Satanism? Disillusioned youngsters are switching to the dark side in droves after getting fed up with outdated traditional religions. What a load of old codswallop. That's absolutely ridiculous. Why would they want to do this? Why would they want to do this? Apparently, official figures show their numbers have exploded by 167% over 10 years. Apparently, the appeal of a lot of new religions, including Satanism, is that they offer a form of religion that directly addresses the social issues. What a load of codswallop. What a load of codswallop. I don't believe a word of it. Don't believe a word of it. What else we got? Apparently, Love Island's Olivia Hawkins, whoever she is, I've never even heard of her. The trouble is, they only had to say Love Island, you switch off mentally. Apparently, Olivia chatted to Hollywood hardman Jason Statham. They met while working on a movie together, and you're on Love Island. Obviously, the acting not going very well, dear, I would suggest. God, can't get worse, can it? Richard E. Grant and Alison Hammond are going to host the BAFTAs. As long as you can rein her in a little bit. She tends to be a bit wibbly-wobbly. Well, I mean that in the nice possible way. She's not sort of a proper presenter. She's a bit sort of ooh, like that, and it's the BAFTAs. It's a bit more serious than anything she's ever done before. What else have we got here? I'm trying to find something. Oh, Lord above. A Brazilian pop star called Anitta. I've never heard of her, but she's got no idea of how to wear clothes. And what else have we got? Shakira. I like Shakira. She did that song, whatever, da 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 da, which I thought was very good. Lana Del Rey I've heard of. Thank God I've heard of most of these people, which is okay. And I've also heard of Lewis Capaldi going on tour. He can't find a girlfriend. I was tempted to say I think we've got a rough idea why. You know, very difficult to find somebody if you're in the business. And John says, it's my birthday today, same day as Kate Moss and Ethel Merman. I've warned all the bars in Brighton, I'm on my way. That'll limit it, won't it? A little bit, I should imagine. And Danny says, I'm listening to you from Sydney. Couldn't believe when you answered my email. I didn't reply to it. I just did it on the programme. And thank you for your opinion. I'll have to start wearing my taxi driver's cap. You are amazing. It's so true. It is so true. I mean, I don't know how it comes into it, you know. As somebody pointed out, actually, most of the cars in Albania are Mercedes. You know. So, I mean, I just merely mentioned that in passing. Dave in Plymouth says, I have treated myself to an update of my cordless tools. If you're looking to change your drill, circular saw, I can recommend Milwaukee. Said, you know you want them. Now, I've never wanted anything like that at all, I have to tell you. Although I do see people on my train in the morning, Polish builders, and they seem to, you have to take your own equipment with you now when you're going onto these jobs. So they've either got a workbench, or they've got sort of buckets, or they've got all sorts of bits. And I think to myself, don't any of these places supply anything anymore? And the answer is probably not. You have to take your own. Yeah, they might just have their own tools. I mean, I've seen people with sort of holding drills and all sorts of stuff like that. Seriously, I mean, it's absolutely amazing. My sort of station is very full up with things like that. Mary says, M&S soup, 2 for £5. Try the pea and Wiltshire cured ham. I don't do peas. I'm not really into peas. Pea soup always strikes me as being a bit naff. A little bit miserable. It's not the, you know, if you're going to have something, you know, smoked haddock chowder has got a bit more of a ring to it, you know, but pea soup, no, pea soup even with Wiltshire ham, I'm not a big fan, I'm afraid. Mushrooms, I've had mushroom soup before. Do you like mushroom soup? Yeah, see, Freddie, the producer, loves mushroom soup. Man, a simple pleasure. He doesn't believe in stretching himself. He just go, mushrooms. And you go, yeah, because we had the Hairy Bikers the other day, and they went to this Indian restaurant where this woman cooked the most amazing vegetarian food, and she was looking for new suppliers. So they went to a mushroom farm where these boys, who are aged, I think, between 18 and 21, 22, have got a business where they grow mushrooms. They put this stuff in a sack, and then the mushrooms grow out of it, and they pick. I mean, they look really fantastic. And so they recommended that they start supplying, because they were checking, there's another firm as well, and this man harvests more than something like 60,000 tons of beetroot every year. And they said, would you do a small order? They said, we'll do anybody's order. And that was good because she was looking for more things to do. And I do love beetroot. I'm a very big fan of beetroot. Graham in Langley says, to the bloke contemplating the Bentley or the Mercedes, I have an alternative suggestion. Why not go for a second-hand Focus? He says, mine's been motoring nicely for 15 years without incident. It would save him an awful lot of petrol. Yes, I mean, I don't really think, Graham, a Ford Focus is going to do it. It's a nice, generous offer, but not really sure. Given the choice, Bentley, Mercedes, Ford Focus, it kind of just doesn't work, does it really? It doesn't sort of do it for most people. I love the idea, though. Snow is settling in Biggin Hill. Would it be in Biggin Hill or on Biggin Hill? I think it would probably be on Biggin Hill as well. But we've got nothing in London. And apparently, yes, the home of Earl Grey tea is Howick Hall in Northumberland, although you probably don't pronounce it like that. It's well worth a visit. The gardens are amazing, says Steve, and so is the coastline. Oh, right. Somebody says your car is just beautiful, like the driver. And why not? So Lisa Marie Presley was pushed to make public appearances. Did I mention at the beginning? I can't remember if I mentioned at the beginning of the programme that they had on her bed when she was taken to hospital, do not resuscitate, because they'd been told she was brain dead. And so they took... But I seem to remember... Don't you remember the case over here of the parents of that young child? And they'd been told he was brain dead as well. And the mum kept pushing and pushing and persevering. And in the end, they had to admit defeat. But she did what any mother would do. In the case of Lisa Marie Presley, because they'd said she was brain dead, because she'd had one cardiac arrest and then they revived her, and then they were taken to hospital, and then she had another one, and then she was revived, and then she had the final fatal one. But she's going to be buried near to Elvis, not actually next to Elvis, it can't because his mum and dad are there, but near to Elvis with her son as well, which I think is quite nice. But she made lots of appearances. Do you know, she made an appearance at Graceland the other day because it would have been the birthday of Elvis. He would have been 88. I mean, I can't imagine Elvis Presley ever reaching 88 at all. Billy Bush, the TV host, noticed her speaking slowly and leaning on her pal. He said she was very uneven in her balance, and she was... No, I don't know. I think she had issues. But anyway, she's going to be buried at Graceland next to her son Ben and close to Elvis, which is about as good as it gets, I think. I think it's about as good as it gets. 4,000 baby seals have been spotted on a stretch of the UK coast. This is a record. The 5-mile area between Waxham and Winterton, in Norfolk, attracts thousands of visitors each winter. 3,796 have been born. Do you have to go around and count it? 1, 2... Oh, blow, it's moved. 1, 2... Could be dreadful. Oh, look, a lovely little picture of poor old Christine McGuinness looking $1 million in silver boots. No, not really at all. The TV personality, what year was this? Do let me know. Says, I'm back and it feels good. Today was my first day back to work. What do you do for a living, dear? Nobody knows what you do for a living. I didn't think she did anything. She had brief appearances, didn't she, in the Housewives of Cheshire or something. She wasn't really that exciting in that at all. James Hunt... I was going to say this the other day, but I thought it sounded a bit rude. James Hunt was a Formula One racing driver, but he was well known for his love of the ladies. And in fact, it is said that when he stayed in a Tokyo hotel, he bedded 31 flight attendants in a fortnight. 31 flight. I mean, I don't know whether or not... I mean, he isn't with us anymore. He died years and years ago. And... He would bounce up to them in his shorts and bare feet and say, hello, I'm James Hunt, and take them straight upstairs for a party. You see, I'm the same. Hello, I'm Steve Allen. Get your coat, you've pulled. You know, it always works. For him, he was wearing shorts. I decided maybe not to. But he had embroidered on his overalls, Sex Breakfast of Champions. And that was it. I mean, he was well known, very well known. But... the director, Ron Howard, who documented his life in a film Rush, said, I could do a 3-year TV series on the 76 Formula One season. There was so much stuff going on. So much stuff going on. I love it. Early retirement quickly can lead to the first signs of dementia. Elderly people who stopped working prematurely had higher levels of cognitive impairment and also suffered from slow memory, which is an important predictor for the brain condition. So the trick is, don't retire. Please don't retire. You'll live for so much longer.
Steve Allen on LBC.
Morning, everybody. Nice to have your company. Welcome along. Welcome to Monday. Welcome to, oh, yuck. It's another horrible day, I'm afraid. It's miserable, it's wet, it's cold. Ian, Ice Cream Ian, nice and snug in his van with his ice cream. He's just delivered. We've got strawberries and cream this morning. We're having a bit of a session. It's very nice. Very nice indeed. We love it, actually. So, Ian, thank you very much indeed. Hope you have a pleasant day. And everybody else has a pleasant day today, because we're still good, actually, at no strikes. Although there might be some more imminent, I believe, of different bits and pieces, which always depresses me. I like to think maybe we can have a week or something like that without having to worry about there being any more strikes. You know, I hate it when my postman goes on strike, because I always think, oh no, because he loses money. If they don't work, they don't get paid. And so consequently, it's the same for all of the people going on strike. But there might be, I mean, whether or not this is true, there might be sort of a light at the end of the tunnel, I think, for the rail strike. Now, whether or not Mick Lynch is just going to sort of knock it on the head and go, no, we're not taking that, which I can see him doing, actually, we'll have to wait and see. A Holocaust survivor. You'll know about this lady because we were talking about her over the weekend on LBC. She's called Joan Salter. She's 83. 83, and she's hit out at the Home Secretary's language on migrants crossing the Channel after confronting her during a constituency meeting. Yesterday, she said, I feel very strongly that the Holocaust ended in the death camps, but it started with words othering the Jewish people, blaming them for all the problems in Germany. And I'm afraid that the actions and words of the Home Secretary are very, very similar, because Suella Braverman used, she says, Nazi-like rhetoric after saying the UK is suffering a refugee invasion. This country was built on refugees, and especially the Jewish contingent. My goodness sake, in the East End of London, that's what it was all about. That charity Freedom from Torture said Miss Braverman should be ashamed of her language and will not be pressured into helping her hide it. So there you go, because Miss Salter, this is Joan, was born, she got a lovely name, seriously, Fanny Zimmerbaum, in Belgium in 1940, just before the Nazis invaded. She fled to France and America before reuniting with her Polish Jewish parents in 1947 in London. Well, I tell you, if this is what an 83-year-old looks like, she's looking pretty good. Pretty good for an 83-year-old. You look sensational. I was watching the Masked Singer the other day, and there had two people on there, and it turned out it was cat and mouse. It turned out to be Martin and Shirley Kemp. Is the entire family working on television at the moment, or is it just a few people? But they actually turned out. Martin says, I've never thought of myself as a singer, but I love doing it. Because you have to sort of guess, you have to try and work out who these people are. And Jonathan Ross always comes up with the stupidest names. He really does. I mean, I think he just sort of sits there and thinks, oh, let's just say something ridiculous. Because it never kind of works out like that at all. But they had a rough idea. You know, you can hear people's voices. I wouldn't have guessed them. Never would have guessed anything like that. Teachers are going on strike. Walkouts in the next 2 months. School children everywhere rejoice, I should imagine. They always do, don't they? They go, oh, they're going on strike. Good Lord above. For how long? Alison reckons that there is snow in East Sussex. And another one here. Well, this is from Nick, who says, when out walking, Mrs. Southdowns always says good morning to fellow walkers. Lucky to get a response from 1 in 10. Where have basic manners gone? See, I do that as well. I do that. I always think it's, you know, you walk past somebody. If there's only like 2 of you up there, morning. You're right. People don't have basic manners nowadays. I find it quite depressing. Yeah, they're on the telephone. On the telephone, which is not so good. Snowing hard in Basildon, says Shell, the bus driver, just on my way to work. Oh, wow. Well, nothing in London. I mean, we've had a look out the window. We're trying to get excited, but we've got nothing. We've just got wet. Wet is not as exciting as snow. I mean, I have looked out the window before and seen the snow coming down, but it needs to snow when it's dry for it to settle, and because it's soaking wet, there is no chance that the snow is going to be settling in London. I mean, I might drive out of town today. Well, I say drive out of town. I might get on the train and look out the windows and see snow coming down, which I always quite like, actually. Don't want to be out in it. Thank you very much indeed. After thrilling riders at Lightwater Valley, we told you about this one the other day, the Ultimate, which was their roller coaster, has finally reached the end of the line. They're dismantling it. Isn't it funny? They say that young people don't want to do roller coasters. I don't know who they've spoken to. I'm a young people, and I like doing roller coasters. Number one is Jurassic World's Velocicoaster, Universal's Islands of Adventure. It opened in 2021. It's got an 80-degree, 140-foot drop, 4 inversions, and a barrel roll, and goes from 0 to 50 in 2 seconds. Wow. That's 155 feet high. They're all in America. I don't know, actually. The Wild Mouse at Blackpool Pleasure Beach is number 8. Number 10 is Busch Gardens, Florida. They seem to have loads of these things. And basically, you look like it's vertical. You ride down 206-foot, 91-degree drop. People seem to like things like this. Yeah, the more you can leave your stomach up in the air, the better. There's also one at Luna Park, Astroland Luna Park. This is a wooden coaster, still going today. Top speed of 60 miles an hour and 2,624 foot of track. Because you do get people who know everything about roller coasters. They will travel the world to go on roller coasters. And I've never done it. But I seem to remember somebody did it years ago. Wasn't it on That's Life? These Boy Scouts wanted to go on and they gave them ice creams. And as they go over, they've got it all in their face and everything else. It was hilarious. But there's one here, Boulder Dash in Connecticut. Alton Towers gets Nemesis at number 2. It's the jewel, they say, in the crowns. It's opened in 94. And this is the one your legs dangle during the corkscrews. Yeah, I'm not sure about this kind of... I always worry that you're going to fall out of the actual sort of harness, but you never know. You never know. One of these days I might do it. I didn't even go to Winter Wonderland this year. I just really didn't, which is a shame. I should have done. TV's Stacey Solomon can't quite believe her luck. After she says, I'm the worst hoarder of all because I think I could be on the streets tomorrow. Yeah, well, I hope you can afford. I hope the career goes on and you make money because, you know, she sort of got things. She was on the X Factor, I seem to remember, some years ago, way back, 2009. And now she's got Joe Swash, who does this kids program. I think the kids look frightened of him. He's got this scary smile, which doesn't look very natural. He's got this fake tan all over his face and this funny hair, and I can't quite work out what the kids think he is. Fancy something unusual as a gift? This is one here. It's a cast which is made to produce the Elephant Man's head in a film. Is being auctioned. It was used to create the latex coverings that transformed John Hurt for the David Lynch movie back in 1980. The bust was made by a prosthetic makeup artist, Christopher Tucker. He created it after seeing photos of the real Elephant Man, Joseph Merrick, who died in 1890. The 36-inch cast was found in a warehouse after Christopher died aged 81. Andrew Bateson from Gilbert Bateson's Auctioneers in Hull said it's estimated at £300 to £500 or £3,000 to £5,000. I think it could be the lower end. Well, I don't know. I mean, it might have novelty value because I forget where the actual skeleton of the Elephant Man is. I think it's in one of the London teaching hospitals. I think Joseph Merrick is in the one of the London hospitals. I seem to remember that. I don't know why. Because didn't Michael Jackson try and buy him years and years ago? Let's have a quick look. Here we go. And he's in. That's right. He's in the Royal London Hospital. They say DNA tests were inconclusive because his skeleton had been bleached multiple times before being displayed at the Royal London Hospital. Interesting, isn't it? Really interesting. But that's where I think he is. The soft tissue buried at the City of London Cemetery and Crematorium, but his skeleton. I think he should be allowed a burial. I don't want to be rude about it, but you know, he was. I thought the film was absolutely amazing. I thought John Hurt was absolutely sensational in the film. Can't believe it, can you? Another one here. Your programme says Graham. It's keeping me sane as I listen to the drip, drip from my leaking roof. Oh, all over the place at the moment. All over the place. And it's quite mild and no wind, which isn't bad, says Ashley. In Blackheath, it's wetter than you could ever imagine. Snowing in Leon-C, says Katie, but it won't settle. And Pam says, my sugar level is 10.5. Well, actually, I'd be grateful for 10.5. I don't think 10... I mean, you could do with going a bit lower, but you're not doing too badly. Not for this time of the morning at all. And somebody else was talking. I'm on the bus laughing out loud. Other passengers are looking at me, says Mo. Well, that's the trouble when you laugh out loud. You know what it's like. Should we take a short break for the news? I think so. At 6 o'clock, and then we'll come back and take some more of your texts and emails on lbc.co.uk, or you can just say, Alexa, send a comment to LBC. That's if you're listening via the Alexa smart speaker. So Alexa, send a comment to LBC, and then we shall be into the last hour of the programme. They say, could sleep sinking give you snooze control? It all depends on what you eat, apparently, before you go to bed at night. If you're eating the wrong food, it keeps your body fairly active, and it kind of sort of puts you off getting the night's sleep that you really want. For some people who can't sleep, it drives them absolutely crackers, thinking that, you know, I'd quite like to get a good night's sleep, but for some reason I don't.
Come on, Katerina. You can handle this heat. One event at a time. Throw together a decent ragu. Jump straight onto the Malaysian curry. Bring it home with the chilli. Yeah, I'll bust this batch cook.
Perform better on Sundays. Get half-price electricity, 11 a.m. till 4 p.m. with PeakSave from British Gas. Proud partners of Team GB and Paralympics GB. Ends 31st of December. T's and C's apply. Smart meter required.
This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation with Steve Allen.
Morning, everybody. 4 minutes past 6. Nice to be company. Welcome to another freezing cold, miserable, blooming wet day and snowing in certain parts of the country, because they have warned us. Mind you, we did warn everybody last week, didn't we? I think on Friday, when we were talking about the weather forecast, they said, oh, it's going to go down to -10. The Arctic blast, the big freeze. And as I say, probably fine if you're in London, because the buildings are quite close together, so it doesn't get that cold. But in fact, if you're out in a little village, you know, in the Cotswolds or something like that, it's blooming freezing, or anywhere where you've got moors and open land, then it's going to get very, very cold indeed. So scorned former X Factor Katie Waisel claims she's trained in law to sue Simon Cowell, showbiz company, for failing to look after her. And she's going to mount a legal fight to force Psycho to admit responsibility. So she's now qualified to start vocational training to become a solicitor or barrister. She said the show ruined my life. But actually, you know, I mean, I don't know how you ever prove these sort of things, because you don't know how your life would have turned out had you not done the show. And she claimed, you know, that there had been other contestants on there who claimed they were treated poorly. And you think, well, I don't know, because I wasn't there. I don't know how the whole system operates. She said, I just wanted to be able to understand the contracts and to protect people from being manipulated. But the trouble is, people go on. She says, again, the show ruined my life. But in fact, if she hadn't done the show, nobody would know who she was. People, you know, disappear. People go on television to be famous. You're not going on television for any other reason apart from being famous. She said she was not allowed to leave the contestant's house without permission during filming. But that's just part of the deal. You know, if you go into a deal like that, and that must be fairly clearly laid out. She said she alleges she was given £1 to appear on the live shows. The same year, Simco, of which Psycho was the parent company, made £22.9 million profit. So it'll be interesting. As I say, I mean, I don't think anybody has ever sued any television company for not looking after them properly, because they've all been looked after. I told you, you know, even with sort of Camelot, if you win money on the lottery, they look after you. You know, and people look after you for all sorts of other things. But you have to sign a contract. Nobody's going to, you can't appear on television without signing a contract. And if you go on there and take it, and then it maybe doesn't work out the way you think it's going to, you can't then come back and go, well, actually, this happened and that happened. Kirsty in Hastings says, I can hear heavy rain, so no snow, I don't think. Greg says it's pelting it down with snow here in Brentwood. And Steve, why do they put vitamins, says Jackie, like minerals, calcium and vitamin D in food when we're supposed to get them from foods? Can cause all sorts of problems on supplements. People love buying supplements. I can't explain it. That's why you've got health shops, assuming all the rest of it is unhealthy, on the high street. And they say, oh, you can have this mineral supplement and this you should have, and then you should have goji berries, and you've got to have this berry and that berry. I mean, if you eat all of this stuff, I don't know whether or not it makes it any better for you, or whether or not it's just a load of old hokum, because I've really got no idea. Steve, speaking of the Elephant Man, I saw David Bowie when he portrayed him on Broadway in the 70s. He was superb, says Carol. Interesting. Steve, wait a minute. Somebody else saying it's pelting down with snow everywhere. And more people talk about the heavy rain. There's also a great Black Mirror episode based on talent shows. I'm fascinated by talent shows. Especially the ones that they put on the television through Simon Cowell's company, because as I try to explain to people, every time people complain about it, I say they're making a television programme. They're making a programme. It's like when you go to watch the Royal Variety Performance, that is a programme made for television. So if you're in the audience, you have to wait while they have to go back on something or try this again or make the presenter walk on. They're making it for television. And if they don't think that something's not going to work, they don't put it out. It's as simple as that. You know, it happened in Hollywood. I told you, David Niven years ago took a girlfriend to the cinema to show her his first clip on a movie and said, wait a minute, this is me coming out now, and the door opened. He said it was a completely different bloke because they decided to replace him. And that's the way it goes. You know, in television, some people it works, some people it doesn't work. But I would have thought, actually, that, you know, to complain about a talent show and say they didn't look after me, I don't know what the looking after bit would entail on that. I really wouldn't know. It's a case of, you know, I was watching Big Brother and people having breakdowns, and I thought, these people are sick. These people shouldn't be allowed on this program. This should have been sorted out ages ago. You know, when you actually get somebody who's having a breakdown on the television and it's called entertainment, then it shouldn't be on the television. You know, and if somebody goes on a talent program and they don't think that they've actually been given, I don't know what they were expecting, because I mean, I really don't know, because surprisingly, I've never been on a television talent show because I can't sing for toffee. Well, I mean, I can sing for toffee, 2 toffees mainly, but it's a case of, you know, what do these people want? Because it just doesn't get that, you know, sort of way of doing things. I mean, for goodness sake, at the end of the day, it's just a TV show. It's a television show. It's nothing more, nothing less. It's a television show designed to get an audience. If it doesn't get an audience, they won't go second series. And that's the way it works. If it gets an audience and people want to watch it. That's why all the people you see on the beginning of all these shows, you know, the stupid ones, where they put them on there and they can't sing or do anything at all. And we sit there and I'm thinking, I don't think they should be put on television, because they're basically padding out the programme with the people. And you can always tell if they do a long spiel into somebody and go, oh, so what's the dream? And they go, oh, yeah, be number one like Britney and all the rest of it. And then they open their mouths and you think, why do they put you through? I mean, you just can't sing. And so the moment Simon Cowell then tells them they can't sing, they have a meltdown. You know, what do you mean I can't sing? I've got awards. He said, well, you might have, but he said, I'm telling you now, you can't sing. And then they seem to argue with him. And they go, what do you know? And you think, well, he's managed to get more number one singles in the chart than anybody else. So the answer is, you're on his programme and he knows more about it than you do. You know, just because somebody at some sort of holiday camp somewhere went, oh, you can have an award, you're a good singer, you know, doesn't mean you're any good for getting into the chart. That's the way it goes, actually. Apparently, you've mentioned the comeback of the jumpsuit. British Airways have released their new uniforms designed by Oswald Boateng, and included is a cabin crew jumpsuit. Oh, not sure about that, actually. I haven't seen them, no. Have I seen them? I'm going to see them now, I can tell. I can just tell. You're going to see a British Airways jumpsuit, which is sort of something. Is this what they're going to put on when the flight gets going? Oh, right. So there's... Oh, right. It's a collect... Oh, right. Yeah, I'm not too sure. No. Are you sure they're jumpsuits? So they've got technology and all the rest of it. And, yeah, jumpsuit. Here we go. Let's have a look at them. And they just look like normal clothing to me. I quite like cabin crew's clothing, actually. I don't care who it is. I just think that... Oh yes, there you go. Quite interesting, quite interesting. Listen, if you're flying the sky, you're basically a trolley dolly. You're flying the skies, you've got to get tea and coffee to people. Something like that's easy to wear, isn't it? Much easier than having to put on your shirt and your tie and all the other bit. If you fly Virgin, you could fly with just about anybody. They seem to encourage just about anything. If you cross-dress or you want to do this or do that, they're more than happy to accommodate it. I've never personally been on a flight where that was it. But also, how can you redesign something like Oswald Boateng when it's a jumpsuit? They all look the same, don't they? They just come in different colours, I suppose. And Steve, John said, did I hear you right, that they removed the Elephant Man's skeleton and buried his flesh elsewhere? Well, I mean, it would have come off anyway, actually. To be honest with you, I'm not too sure. But I just know that his skeleton is in the hospital. Because that was one that I don't know why Michael Jackson came over here. He asked to see it and then he made an offer. And they went, no, it's not for sale. We don't do things like that. But Michael Jackson did not know at all. The former MP who quit after watching porn in the Commons says he's thinking of standing at the next general election. This is Neil Parish, resigned from his Tiverton and Honiton seat after he was spotted watching X-ray material. Is this the tractor one? Is this the watching tractor? I didn't know. See, I must be incredibly naive. Neil Parish. And he was watching... Yes, apparently he accidentally viewed an explicit video when browsing for tractors. I mean, you couldn't make it up, could you really? I mean, it's very impressive, very impressive. And also the other story in the paper today, men who have transitioned face a ban on competing in women's sport. So trans women face a ban from all female sport. And critics say trans women have natural physical advantages, such as strength and speed. And female Olympians have warned that a generation of girls could miss out on medals because of ludicrous transgender policies. There's always something, isn't there, to argue about in the newspapers. It doesn't get any better. Britain is surging back, says one columnist today, which is good news, so ignore the doom mongers. I always ignore the doom mongers. It's so much easier.
Leading Britain's conversation, LBC, with Steve Allen.
I thought I'd lost my marbles the other day. Not for the first time. I was watching Emmerdale, and I didn't realise it was an old Emmerdale because there was Betty Eggleton in it. And, of course, she died a few years ago. And I quite liked her because she looked as though she was going to forget her lines most of the time, which I found most entertaining. And she was sort of Eba Gum kind of character. And I thought Emmerdale had changed quite sort of, in the wrong direction as far as I was concerned. It's snowing in Northumberland. Well, I'm not at all surprised. I mean, you're at the top end of the country. Katie Waisel was also on Celebrity Big Brother. A number of people have told me. And she spent most of the time, says Roger, showing off her tattoos. Good Lord above. I mean, the trouble is, it's people who think that they're celebrities because they've been on one programme on television. And it's, they're given false hope, really, I think. Somebody goes, you're on this programme, and then because it doesn't work out the way they want it to, then they sort of retaliate, and they retaliate quite badly. I mean, the amount of, practically punch-ups I've seen on the X Factor auditions and things like that, and Britain's Got Talent, you see them standing there, and then they go, can I sing another song? And they go, well, not really. You can't hold a tune. But, they, sometimes they're very, very enabled with them, and they sort of say, all right, you can sing another song, which means it's already been set up in advance. Because otherwise they'd have to get the tape out and they've got, put it on and they sort of do it. And some of these people, they're so delusional, it's almost embarrassing. But then they lose their temper. I've seen people throwing 1,000-pound microphones to the floor. And it's a bit embarrassing, really. But as Albert says, they know who's rubbish on the X Factor, but they let them through for the comedy value. But the trouble is, it isn't comedy. I found it quite painful to watch. Because they're basically put on television for us to laugh at. We're not laughing with them, we're laughing at them because they truly believe that they're really sensational and they can be number one in the charts. Whereas in fact that seems to be their only goal. They want to be number one in the charts, or failing that, they just want to be famous. But we celebrated the birthday the other day, didn't we, of Debbie Allen. Debbie Allen was in the programme Fame, and it was about the New York School of Performing Arts, and they came over here. It became a huge programme on the television, and it was a case of they all had talent. They sang, they danced, they played musical instruments, they did all sorts of things. The people who appear on television nowadays, either in a reality show, they have no talent. They have very little talent. You know, and they tell fibs, and then they get caught out by the press. And once you get caught out by the press, that's it. Nicholas says, trying to get a jumpsuit off for a wee in a plain toilet. I can imagine. Imagine if you can't, oh, goodness, can't get the arm out, and then you're stuck with it. Oh, ghastly, ghastly. And have you watched the Mayfair Hotel rebuild? That's not the, you're not talking about the Dorchester, are you? Is the Dorchester having a rebuild? I think so. And so it might be the thing, actually. And but I'm still thinking of Nicola trying to get a jumpsuit off, trying to go for a wee, thinking, oh God, this is a bit, because there's no room in those aeroplane toilets. There is absolutely no room. You literally get in and you close the door, and that's about as far as it goes. Good news on the Harry front. Well, we think it could be good news. We're not too worried about it, actually. The shattered relationship is fixable. Sources have said, really? You think so? Buckingham Palace has been blindsided, but 4 months before his coronation, forgiving Charles remains confident he can heal the rift that has pushed the relationship between his sons to breaking point. Well, it's not just his sons, it's all of you, because he doesn't like Camilla. He doesn't seem to like anybody, actually. He probably doesn't even like himself. But they think they could broker peace talks in the coming weeks. They say it's fixable. Both sides need to admit and hold their hands up and say we didn't get everything right and we got a lot wrong. It's going to take a flexibility, but it can be done. I think it's pandering to Harry. It's a case of, he said there's another 800 pages that could come out. God knows what he could tell them. But he's obviously a very ungrateful child. And that's the best that you could say. Rishi Sunak, believe it or not, could be dragged into the row that threatens to overshadow Charles's coronation. Sources suggest the king could invoke the so-called Churchill precedent to avoid a troubling decision to either ban his youngest son or face a media circus if the Duke and Duchess of Sussex attend. The Duke has refused to confirm if he'll be at his father's side at Westminster Abbey on May the 6th. I don't know. I nearly said I don't think he'll actually bother coming over. But then I thought, he'll be pushed by the missus to go over there, just let him know who's the boss in this case. But of course, he's not the boss. He's never likely to be the boss. Never going to happen. A source said that because the coronation will be funded by taxpayers, it was the responsibility of the government to resolve the matter. Because you remember we might not remember actually, but older members listening this morning will remember 1953, the then Prime Minister Winston Churchill told the Duke of Windsor, who had abdicated as Edward VIII, he was not welcome at the coronation of Elizabeth II, also held at Westminster Abbey. So they could do it again. They could bar him, but you'll know about it because he'll fly into the country. And then they'll be going, what's he going to do? Just turn up? There is no role for him at the coronation. Perhaps he can go and perhaps he can stand outside behind the barriers, because I don't know how it's going to work. I mean, would they really, stop him from going to it? I really don't know. I'm not too sure about that, actually. That's an odd one, isn't it? A homeless charity spent thousands on first-class travel, Apple Watches, silk bed sheets and a phone spying system. The Charity Commission probe, launched in 2019, uncovered serious financial mismanagement at the Ashley Foundation. The regulator says funds benefited the former chief executive and former trustee. They found that he blew $3,000 on a trip to London with meals at Le Caprice and the Wolsey Hotel in Mayfair. Funds were spent on Apple Watches, blah, 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 blah. And it's just money. That's the trouble nowadays. I see people, as indeed you probably do, they either come round pubs or they stand on the street corners rattling a tin in front of you. You have no idea what you're giving to. No idea. If it's something, if it's poppy appeal or something like that, when you understand it. But there's all sorts of people collecting out on the streets. You have no idea who they are. Most of them are not regulated. They just stand there. I remember some people at the rugby a few years ago, some very scantily clad girls were going around waving collecting tins. They were lining their own pockets. They had no intention of giving anything to charity. So be very careful, when it sort of turns out that sort of somebody is, holding out the begging bowl saying, "Can you give us some money?" And you feel like saying, "Well, who are you? Who are you?" "I've got a badge." Yeah, well, you can get that made on the internet. It's not difficult to do, dear. There's also pressure mounting, which has taken long enough on travel companies to halt the promotion for overseas venues that cause animal suffering, mainly elephants. In Thailand, there are a lot of elephants. Holidaymakers have made it clear they don't want tour operators selling animal suffering, but the reality is suffering is still being sold under the guise of entertainment. And there's loads of places. Anne Widdicombe says we associate African elephants with the wild, but Asian elephants with humans. People in Victorian dress swaying along on their backs. It was a standard image of the Raj. But now people go there and they say, "Oh, there's an elephant show," and something like that. And you find they're just stepping backwards and forwards from one foot to the other because they've gone round the bend. You used to see it in zoos. There'd be certain animals that just walked up and down, up and down, up and down, up. And they would do it all day, up and down, up and down. They don't see anything. They've got nothing else to do. They can't go anywhere. And the elephants do exactly the same. The difference is they're chained. And that's why we've had a couple of really bad accidents where, as they say, elephants never forget, and they literally have killed people because people think it's some sort of entertainment. It's like years ago when we used to go to Spain. You'd go and see a bullfight. You booked in to see a bullfight. You were basically watching, the matador and the toreadors killing a bull for fun, not for any other reason apart from fun. And we did go. I did go to one when I was very young. I was about, 13, 14 or something. And we went to a bullfight in the same way we went to they had a barbecue and you got wine and it was the cheap rubbish that they couldn't give away. And you went into what was an aircraft hangar and they were sort of doing the wine where they pour it in from the bottle. But the bullfighting, you bought a ticket and you went to watch it. And I remember thinking, I don't think this is fun. I don't like it at all, actually. Steve, I can't see, says Roger, Harry and Meghan being happy to stand outside Westminster Abbey with the general public. He'll be stamping his feet at the humiliation. Well, I'm to be honest with you, I don't know. I'm now in two minds as to whether or not they're going to actually turn up for it, because they can't just turn up. There might not be seats available. Seats are allocated. They don't have empty seats at these kind of things at all. So Angela says it's Claridge's, thank you, that's having the major build. Very interesting programme. I think I've seen bits of it. They're building 5 floors down, 3 floors on top, including a penthouse, which allegedly could cost $20,000 a night. Oh, a cheap one then. Much. $20,000 a night, we might go, $20,000 a night? But in fact, in luxury hotel, there's people who'll pay double that, 50,000 at least. So it's Claridge's. Very nice indeed.
Here in the UK, we sell amazing products and services the whole world wants.
At the Black Farmer in Devon, our produce is enjoyed on both sides of the Atlantic.
We're McKinnon and Saunders from Manchester, and our puppets are watched on 6 continents.
So whether you're new to exporting or experienced, explore global growth for your business with free support from the UK government. Access information, training, events and expert advice to help you find new customers overseas. Visit great.gov.uk to get started.
This is LBC with Steve Allen.
Morning, nice to have your company. 26 minutes to 7, and he's found somebody else. Media baron Rupert Murdoch. It's only been less than 6 months since his divorce from Jerry Hall was finalised, but the 91-year-old billionaire has been soaking up the sun in Barbados in the company of Anne Leslie Smith, a one-time police chaplain and widow of country music star Chester Smith. They met in November, dined by a public beach, and I'm tempted to say to her, what was it about the billionaire Rupert Murdoch that first attracted you? But anyway, I should imagine this will be the next one. He's 91, for goodness sake. He's 91. They're very happy. He gets through them, doesn't he, for goodness sake? Mr. Murdoch has been divorced 4 times. He was married to a former flight attendant, Patricia Booker, from 56 to 67, journalist Ann Tor from 67 to 98. Then he married Chinese-born entrepreneur Wendy Deng, that's the one I always remember, but filed for divorce in 2013. And then he married Miss Hall, former long-term partner of Mick Jagger, 2 months after the surprise announcement of their engagement in the Times. The former model filed for divorce in July last year. And last night, a friend of Mr. Murdoch says he seems very happy. Well, he's 91. He's breathing, I should imagine. And but he still half get through them, doesn't he? At 91, obviously no slowing him down at all. What else have we got here? We've got a lot of people talking about whether or not Charles will make peace with Harry before the coronation. Apparently, Harry has said that he wants an apology to Meghan. I think they're pandering. Actually. Steve, says Dave, oysters for breakfast? Ugh. Can't think of anything worse, actually. And Mikey from Kettering says, just on a journey from Higham Ferrers in Northamptonshire to Telford, not a flake of snow. Whoever has snow can keep it. I agree with you. Do you remember Flag Day, says Warren? I used to love it when I was a kid. I can remember they used to do it as a candid camera thing. Somebody said Flag Day, and they put money in the tin, and it came out with this 7-foot flag. It was huge. And Steve, we have a group of beggars in Kingston High Street, probably about 40 feet apart. Oh, yes. It's mother, father, 2 daughters. They're very well smartly dressed. They turn up in a car, actually. And they've all got mobile phones. And then they go off. They all take a break at the same time. And they go off and they're on their telephones. Yeah. I don't know why the police haven't closed them down. I mean, they're all being picked up. They were on their mobile phone. They've all got mobile phones. They're a whole family. They also appear in Twickenham and they appear in Richmond. They seem to wander around. It's obviously very lucrative. The father sits there going, like that, pretending he doesn't speak a word of English, which is a blatant lie because he speaks perfect English, because he was behind our bus stop the other day. And then you've got him, the son, and the 2 daughters. And the girl, I mean, put it this way, if they're living on the streets, I'm a Dutchman. They're not living on the streets at all. They've got clean hair, they've got lovely clothes, they've got everything. They're just begging. It's disgraceful, really. It really is, but nobody does anything about it. Also, what was the other one I quite liked, actually? And let's face it, says Roger, if you can't pull when you're a billionaire, you might as well give up. Yeah, I mean, what was it about the billionaire? I mean, the trouble, he's 91, for God's sake. I mean, you don't want to put a strain on his heart. I mean, perhaps he's going for a record or something like that. I can't think of any other reason for doing it. Pubs are taking a bite out of their own menus amid the rising cost of living. They're switching to cheaper ingredients such as mutton to combat soaring energy. Well, that's why people had years ago pressure cookers. My mother lived with a pressure cooker, and it was a case of you bought cheap meat and you cooked it under pressure and it became decent and edible and everything else. Otherwise, you'd be chewing the thing forever and a day. Steve, disaster. Showers and hot water not working in my gym in St Paul's this morning. A warning for all your listeners. Oh. Susie says, I don't think Harry and Meghan will come for the coronation, as they know they'll not be welcome. See, I'm not sure that. I mean, I wouldn't want to put money on that. I really wouldn't. I sort of worry about it because I think that they would. But then I think if they turn up, I mean, how are they going to get to the Abbey? Are they going to have a private car? Because all the cars that will be there delivering members of the royal family will have certain stickers on, and the certain sticker will entitle you to get to a particular door to get into the Abbey. And I'm beginning to wonder whether or not this will be them eating humble pie, which I fear Harry is not for doing, because she doesn't want to do it. She'll have a smug look on her face, which would be like, oh, I think we won. Which is not really how it should be at all. But you do. I don't know if they're going to turn up. As I say, I wouldn't like to put money on it because I have a feeling that he won't want to embarrass himself because people are, I think the crowd might start booing. And I think, can you imagine? Could be an absolute nightmare. Annika Rice has left her home. It was up for 4.9 million recently. They say it was listed for 4.25. She's overlooking the Thames, but they've got a picture of what looks like an enormous house. But in fact, you're looking here at 1, 2, 3, 4 houses. They haven't itemised which one is hers. She was getting rid of loads of stuff. She paints now, apparently. I don't know why she's moving. She's lived there for donkey's years. And she's had writing sessions there, production office, lots of creativity. She's coming back, actually. Oh, blimey, they're reviving Challenge Annika. They're reviving it. Because I think it was Channel 5, which first aired on the BBC in 1989 after she shot to fame in Treasure Hunt, which I quite like. She says the new series will shine the light on everyday heroes and deserving communities. But it's this lovely thing, which they've said in the Mail today, the presenter's 6-bedroom Georgian house, and this is 1, 2, 3, this is 4 houses. In fact, if not 5 houses. I don't know. Goodness sake, what do we do about it? Answer, nothing at all. Also, seconds from jet catastrophe, smiles from the passengers on a flight to Nepal, moments before the plane nosedived, killing 68. And they've got people who've taken pictures inside the cabin, literally just before the plane crashed. And they're having to sort that out. Also, oh yeah, the crackdown on the trans athletes. They're saying they shouldn't be allowed to compete because they say they have an unfair advantage. Greta Thunberg carried away by police from an anti-coal mine protest in Germany, the Swedish climate activist. She's only 20. I thought she was so much older than 20. She's only 20. She appeared to be lifted off the ground by officers before being led away. They probably didn't know who she was. They probably had no idea at all. And there's another piece about the BBC and Pride. They say, has a fear of being labelled transphobic led BBC bosses to allow a militant pro-trans group to censor its reporting. Good Lord above. Gets better and better, doesn't it, the BBC? I think they'll have to close it down. I mean, there's no need for it, is there really? Challenge Annika, Steve. Well, that's the return of the jumpsuit. Of course it is. That's what she was famous for wearing, wasn't it? Well, didn't she win Rear of the Year? I seem to remember Annika Rice won Rear of the Year, which was just a basic way of saying Bum of the Year, because the cameraman spent most of his time photographing her bottom, not intentionally, but she was running in front of him, and that's how it worked. So there you go. There you go. She got it in 1986. It was part of the celebrity culture of the day. How embarrassing! So you just won Arse of the Year. You know, it just doesn't. But she was quite happy with it, I think. Loads of people won it. Barbara Windsor, but there again, she did have a bottom to be proud of. Felicity Kendall, Susie Quattro, Lulu, Elaine Page, Lindsay DePaul, and Annika Rice. So there you go. Have you noticed it's all ladies? No mention of men. That's a bit sexist, isn't it? No Rear of the Year for men. Good heavens above. I mean, surely Ryland could put his name up for that one straight away. It's odd, isn't it, really? But that's what they did. They sort of said, "Oh, you're Rear of the Year." It just made it sound a bit more easier. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. And so it is. You're quite right. Return of the jumpsuit. That's what Annika Rice made famous. She put on these jumpsuits, and I never meant. I mean, she did art and all the rest of it. She did painting. I think she did that actually on the banks of the Thames. She had her own thing there. But these jumpsuits were very famous. I suppose it was something easy because she had to run, and she was supposed to be running on some of the time. There you go, Annika Rice and her famous bottom being lined up for Strictly Come Dancing. Did she do Strictly Come Dancing? I can't remember if she did it. Isn't it funny? Certain things you remember and certain things you don't remember. But I remember when she did some programmes. A friend of mine worked on one of the programmes that she was... Oh, she did. She did do Strictly Come Dancing. Oh, well, there you go. But a friend of mine went out to, I think it was Romania, because we had a terrible situation, the Romanian orphanages. And they went there, and there were children kept in semi-dark wards, literally, covered in their own feces and urine and everything else. And they went out there to try and build a new orphanage for them. And a friend of mine worked on it. He said it was heartbreaking. He said, because you've got all these children in these wards, he said, they just wanted somebody to cling on to. He said, and he was part of the film crew. And he said it was the most amazing experience of his life. He said at the same time, he said it just reduced everybody to tears because these kids, he said, once he said you'd be standing up holding one kid in your arms. He said there'd be another two clinging onto your legs. He said they just wanted people, and they didn't get it, but they got a nice thing from Annika Rice. Steve, BBC programmes over Christmas were terrible. little bit late to start worrying about that now, isn't it? But yes, unfortunately, they were. Well, I mean, to be honest with you, if you have to watch television over Christmas, you need to get a life. You know, if you're seriously going, I think I should watch television for Christmas. No, could you not have gone out and done something? You know, why'd you pay your TV license fee? Well, I've got no idea. Don't pay it. Tell them, throw the television out. Throw the television out. Say, I'm not going to watch television ever again. They did try that as an experiment years ago in a village. They took away everybody's televisions. Within less than a month, families had split up. There were divorces. Kids were arguing and everything else because people couldn't exist without having the television. You could be one of those people. We need to sort it all out. Do they what? Oh, they do take them to court. Absolutely. Oh, yes. There is a whole department. A friend of mine is an ex-copper, and he works in the licence recovery department. You know, they go round there and they go, "Where's your licence?" You know, you know, you're going to court.
Leading Britain's conversation. LBC with Steve Allen.
Morning. Surprisingly, the year that Anneka Rice won Rear of the Year, Michael Barrymore won it as well. It was sort of the only time there has ever been a male Rear of the Year. So there you go. Steve, Treasure Hunt, 1982, with Anneka Rice wearing the jumpsuit, with Keith the cameraman following behind filming. It was so bizarre, wasn't it, really? I mean, it really was absolutely the most bizarre thing that you can ever have. Steve, I loved Treasure Hunt when I was a kid with Anneka, Wincy Willis, Kenneth Kendall back in the... Yeah, it was a good format. All these things run their course, though, and then sort of things change and different, you know, television companies change and stuff like that. Carol Vorderman, Denise Van Outen and Charlotte Church, says Roger, also won Rear of the Year many years ago. But I don't think you could ever get away with it now. I don't think anybody would ever... You can imagine how people would be absolutely up in arms over something. I mean, and that would be it, actually. That would be the thing that people would be up in arms over. I think, really, I suppose, because it's a case, it just sounds a bit dated. It sounds a bit dated, and they'd be going, isn't that a bit sexist? You know, I mean, in this day and age, I mean, people complain about just about everything nowadays. So birthdays today, surprisingly, and I don't know where I got this from, born on this day, Paula Tilbrook. Paula Tilbrook? Born on this day in 1930, she was Betty Eggleton in Emmerdale, and she was on it for 21 years. She once hosted visiting Prime Minister John Major on her character's sofa. When she retired, she did ask the producer not to have her murdered because she said, I was fed up with murder. She died in 2019. And James May, the Bristol-born presenter, fronts the Grand Tour with Jeremy Clarkson and Richard Hammond. He said he bought his local rural boozer near Salisbury for purely selfish reasons. He said it's the only pub within walking distance of our Hobody weekend cottage. If it closed, as was threatened, country living would cease to have any meaning. He's 60 today. I thought he was older than 60. Don't know what to be rude about it, but, you know. And Debbie Allen, the Golden Globe-winning US actress and choreographer. She was Lydia Grant in Fame, delivering the immortal line, "You want fame? Well, fame costs, and right here is where you start paying in sweat." And they brought the whole show over to this country, the Royal Albert Hall, and it was just fantastic. My ex-producer from a long, long time ago, Uncle Rob, he went to see it. Because every week the entire country was dreaming of being in Fame. I want to live forever. And they danced and they were jumping in the streets and jumping on cab roofs and all the rest of it. It was really fantastic. And Nigel says, I'm now in my 70s, but I have a long memory. Thank God for that. I'll never forget a compliment paid to me when I was 20 by a girl seated near to where I was disco dancing. Neat butt, she called out. I didn't even know a bum on a man could be attractive, says Nigel. Oh, yes, I think so. I mean, you either get sort of bottoms that look like bottoms or they're flat. I mean, Anneka Rice, I mean, all you ever saw of her was her bottom. You didn't see anything else because the programme she was on, it wasn't just she was named Rear of the Year. It was a case of the cameraman was behind her and she was running, come on, come on, come on, quick, quick, quick. And so we were all watching. And in Barbara Windsor's case, I don't think there was a Barbara Windsor film in the Carry-Ons or otherwise where she didn't show off her pert bottom. It was very pert. And you have to ask Scott. He would guarantee that as well. Plus, Madonna's new movie was Savage back in '93. The American critics sank their teeth into the raunchy thriller only days after a specially invited preview audience hooted with laughter in all the wrong places. Madonna, they said, is guilty as hell in Body of Evidence. USA Today said her crime is that she just can't act. Not one stitch. Oh, dear. And 40 members of a Plymouth Boys Club in 1950 are to present a petition to their city council asking it to lift a ban on 10,000 council house tenants keeping racing pigeons. This was introduced due to damage done by the birds pecking at mortar. And you see it all the time. I see it. They get certain places where you look at the bricks and you'll see a pigeon pecking away at it. And there's obviously something in the mortar that means that they seem to like it, and they seem to chip away at the mortar. I don't know why. I can't imagine what's in it that appeals to them. Oh, there's some new posh chocolate spread. We never had chocolate spread. We couldn't afford chocolate spread, but there's a new one now. Wilkins & Sons chocolate orange spread. There's all sorts of this stuff. And so, I mean, it used to be fairly humble, but they've said this is not Nutella. Not as you'll recognise it. For grown-ups, they've got chocolate with rum spread. It's not cheap. It's like £13.50 for a jar, so not appealing to us. We've got pucker nuts, hazelnut and chocolate butter. This is for vegans. Also the dark side, smooth dark chocolate, organic hazelnut spread. They've got super stripy, and it's the Dalesford brand, the creation of Lady Bamford, known for her farm shop turned retail. And it's multi-layers of milk, dark and white chocolate, which sounds quite nice, actually, but I'm not really into chocolates. We know, because we never had it, I was never sort of kind of into it. And there's another one here from Selfridges called La Molina Terzilia. And this is 3 fat strips of chocolate with eye-catching black and red labelling screaming Italian chic. But cheapest one is Tiptree, chocolate orange spread. Sounds lovely, made with Belgian chocolate. They said, if you didn't eat enough Terry's chocolate orange over the Christmas festivities, here's your way to top up. It must be an absolute nightmare for diabetics, don't you reckon? Anything like that could be. I mean, I used to like lemon curd. People don't seem to bother with lemon curd anymore. Did you do lemon curd? It's not one of your favourites. Oh, it is? Oh, right. I thought so. I don't hear people even talking about it. I got quite worried, actually, thinking perhaps it was just our family that did lemon curd, and I used to quite like it. Oh, what we put it on, I've got no idea. Apparently, pigeon are picking up grits, which goes into their gizzard, which helps with their digestion. Oh, right. Because you remember I told some years ago we had ducklings born on the patio in one of our terracotta pots, and it was don't ever go, oh, that's a lovely idea. It's a blooming nightmare, because we're way up in the air, very, very high. And I thought I'd be clever, so I bought a little swimming pool, blew up this thing, put water in it, thinking they can learn how to sort of swim, thinking I was being a really good boy, which was okay. Then I thought, what do I feed them? I don't know what you feed these things. They're little tiny ducks. So I fed them Weetabix crushed up, thinking they'd like that. Big mistake. Big mistake. What they do is when they're swimming, they dive down to the bottom, pick up grits from the bottom, and that helps them digest the food. Unfortunately, Weetabix was about as much use to them as a chocolate fireguard. It was an absolute nightmare. They didn't survive, I'm afraid. So it's grit which the pigeons are using to digest their food. Well, clever, clever, clever stuff.